Hi all, welcome to Powershell for Penetration Testers at Pentester Academy. I am Nikhil Mittal, your instructor for this course. In this video, let's go through the course content and what is coming up in this course. First of all, couple of things about me. I am a speaker and a trainer. I have spoken at DEF CON, Black Hat Europe, Black Hat US, Abu Dhabi, Troopers, DeepSec, and few more conferences. I am the creator of Kautilya and Nishang, two open source toolkits for penetration testers. Kautilya is a toolkit which helps in usage of human interface devices during penetration tests. And Nishang is a tool which allows for usage of PowerShell in offensive security and penetration testing. We will see both of these in this course. While Kautilya would be used rarely, Nishang would be used much when we discuss about different penetration testing techniques and PowerShell. Also, I'm a freelancer hacker or penetration tester, wherein I do penetration tests for my clients on contract basis. I'm mostly interested in new and innovative ways of breaking into a computer or a network for penetration testing. Now let's move on to the course contents. The course will move ahead this way. We will have an introduction to PowerShell, why we are using a shell and scripting language based on Windows, how it aids us in penetration tests, to what things it allows us access in a Windows network, etc. Then we will move on to basics of PowerShell. We will see how to use commands, commandlets, variables, functions, condition statements, loop statements, etc. Then the course moves on to scripting part. There we will see how to use the ISE to write scripts in PowerShell, how to execute those scripts, what are the peculiarities associated with all these things. We will see what execution policies are. We will go through pipelines, different kind of operators, functions, advanced functions, etc. Then we move on to the advanced scripting concepts, wherein we discuss functions with dynamic parameters, how to pass arguments to scripts, how to write scripts like commandlets, etc. Then we move on to modules, where we learn how to create and use modules in PowerShell. Then jobs and remoting in PowerShell is discussed. We discuss how PowerShell remoting is useful in a penetration test, how to use it, how to implement, how it is implemented, etc. Then we move on to PowerShell with .NET, where we see how to extend the functionality of PowerShell with the help of .NET, how to use .NET code and classes and assemblies, etc. in your PowerShell code. Then we move on to using Windows API with PowerShell. After that, PowerShell and WMI is discussed. After that, how to work with COM objects, how to create instances of applications on Windows, and then interaction with the registry is discussed. Once we go through these language basics, we move on to the penetration testing part, where we go through all the phases of penetration test. We will see how to do recon and scanning using PowerShell. Then we move on to the exploitation part, how to use brute force attacks, client-side attacks, how to use existing exploitation techniques and improve those with PowerShell. Then we'll see how to port and when to port exploits to PowerShell. Is it necessary? If yes, how do we do it? And then we see how to use PowerShell with a human interface device. Then we move on to using PowerShell with Metasploit, how to run PowerShell scripts in Metasploit. Then using PowerShell in Metasploit exploits. Then we move on to one of the most important parts in a penetration test, post-exploitation. We see how to do information gathering and exfiltration. We'll see and write backdoors in PowerShell. We'll see how to do privilege escalation. We will gather and dump system secrets. Continuing with the post-exploitation, we'll see how to pass or reuse hashes and credentials. And then we will come back to PowerShell remoting. Then WMI and WSMN for command and script execution. We will see web shells. We will see how to achieve persistence like reboot persistence or process persistence, etc. Then we will see how to use PowerShell with other security tools. Most of these would be open source. And finally, we will see how to defend against PowerShell attacks. All these topic heads would be accompanied by exercises, code discussion, and hands-on. So that is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at what PowerShell is, how to start it, and running basic commands on the PowerShell prompt. We will also have a look at the help system available with PowerShell. Microsoft defines PowerShell as a task-based command line and scripting language for automation of Windows operating system and applications that run on Windows. But what is PowerShell for us? For us, it is a powerful shell and scripting language already present on the most general targets in a pen test. The targets are Windows computers. It also means less dependence on some parts of Metasploit and Nix-based scripting. In the course, we will stick to PowerShell version 2 as this is the version available on most of the targets we will encounter during pen tests. This is also the default version on Windows 7 and Server 2008 R2. Now, why PowerShell? Because it provides access to almost everything on a Windows platform which could be useful for us as attackers, like WMI, Windows Registry, Windows API, COM objects, file system, other machines on a Windows network, CIM, etc. It is easy to learn and really powerful. It is based on the .NET framework, which allows us to extend its capabilities, and it is tightly integrated with Windows. Also, it is trusted by countermeasures like antivirus, HIPS, etc., and by system administrators too. Now, let's start our first PowerShell prompt. Go to Start menu, type PowerShell. So this is a PowerShell prompt. Let's try running some commands, some native commands in it. Let's try cd. We move to the root of this path. Now let's try dir. Okay, it worked. Now let's try a couple of Nix-based commands in it. Let's try ls. Okay, it worked too. Let's try ps. Okay, it worked as well. Before we take a look at why ls and ps worked in PowerShell, let's have a look at the help system of PowerShell. PowerShell allows to execute commandlets, which are the core or heart and soul of PowerShell. Let's have a look at one of the commandlets. We will have a look at the commandlets in detail later on. Let's have a look at get help. As you can see, PowerShell supports tab completion. I just typed get he and it completed the commandlet. We will pipe it to more so that it fits on the screen. So it is the Windows PowerShell help system which displays help about Windows PowerShell commandlets and concepts. You can also update this with the help of this commandlet. Now, get help supports wildcards, so let's use it with asterisk to see what all is available in the help system. Here we can see that there is a huge list of help topics when we use the asterisk, that is the wildcard. Now let's try to list help about something or everything which contains the word process. As you can see, using get help asterisk process lists commandlets which deal with processes. Let's try running get process, which lists the currently running processes on the local machine. Now, when we executed PS, It also displayed the list of currently running processes. That is why, because PowerShell supports aliasing of commandlets. Let's quickly search for anything which mentions alias. So these commandlets and topics mention alias. Let's quickly run get alias. In this list, we can see that PS is an alias to get process. That is why we were able to run PS and ls on this Windows machine. Now, using get help for get help is the next thing we are doing. Let us list only the usage examples with the help of parameter -example. Let's pipe it to more. As you can see, this command lists only the examples of usage of the get help commandlet. Get help is very useful in discovering and exploring the PowerShell, the commandlets built in it in the conceptual topics. You can always, when we run get help alias, we saw that there is a help file called about aliases. We can retrieve it with the help of get help. So this conceptual help topic lists help about aliases. Now let's have a look at the exercise in the video. There are 3 tasks to be completed for this exercise. The first one is use get help to retrieve help about get commandlet. The next task is to use get help for retrieving help about PowerShell.exe in the conceptual topics list. And the third one is use get help with wildcards to list help about command. That is all for this video. Thank you very much for watching. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, do recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for Penetration Testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at exploring and using commandlets. So let's get started. In the previous video, we had a look at the help system of PowerShell with the get help command, and also there was a mention of get commandlet. Let's have a look at the help of get commandlet. As you can see in the help description, that the get commandlet gets all commands that are installed on the computer, including commandlets, aliases, functions, etc. Let's use get command once to see what it returns. So it returned aliases, function, commandlet, etc. Now To list only the commandlets, we have to use a parameter called command type of get command and ask it to list only the commandlets. As you can see now, get command is listing only the commandlets installed on this machine. How do we know that get command supports a parameter called command type? By using its help. If we list the full help of get command, there is a section called parameters, under which we can see all the parameters accepted by the commandlet. On a quick side note, how do we know only the parameters accepted by a commandlet? If you have explored the get help commandlet, you will know that it supports a parameter called parameter, which allows us to list the parameters of a commandlet. As you can see, the previous command lists all the parameters accepted by the get command commandlet. Another quick thing is I am using the pipeline operator frequently. The pipeline operator, like in other shells, could be used to pipe output of the command to another. Also, since PowerShell is an object-based shell, everything is treated as an object, so it is quite easy to pass objects between various commands. Now, let's explore commandlets of a particular type or name using the get command commandlet. Let's list all the commandlets which contains process in their name. So we have 5 commandlets which have process in their name. Let's use get command to explore a couple of more commandlets. Let's try using service. So there are many commandlets which have service in their name. Now let's use this command again, where we listed all the commandlets installed on this machine, and let's count or measure the number of commandlets installed. For that, we can use measure object commandlet. You can explore it by using the get help commandlet. So as you can see, there are 236 commandlets installed on this machine. We can use various commandlets after exploring them. For example, we saw the get process command, which lists the running processes. We can use get service, which lists the running services. But if you want to do a specific task, how would you zero in on a commandlet? As we saw earlier, commandlets in PowerShell follow a verb-noun naming convention. So, to get a command which stops something, we should use the verb parameter of the get command commandlet. Let's use stop here. So there are 5 commandlets which contains the stop verb. Let's try a very simple thing. Let's explore the commandlets and see if we can start something. Let's use start process to start a simple process on the local machine. Let's quickly see the examples usage of start process. As you can see, it is very easy to start a process with get process. Let's start Notepad with start process. Now let's try to stop this or all of the notepads using the stop process. Before that, let's see the help for stop process to see the ways of stopping a process. We can use name, we can use PID, etc. Let's see examples again quickly. So we can stop a process by name, by ID, etc. One interesting thing is seen here. We can also pass an object returned by get process to stop process for stopping that process. For example, in our current scenario, let's list Notepad. So right now there are 4 notepads running on my machine. Let's try stopping this. Let's use stop process ID 13468. Now let's run get process again and see the number of the notepad processes running. As you can see, one process has been stopped. Now there are various interesting commands or commandlets. For example, we can list the hotfixes installed on a machine using get hotfix. We can create files, remove files, create registry keys, etc. In fact, if you went through the get help or the help system of PowerShell, there are some conceptual topics which, okay, so this is the return of the get hotfix commandlet. So there are some conceptual topics which talk about commandlets. Let's quickly have a look at it. Get help, wildcard, commandlets. So I think so if you list the help for command, you will see something called about core commands. And if we see help of or about core commands topic, it lists some core commandlets which could be used to work with various things in PowerShell. It talks something about providers, which we will have a look at later on. That is all about commandlets. As an exercise, you can explore commandlets using get command and pick 10 commandlets which could be useful in penetration tests. That is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please do recommend us to your friends and colleagues in information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, we will have a look at output formatting and output manipulation in PowerShell. So let's get started. PowerShell has commandlets which could be used for output formatting and manipulating the output so that it could be displayed in the way we desire. Let's quickly move to the PowerShell console and let's explore the commandlets which have format in their name. So there are 4 such commandlets. Let's try a couple of them. Get child item is the equivalent to ls. Let's run this. As expected, it returned a list of directories and files in C directory. Now let's pipe it to format table. As you can see, there is no difference because format table is used by default by PowerShell. We can always list single column or selected columns using format table. For example, if we select the column called name, as you can see, PowerShell displayed only the column called name. Also, if we pass star, that is a wildcard to format table, it lists much more detail about the output of get child item. We can always select a single column from this table. Now recall that we had 4 commandlets. Now let's try get child item with format list. As the name suggests, format list lists the properties of the objects or object returned by the get child item commandlet in this case. Let's start with format list, and we can see that there is much more detail now for every object. The other commandlets which could be used for formatting output should be tried by you. Now let's explore commandlets which contain out in their name. These 7 commandlets, this one is not a default one. So these 7 commandlets could be used to manipulate the display of output. As the name suggests, out default is the default, displays it to the default way. So we will not have a look at that. Let's try out grid view with get process. As you can see, out grid view displays a nice GUI object with sortable columns, which makes it ideal for looking at processes, files, services, anything which needs to be quickly and neatly looked upon. Remember that if you try to run out grid view from a PowerShell version 2 started from a PowerShell version 3, you may get some errors. Now let's have a look at out file. Let's try get process with out file. As you can see, out file threw an error saying cannot process argument because the value of argument path is null. Let's see its help with examples to see what happened. So the out file commandlet sends output to a file, and therefore it requires a file path to be supplied to it. So let's pass file path to out file and then run this. It executed successfully. Now to see the contents of this file, we can use the get content commandlet or its alias cat to have a look at the contents of the file. We can pipe it to more for a better view. So it listed all the processes. Now we can pipe these commandlets for a better view. For example, we can pipe get child item to format list with asterisk and output it to a file. Sorry. And now let's use the alias of get content. And now if we try to access this file, you can see that we have much more detail about the output of get child item. So that is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please do recommend us to your friends and colleagues in information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, we will have a look at operators in PowerShell. These four types of operators would be discussed: arithmetic, assignment, comparison, and redirection. So let's quickly try the arithmetic operators on the PowerShell console. As you can see, arithmetic operations could be done easily on the PowerShell console. PowerShell also allows for some arithmetic operations like addition on variables of different type. As you can see here, even 3 is not a string. PowerShell automatically assumed it to be a string, converted it, and did a concatenation. Strings in PowerShell could be defined using double quotes or single quotes. In a later video, we will have a detailed look about types in PowerShell. Interestingly, the reverse is not true, because the addition operation is governed by the type of the leftmost value. Since here the leftmost value was a string, this was converted to a string, and here, since the leftmost value was an integer, PowerShell tried to convert this into an integer but failed, as you can see in the error. Further details about these operators could be seen in the help system. Now let's quickly move on to the assignment operators. Let's try assigning some values to a variable. A variable could be declared this way, and yes, we will have a detailed look at the variables later on. So if we say $a equal to 3, then $a has been assigned a value of 3. We say $a as you can see, we use this assignment operator to multiply 2 to the value of $a. This is nothing but equivalent to this. That is it about the assignment operators. Now let's move on to the comparison operators. If you want to compare two values, we can use, for example, is 3 equal to 4 false, is 3 equals to 3 true, is 3 less than equal to 4 true, etc. Let's move to another interesting operator called match, which could be used to match regex expressions from a string or other type of PowerShell value. For example, if we say hello PowerShell and see if there is something called power matching in it, says true. True. Match has its case sensitive counterpart too. Please note that we are having a quick look at the operators so that we can use these in further operations. For details, please refer to the help system. Another interesting operator is the replace operator. For example, we can use this to replace, let's say, remove shell from this string. It has been removed. Or we can replace, let's say, shell with punch. So it has been done. Another interesting comparison operator is in. For example, we can check if there is any LO in hello PowerShell. No. Why? Because it checks for a complete value. For example, if we say, then it says yes. That is, in could be used to look for presence of a value in a collection of values. For example, we can say this, etc. The next operator we will have a look at is redirection operator. This could be used to redirect values to files. For example, we can say get location, which is C, and redirect it to a file. Now if we see the contents of this file, it is this. We can also use double angle brackets or arrows to append it. Also, we can use the different type of values provided by PowerShell for output redirection. For example, this is obviously an error, but if we say this, as you can see, both the error and the output has been displayed on the screen. Similarly, if we use 3 here, it would write warnings, 4, 5, and so on. Again, for detailed look, please refer to the help system. Now, moving on to the exercise. As I have been saying throughout the video, explore the PowerShell help system and locate help topics for the discussed operators. That is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please do recommend us to your colleagues and friends. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for Penetration Testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at some of the advanced operators in PowerShell. We will have a look at these 3 types of operators: logical, split and join, and type operators. We leave the special operators for now and will keep looking at those one by one as and when the need arises. So let's try these on PowerShell. First, let's go for the logical operators. As you can see, the logical operators available are really common ones. So, for example, we can simply use those in expressions. As you can see, we compared 2 expressions. First, we checked if 1 is less than equal to 3 and if 1 is greater than equal to 0. As obvious, even if one of the values is false, the output would be false. And if we say OR, in that case, if any of the value is true, the expression would return true. Now let's move on to the split and join operators. Split could be used to split a string in various strings based on a delimiter. Let's try split on this string based on the space delimiter. As you can see, splitted the string. We could have used, let's say, T. As you can see, the string has been splitted into various based on the delimiter. We can also specify maximum substrings. For example, if we use 3 here, the split is limited to 3 strings. We can also use a longer word that is more than 1 character here. Let's use PowerShell here, and here it is. Split is very useful. Together, split and replace are able to achieve to much extent what cut and sed do in Bash. We can also use regex with split. Split is not case sensitive by default. Now let's quickly have a look at join. Join could be used to join multiple strings. For example, let's say well, and if we join these strings with comes welcome please. We can also use space as a delimiter. So that is all for split and join. Now the last one we will have a look at is type operators. These could be used to check the type of or change the type of a value. For example, is 3 an int? True. Is it a float? False. Is 3 string? False. Is 3 with double quotes a string? True. Also we can use, for example, we can say 0 cross 1 2 as int as a string, etc. So that is all for this video. We had a quick look at some of the advanced operators in PowerShell. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please do recommend us to your friends and colleagues. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for Penetration Testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at types in PowerShell. So, PowerShell supports dynamic types, that is, it is not a strictly typed language. As we saw earlier too, we can use different type of values in a single expression. For example, let's try adding a string and a number. Let's see the type of this variable. As you can see, we operated on different types, yet the output is of one type. Also, something to notice here is we need not declare type of a variable. Similarly, while declaring or calling functions, there is no need to define type of the parameters of the function. We will have a detailed look at this when we go to the functions part. Also, PowerShell supports type adaptation, due to which it is possible to access alternate object systems like WMI, COM, ADSI, etc. You can read the below MSDN article to understand more about the adapted and extended type systems. Also, the basis of PowerShell types is .NET. That means the basic type literals would be int, float, double, string, and so on. There is no need to get into the list right now. So let's move on to some of the types. Let's first have look at string. As the name suggests, string type is used for strings. Strings in PowerShell could be declared or could be used in two ways, with double quotes and single quotes. So this str is a string with double quotes, and it is a string as well with single quotes. And what is the difference between a double quoted and a single quoted string? It is a double quoted string expands variables and sub expressions inside it. For example, let's try another string $str. So as you can see, PowerShell expanded the variable $str. But if we use single quotes here, the variable is not expanded. So this is very useful when you try to insert some text or other stuff inside your PowerShell script. Another thing worth mentioning here is here strings. A here string starts with an @ a quote mark, and you can write multi-line text or code anything here. And a here string ends with a quote mark followed by @ sign. As you can see, it was output to the console as it is. And what if we use a single quote here? Nothing but the same difference which we saw between a simple double quoted and single quoted string. That is, the expressions and variables would be expanded in a double quoted here string and would not be extended in a single quoted in a here string. So that is all about the types in PowerShell. Hope you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy. Please do recommend us to your friends and colleagues in information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, we continue to discuss types in PowerShell, and we will have a look at typecast and arrays in PowerShell. So, type conversion in PowerShell is done with the help of the cast operator. For example, as we saw earlier, we can use multiple types in a PowerShell. As you can see, the type of variable a here is double. What if we want the output to be an integer? We can simply cast $a to integer either at the time of operation or we can also use it obviously later on. So this is the way PowerShell type conversion takes place. Again, PowerShell is a dynamic typed language. We need not, as you can see, we need not specify the type of variable here, but if we want, we can always do this. Type conversion comes handy when we have to work with different objects or kinds of data sources. For example, we may want to read bytes from a file, cast it to a string, and post it to a network stream. So PowerShell type conversion comes handy in such situations. Now let's have a look at another type in PowerShell, that is arrays. Arrays are everywhere in PowerShell. Commands in PowerShell return an object array. For example, let's try running get child item, and if we see the type of the result variable, it is an object array. Now to create our own array, we can simply use this. The value of array is this. Its length could be determined using the length. The indexing is done with the help of this way, this thing. So it starts from 0 and goes onwards. To create an empty array, prior to that, arrays in PowerShell could have multiple types in a single array. For example, we can have a number, an integer, a string, and a double in a single array. Now, to create an empty array, we can use array sub-expression. So let's try it out. It is at the rate followed by two parentheses. Now, if we see the type for this, again, it's an array of objects. We can also make an array strongly typed so that it accepts values of only one type. That I leave to you as an exercise. Try creating an array which is strongly typed, that is, it accepts values of only one type. That is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please do recommend us to your friends and colleagues. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at conditional statements in PowerShell. Like other languages, PowerShell supports if, else if, and else conditional statements, which support usage of commands, commandlets, and the pipeline operator in condition statement part. Let's use if for a simple condition. If 1 is greater than 0, 1, else something. As you can see, PowerShell compared the values here in the condition statement and executed the appropriate statement. Now let's try using a sub expression inside the condition statement. For example, let's count the number of processes on this machine and see if PowerShell could do something based on this condition. Let's count the processes. If it is greater than 40, say too many processes, else. Okay. As you can see, PowerShell computed this sub expression, compared it with 40, and took the appropriate action. So that is it for the if statement. Now let's move on to the switch statement in PowerShell. It is really powerful and supports parameters like exact, wildcard, regex, case sensitive for condition matching. It also has the ability to process files using the file parameter. Let's see the switch statement in a simple operation first. If the condition is 1, print 1. It is 2, print 2. Here, since the condition was 1, this case was executed. PowerShell also supports the default case. So if the condition doesn't match, it takes the default action. Easy enough. Now let's try one of the parameters. Let's see what the wildcard parameter is capable of doing. So the condition is ABC and it could be matched using a wildcard. As you can see, because A asterisk and asterisk B asterisk both match this condition, these two cases were executed while this was not executed. This makes PowerShell switch statement quite useful when one needs to work on a long list of conditions. Also, let's try this file parameter. Let's just copy this so that some typing time is saved. We are doing a regex match on the contents of this file, and the match is, if you find validating in this file, print that line. Keep in mind that switch statement reads one line at a time from this file. So let's try this. As you can see, the switch statement was able to find out lines beginning or containing the validating word from this file. So this makes PowerShell switch statement very powerful if you are trying to go through log files, or let's say nmap scans, or any kind of log which could be searched with the help of a regex statement. So that is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please do recommend us to your friends and colleagues. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for Penetration Testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at loop statements and commandlets in PowerShell. PowerShell supports the following loop statements: while, do until, for, and for each. Let's see a couple of these in action. Let's have a look at the while loop. Let's count as 3. Now while $count is greater than equal to 0, let's do this and decrease the value of count with each iteration. As you can see, the loop was executed 4 times because of the condition. Now let's not get into other loops. We all know that, for example, do while executes at least one time. For could be used to mention the initial variable, condition, and the iteration method in a single statement, etc. Let's move to another interesting loop statement called for each. For each is very useful and we will be using it a lot in upcoming scripts. It could be used to iterate through a collection of things or a collection of objects. Let's just list all the processes in PowerShell and store it in a variable. Now we can use for each to work on each of the variables or each object of this collection individually. So as you can see here, we produced a collection of objects and then using the for each loop statement, we worked on individual object this way. And we can work because PowerShell commandlets return an array of objects. We can use this to iterate through almost any collection of things, be it processes, files, registry keys, memory streams, etc. So that is it for the loops. Now there are two loop commandlets in PowerShell, for each object and where object. For each object is almost similar to for each loop, bearing some performance issues, but the way we will be using these, we need not go into those details. For example, we can use the for each object this way. Let's try the process thing again. And sorry, okay, there was a typo. As you can see, using this, we just piped get process to for each object, and for each of the object in the array returned by this get process, we printed out the name. So it is this simple to iterate through a huge collection of objects in PowerShell. Now we can also use the where object commandlet to perform various operations. Let's try this. Let's pipe this list of directories and files to the where object, and in the condition let's specify that list only those files whose name match txt. As you can see, only the txt files have been listed. Again, to get into really specific details about each of the loops or commandlets, make sure to read the help system. Now, a quick exercise. Iterate through the processes running on your computer and print the path of the executable for each process. The example we saw a couple of minutes back would be really useful in solving this exercise. Make sure that we need the complete path of the executable which is running as a process. That is all for this video. If you're enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please do recommend us to your friends and colleagues in information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at basics of PowerShell scripting and related topics. We will write a very simple and basic script, save it, and try to execute it. Let's start Windows PowerShell ISE. Let's just write a hello world. That is it. Our script should just print a hello world. Let's save it as hello world. PowerShell scripts have the extension of PS1. Now let's try to run this from the ISE. We got an error. Says the script cannot be loaded because running scripts is disabled on this system. And it also suggests the help topic. But we were using everything from the prompt. Maybe it has something to do with the ISE. Let's try running the script. So to run a PowerShell script, we just use a // and say the name of the script. Again, we are getting the same error and the same help suggestion of about execution policies. So what is this execution policy? Execution policy stops a user from accidentally executing a PowerShell script. We can see the current value of execution policy using get execution policy commandlet. As we can see, it is restricted right now. So how do we execute scripts on a system if the execution policy is restricted. There are a number of ways, too many ways, but we will not be looking at it right now. We will see it when we move on to the security aspects of PowerShell. For now, let's see this help topic to get an idea of what is happening. The help topic describes the execution policies. I want you to read this. The execution policy is not a security system that restricts user actions. I am repeating this again and again because I have seen some environments and domain networks which rely on execution policy in an attempt to block unauthorized execution of PowerShell scripts. It is a fail. There is no restriction. If a user wants to, he can execute PowerShell scripts on a system. It just stops the PowerShell execution policy, just stops the accidental execution. As you can see, these are the policies, with restricted being the default one. And as you can see, there are unrestricted and even bypass modes of the execution policy. But you need to be an administrator to change the execution policy on a system. Again, we will see many methods later on to bypass the execution policy. For time being, we will set the execution policy to bypass. Yes. And now if we try to run our script, we executed it successfully. Also, we can try everything we have done so far in this ISC prompt. We can write scripts for various things, but that we will do after having a look at the functions in next few videos. So that is all for this video. Again, keep in mind that execution policy is not a security control. At best, it is a user discretion control. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please do recommend us to your friends and colleagues. Thank you. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for Penetration Testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, we will have a look at basics of functions in PowerShell. Let's have a look at simple usage of the functions. A function in PowerShell is defined this way: the keyword function followed by the function name. Let's create a function called add, and function name is followed by the statement or expressions to be executed. Let's just say 1 plus 3. As you can see, we created a function called add, and it just adds 1 plus 3. Now to call a function in PowerShell, we can do it just this way. Note that there was no need to add parentheses or anything else in front of the function name. We can call the function by just using its name without any parentheses or anything special. PowerShell allows to pass parameters to a function using a special array of parameters called args. For example, let's create a function called parameter add. Let's just call it param show, and let's just print the value of the args. Now if we call the function param show without a parameter, nothing will happen, and let's pass hi to it. It prints hi, that is the value goes to the array $args. Since this $args is an array, that means we can use individual elements of this array in our function body. Let's create param add now and add arg0 and args1. And now if we call param add with 3 and 7, the output is now 10. As you can see, again, while passing the parameters, we just separated them by a space and nothing else. If you want, you can call or you can pass the parameters with parentheses and commas in the classical way, but let's just leave it for now. So this was the simple usage, $args usage. Now let's quickly move on to the declaring parameters part. Here we used $args etc., but obviously we may like to declare complex parameters or parameters with a special name or type, etc. So for that, we can declare our own parameters. Let's declare $number1, num2, and let's just multiply these two. Now if we call the new function and pass, let's say 2 and 6 to it, the function executed successfully. Now let's see a quick difference between positional and named parameters. Declaring attributes of a parameter to assign them a position and other attributes would be covered in a later video. Here, a positional parameter means, let's define a new function called posFunc, and let's make it to accept two parameters. And let's print the value of param1 here. Now, if we use -param1 and pass something to it, you can see that the first parameter was populated. This is similar to this thing, but so this thing means param 1 has a position 0 and param 2 has a position 2. But using the named parameters, we can always use this. We can pass param 2 prior to param 1 and param 1 later on. As you can see, again, as expected, param 1 has been printed. Again, when we called functions this way, we were using the positional aspects of these parameters. That is, we knew that 2 here will go to num1 and 6 to num2. And here we use the named attribute of the parameters. We specifically called param2 earlier and then param1. So that is all for this introductory video to functions. We will cover functions in details and small aspects at a time, because we would be using functions in further scripts a lot. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please do recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, we continue to discuss the basics of functions in PowerShell. So let's move ahead. Let's have a look at dynamic or variable number of parameters, how to handle the variable number of parameters, how to use them, etc. We will also have a look at type declaration of the parameters, and finally at the assigning default values to parameters in a PowerShell function. So let's create a function called var params, and let's declare $a, $b, and let's just declare two variables, and in the function body let's print $a, $b, and when we call var params, let's pass hi and bye to these. As you can see, the values were printed. But what if we pass 3 parameters to the function? As you can see, there was no error, but we could see only values of $a and b here. So what happened? Recall that when we were not declaring any parameters, an array was catching the values of all the parameters, that is $args. So let's see if we have something in $args. No. Why? Because of this. Let's create a new function called variable params. Again, $a and $b, print $a, print $b, and args. Now if we call this variable params with 3 parameters, As you can see, the third parameter was handled properly. What if we add another parameter here? As you can see, both of the extra or variable parameters have been assigned to the args array. So this makes variable handling in PowerShell quite easy. Now you may have noticed that we were passing any value to the parameters in function. Recall that we discussed earlier that PowerShell is a type variable or not so strict language, or we can simply say it is a type dynamic language. So we need not declare the type of the variables. But if we want, we can always declare types of a variable using this way. Now if we now call add int with integers, it works fine. But as soon as we say something else, throws an error. So this is the way we can force, or we can declare types of variables in PowerShell. We can of course use different types of variables here. Now, what if we want a variable to have some default value? So let's define a new function. Let's call it default val. We can always assign values to a variable in the function declaration itself. Let's call it 32 $b $z, and let's print $a $b. Now if we call default val without any parameters, we can see that the default value has been used, and if we pass it with some value, we can see that $a has been modified to the new value. So again, it is quite easy to use default values in PowerShell. So that is all for this video. Hope you enjoyed it. If you are enjoying your time at Pentesters Academy, please do recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for Penetration Testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, we continue our discussion on functions in PowerShell. So let's move on. We will have a look at switch parameters in PowerShell, returning values from PowerShell functions, and scope of variables and functions. So first of all, let's have a look at the switch parameters. Let's quickly define a function called, let's call it switchable. Let's declare two variables and a switch variable. Let's call it flip. Let's perform an addition. As the name suggests, the switch variable could be used to switch or change the functionality if the variable is defined. So we can say if $flip $a minus $b. That is, if the switch variable is defined, the functionality should change. First of all, let's try switchable with normal functionality. As you can see, both of the parameters were added, and let's declare, or let's use flip and see what happens. As you can see, this part was also executed. So the switch variable is very useful when you are trying to do multiple tasks from within a function without having to change the functionality or the variables or using or redefining the function. We will see detailed usage of this in later scripts, where we need to decide on the functionality inside a function based on a single parameter. Now notice that we have not been returning anything from a function up to now. For example, if we call switchable the output is stored in this variable or any other variable we want without any return value. This is so because PowerShell returns an array of all the outputs or all the results from a function, which gets stored in any variable in which the output is received. PowerShell does contain a return statement, but it is really not required to return values from a function. Now let's quickly discuss scope of variables and functions in PowerShell. Let's continue with the example of switchable, and let's define a new function called new, and let's reuse the value of a and b here. Instead, let's quickly have a look at it this way. Let's call a variable a and assign it, let's call it var1, and assign it a value of 33. Let's quickly create a function fun1 which assigns a value of 22 to variable 1. As you can see, we are using it again here. Now if we call variable 1, it's 33. If we call function 1, the value is 22. And if we create another function, let's call it fun2, and again we use var1 here, value is 11. Why so? Because here variable 1 was a global function for the current PowerShell session. So when we called var1 here, the value was the initial one. Then when we called function 1 here, var1's value was the local one, and when we called function 2, it was the local one for function 2. Another interesting thing here is this: var1 is still 33. This means that any variable declared inside a function or used inside a function, because we need not declare a variable separately in PowerShell, it gets initialized, it gets declared on its initialization. So this variable is different from this or this. That is all we need to know for now. So variable scope for variables or parameters in PowerShell is limited to the function in which they are declared or they are initialized. Now, scope of functions. A quick note here is PowerShell does not support function overloading at all. That means if we declare a function 2 here and say now if we call function 2, the previous value will be overwritten. Now we can have a look at the functions we have created using the function namespace or provider. As you can see, all the functions available could be used, could be browsed like a file system. As you can see, we have the functions we declared right now, but these functions are local to the current PowerShell session. As you can see, fun1, fun2, etc. are not available in another new PowerShell session. To make them permanent, we need to make changes to the PowerShell profile, which we may have a look at later on. So that is all for the basics of functions. Now let's move on quickly to some exercises. Create a function which accepts name of a process or service and then stops it based on that name passed to it. Once it is done, use a switch variable in that function to add the ability of stopping a service as well. Okay, so you need to first create a function to stop a process and then add the ability to stop a service. Once these two tasks are done, add another parameter to the function, accept and call that PID. If a PID is passed to the function, no attempt should be made to stop a service, just stop a process matching that PID. So try it, should be fun. And if you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please do recommend us to your friends and colleagues. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for Penetration Testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, Let's have a look at some of the advanced features in PowerShell functions. We will have a look at the param statement and using it to define parameter attributes. There are many parameter attributes, but we will have a look at these four as these are the most frequently used ones. And we will also see how to do parameter validation. So let's quickly move to the ISE. Let's create or write a function called advanced function. Now we can use the param operator this way. Let's declare a parameter and let's try the first attribute. Let's make this $a parameter mandatory. Let's define another one. Let's not make this mandatory. Now let's quickly write some stuff for the function to do. Okay, so let's just try this out. We're using the dot sourcing method to execute the function. We will have a detailed look at it in the next video. So let's pass 1 and 2 to it. As you can see, the positions of the parameters have been by default assigned in the order of their usage. So A occupies the 0th position and B occupies the 1st position. We can also use the named parameters this way. Now, because B is not mandatory, can we not pass B and execute the function? Yes. Can we do the same without A? No. Also, let's define the position. Let's assign A a position of 1 and B a position of 0. Now, if we pass 1 and 2, notice that A is now 2, that is, it got the second position, and A got the first position, as we declared here, B got the 0th position. But still, if we pass the named parameters, the values would go the correct way. Let's change these so that there is no confusion. Now, another interesting attribute is value from pipeline is equals to. This attribute allows us to receive value of a parameter from pipeline. That is, we can pass value of the parameter from pipeline. So here we did not pass a value for A, but piped 55 to the pipeline and it was assigned to A. This parameter makes it really easy to write commandlet like functions. Now another parameter which we will have a look at is parameter set name. Parameter set name is the closest thing PowerShell has to function overloading. It is not to be confused with function overloading, but using parameter sets, we can make a function behave in different ways. For example, let's declare parameter set name. So let's call it param set1. Let's just copy this here. Let's call it param set2. Now if we call the advanced function and pass the value of a, you can see that b was not required. Okay, it was not required anyway, so let's call b. Now as you can see that even when a has been declared mandatory, when we passed value of only b, the PowerShell did not ask for value of a as it asked earlier. Why so? Because now a and b belong to different parameter sets and are governed by different rules. We will see these parameter set names in action when later on we write exfiltration scripts where some parameters are required for an exfiltration method and some are not required for another method. Again, because a and b now belong to different parameter sets, a being mandatory does not affect the functioning of parameter set 2. Now let's just remove these. Now parameter validation. Let's save this. Now if we pass, let's say, null to a and something to b, you can see that we received an error because parameter a is null. Okay, so things like this could be tackled by the allow null statement. Now if we say this, as you can see that here passing null to a was throwing an error, but here it is fine. Also, we can perform various kind of validations. Let's quickly use one quick thing to note here is let's see the example first. Let's use a validation set of 1, 2 and 3. That means value of parameter a must lie within this validation set. Another useful thing here is, now if we use the named parameters, PowerShell supports tab compilation. Now if I press tab, PowerShell suggests the value from validation set. What if I do not use the validation set? It throws an error. And you can always use, you must be using it very frequently right now. You can always use PowerShell help to see other parameters and other validation methods. That is all for this video. If you're enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please do recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at some of the advanced features of PowerShell scripting. Let's have a look at dot sourcing, which we have been using in past examples, like when we had a look at the PowerShell functions. Also, we will see commandlet binding attribute of the PowerShell script. So let's quickly write a PowerShell function. Note that even though PowerShell functions are not required to follow the verb noun naming convention, we are doing so. We will get back to it in a couple of minutes. Let's right now quickly create a parameter called file path, which would be used by this commandlet to remove files. And let's save it with the name of show advanced script. Now, to load this show advanced script function in memory, we need to run the script with dot sourcing. That is, put a dot in the front of script call. Okay, let's run this now, and we can see that the function has been loaded into memory, and it could be used to remove files from any path. Okay, but instead of, or let's remove it, let's remove this file. It has been removed. We can surely implement checks for the existence of file, but right now, having seen the dot sourcing, let's move on to the commandlet binding attribute of a PowerShell script. This attribute, if specified in a script, allows the script to behave as a pre-compiled commandlet. That is why we used the commandlet naming convention. And not only that, commandlet binding provides some new interesting features. One of those is the ability to print verbose output. For example, now let's rerun the script to load the new function or the modified one. Now, if we run this with verbose parameter, we will see a verbose output, which is very useful when we write some of the complex scripts. Commandlet binding also provides a very interesting attribute called supports should process. Supports should process allows two very useful features. One is the what if parameter, which shows us that what would be the result of the execution of our script. As you can see that here it says that the operation would be to remove file and the file would be this. It also provides another interesting parameter called the confirm, where the script confirms with the user whether he or she wants the operation to be done. Let's say no for now and it aborts. We can also customize the way of the message and the action shown when using the what if or the confirm parameter. So let's use file path here with the message we want to be shown. Now if we run the function or the script with what if, we can see that the operation performed will be deleting file permanently, which we mentioned here on the target, which you mentioned here. Also we can use this with the confirm parameter. The last thing of commandlet binding which we would be discussing is the parameter checks it implement. Recall that when we were having a look at the advanced functions, we saw that the extra parameters passed to a PowerShell function is caught by the args array. If we use the commandlet binding parameter, passing extra parameters would result in an error. So commandlet binding also provides an easy to use parameter check. As an exercise, recall an earlier exercise where we accepted parameters for stopping a process or a service. After learning this, add the commandlet binding attribute and support should process to it to confirm with the user prior to stopping a running service or process. Again, prior to stop a running service or process, there should be a confirmation from the user. So that is all for this video. Hope you enjoyed it. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, do recommend us to your friends and colleagues. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at modules in PowerShell. Modules in PowerShell, like other languages, are very useful for code reuse. You can simply write your script as a module without any extra effort and could easily distribute it to other PowerShell users. Let's have a look at listing modules in PowerShell. As earlier, whenever we start anything new, we first go to the PowerShell help system with the help of the get help commandlet. So a quick wildcard search on module returned these things. Since we are trying to list or get the modules, the commandlets or anything related to modules, let's use get module. Get module accepts a parameter called list available and all. So let's run this. As you can see, it listed all the available modules. Without the all parameter, only the default or the installed modules have been listed. Now, how do we use these available modules, or how do we use our own modules? While we will be writing a module in the next video, let's import a module called Powershell, which is written by me and is aimed towards usage in penetration tests. Let's import Powershell. Do not worry about the warnings. These are just because when I initially wrote Powershell, I missed some verb noun naming convention in the functions available in it. Now, since Powershell has been imported, let's run get module. As you can see, if we run it without any option, it returned the name of Powershell function or the module. Now, if we use the list available all function, let's leave it for now. The quick thing is, you can see that Powershell is still not listed here. That is because it is listing all the installed or available modules which are in the this environment variable PS module path. And what is the PS module path for this machine? It is this and this. These two PS module paths are available by default on most of the machines, and this has been added by some other tool. So you have seen listing the modules and loading and importing the modules. Let's skip looking at the commands imported by Powershell for right now. We will come back to it in the next video. Let's move on to unloading or removing modules. Let's remove module Powershell. As you can see that it has been removed, and now if we run get module, it does not return anything. Previously it returned the name of Powershell. So it's that easy to remove a loaded module. Now Let's quickly have a look at the PS module path again. Let's copy PowerPitter to this path. This is the path, we need to create a directory and copy our script module inside it. Now remember that when earlier we imported PowerPitter, we gave the complete path like this. But now, since it sits inside the PS module path, we can simply say import module PowerPitter and it has been imported. So this way, since this is PowerShell version 2, we needed to run the import module command. From version 3 onwards, if a module sits inside the PS module path directories, there is no need even to run the import module commandlet. It is automatically loaded whenever PowerShell is run. So now if we run get module, we can see that PowerPitter is available here. Now let's have a look at different type of modules. PowerPitter, which we saw right now, is a script module. Then there are binary modules, manifest modules, and dynamic modules. Out of these, we will discuss only script modules like PowerPitter and the manifest modules. Even in manifest modules, we will have a quick look at writing manifests, and for brevity will not go in much detail. So I believe that is it for this video. Hope you enjoyed this. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's continue to discuss modules in PowerShell and let's write some script modules and see the details. Recall that we wrote a script called show advanced script while discussing advanced functions. To create a script module, we need not do anything but copy the script with extension ps1 to the extension psm1. That is the only difference right now between our script and our module would be the extension, that is psm1 in place of ps1. Let's copy it. Now let's open the module. Okay, so this is our module. Let's import it. And to see the commands made available by a module, we should use the get command commandlet, and on the parameter module pass the name of the module. As you can see, the command type exported by our module show advanced script is a function, and the name of the function is also show advanced script. Now we can use this function as we did earlier. Let's write another function in this module, and let's call it test check test file existence, and let's call the test path commandlet and pass to it this variable. This looks fine, isn't it? No, because file path has been defined in another function, we need to expand its scope. Let's make it global. Now let's first remove the module show advanced script. Let's re-import it with verbose parameter. As you can see that both of the functions have been imported. Now let's use show advanced script function and delete a file okay, let's remove this file. Now let's use test file existence to see whether this file exists. It returned false, that is, the file doesn't exist. Also, if we run the get command commandlet now, we will see that two functions have been exported by our module. As you can see, writing script modules or any kind of modules in PowerShell greatly increase the convenience and reusability of the code. Now let's create another function here and call it do no need to show, and let's assume that it does some important stuff. Now let's remove the module. We can always re-import the module instead of removing it and re-importing it, but it is advised so that there is no confusion. Let's import it again. Now we also get a warning that some of the imported commands do not follow the verb noun convention, and that command or function is do need not to show. So that means, irrespective of the warning, if we want to hide this function, or not hide, we do not want this function to be available in a PowerShell session for various reasons. For example, it does something which needs not to be presented to user, then we can use the export module member commandlet, which allows us to whitelist the name of functions or members which could be exported. For example, here if we do not want to export this function, we need to specify these two. But in a large module, this would be cumbersome, as we need to explicitly mention each and every function which needs to be exported. So a good solution which I saw on Stack Overflow was to use this. Here we followed the verb hyphen noun naming convention only for those functions which we want to be exported. So now if we remove the module and re-import it, you can see that do need not show function has not been loaded. So this way, again, explore export module member and you would be able to see much more details. Now, as an exercise, write a module which checks for the presence of this KB, the famous pass the hash fix 1, and the module must have at least two functions. One which does the actual stuff of looking for this KB on a machine, and another for displaying the results to the user with a proper warning if the patch or the fix is not found. Also, the first function should not be exported. So that is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at manifest modules. We will see how to create a manifest, and then we will discuss how to use that manifest to add metadata for a module, and also how to use it to control behavior of a module. Let's start with new module manifest, and let's create yet another show advanced script, but this time notice the extension is PSD1, which means it is a data file. So let's create it. Now it asks for some parameters. Let's enter only the required ones. Let's enter EFTT here, company name, copyright. Okay. Now it asks for the module to process. We want it to process the module we created in the previous video. Let's add some description. Types to process, formats to process, required assemblies. Notice that you can always see details of each and every one of this in the help system, but notice that the things it asks for, it clearly shows that a module manifest has a fine control over behavior of a module. Now let's see if our manifest has been created. Yes, it has been. Let's open it up in the ISE. As you can see, the module to process we entered was this. Note that every attribute has a comment based description, so that you need not look over each and every attribute. Of course, there are much more details which could be read, but for a quick reference, these comment based help could be very useful. Now let's see if prior to doing what I was about to explain, let's make some changes to this manifest. Let's change it to show. Now let's use test module manifest for this manifest. As you can see, the changes we made, that is the name of the module to process we changed, does not impact the structure of the manifest. But if we make some bad changes here, then an error is thrown by the test module manifest commandlet. This is very helpful if we edit a manifest manually in a text editor. This commandlet helps us to check if we have broken the manifest or corrupted it in some way. Now let's move this show advanced script to the PS module path. Now let's make some changes. First, let's try importing the show advanced script module. As you can see that 3 functions were imported. Now recall that in the previous video we made some changes to the show advanced script.psm1 so that this do not need to show function is not exported. Here also we can control the behavior. Let's use the same thing we used there. Now if we import this module, you can see that even though the PSM1 file exported all these functions, the do not need to show was not imported. Also note that PowerShell automatically looks for the PSD1, that is the manifest file. We have not specified the PSD1 here. Another thing to note here is, if we want, we can specifically mention the PSD1 here. For example, here, if we use this, then the restrictions or changes implemented in the PSD1 would be used. But if we import the PSM1 directly, it would behave independent of the PSD1 manifest. Also, there are many interesting things which could be achieved using the module manifest. For example, let's have a look at the module version. While importing this module, we can use the version. Let's set to 2.0. As you can see, it threw an error because the version we have is 1.0. Let's use version 1.0 and it imported successfully. Other useful things in a module manifest are required modules. The details are self-explanatory, so I am not going to read those out. Nested modules, functions to export we have seen. If we are using commandlets, we can use commandlets to export. And these two things are also very necessary when you are when you are using modules inside modules. We will see a usage of this PSD1 when we discuss some of the security tools written in PowerShell. So that is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for Penetration Testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at how to execute commandlets on remote computers. For few upcoming videos, we will move on from our local machine onto the remote computers, and we'll see in detail about PowerShell remoting and related things. So in this video, first of all, let's explore commandlets with computer name parameter. We will focus on those commandlets which accept the computer name parameter, accept the credential parameter, and do not require PowerShell remoting to be configured on a remote machine. So first of all, do not forget this. There are a lot of help files on PowerShell remoting. Read those. Then let's move to our trusted get command. Let's list commandlets which accept the computer name parameter. So all these commandlets accept the computer name parameter. Now, how do we know, or how do we list those commandlets which also accept the credential parameter? For example, the get process commandlet accepts the computer name parameter but not the credential parameter. As you can see, it threw an error because it could not find a credential parameter. Domain PC is my VM and Bharat is my local domain. So let's use PowerShell filtering. Let's again list all the commandlets and let's use where object to filter out the not required ones. This special symbol, if we have not came across it earlier, it is the this value, or it holds the current value in a pipeline or script block. For example, here this thing $_ holds value coming from this expression. So let's filter out those commandlets which accept the computer name parameter. Nice. Now we just need to keep adding the conditions we want. We want that the commandlet should also accept the credential parameter. Good. But it should not contain the session parameter, which means it supports the PowerShell remoting. So these are the commandlets which we can use for this current video. Now get hotfix sometimes take much time, so let's execute it in a separate PowerShell session and come back to it whenever it is complete. So let's use get hotfix, computer name my local machine, credential now. Meanwhile it gets executed. Let's see how do we see this thing. Whenever we use things like this, we can pass these to the get member commandlet for different members. We will come back to the get member in detail later on, but for now you can use these to list different members of a commandlet or command. Meanwhile here it has been executed and there is much detail about the patches installed on that local machine. So here we executed get hotfix on a single machine. Let's use a faster one. Let's use test connection. And sorry, how do we execute a commandlet on multiple machines? This was used to execute it on a single machine. If you can recall, we saw a very useful loop called for each. Let's use for each here. Let's try on all these things and run test connection on each one by one. As you can see, the commandlet is being executed on each and every one of these machines. We can always use a list of machines here with get content, because get content reads a file line by line. We can have a new line separated list of servers. Now, a quick exercise. You may like to set up a Windows 7 VM, or if you have a separate machine. For that machine, use get hotfix with both of these parameters and check for the presence of the pass the hash fix. Should be very easy. That is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, we continue our discussion on PowerShell remoting. PowerShell remoting is based on WSMan protocol and uses WinRM. It is firewall friendly compared to previous remoting options. If you want to use it on HTTP, which is obviously not recommended, port 5985 should be open on a firewall, and for HTTPS 5986 should be open. Alternate ports configuration is possible. Now let's have a look at PowerShell remoting in a trusted domain. One thing to note that by default, to be able to use PowerShell remoting, we must have the administrative access on a remote machine. The user need not be the built-in administrator, but must be a part of the local administrators group. We will see two scenarios. The first one is in a trusted domain. In a penetration test, this could be when you get an access to, let's say, a machine on DMZ, or you are conducting an internal pen test and has been provided access to the domain of the target network. In such case, there is no special need of any kind of configuration on your machine, that is attacker's machine. Remoting must be enabled in the target environment to be used. This is quite common nowadays, and also post server 2012, PowerShell remoting is enabled by default on the server, that is the post Windows 2012 servers. So there is no special requirement for PowerShell remoting in a trusted domain, obviously, other than it being enabled. But if you are part of a work group or not joined to the same domain as of the target, then on your machine, that is the attacker's machine, a simple change needs to be done, and that is to tell your machine to trust the target machine or the target network for sending the credentials. Because when you use PowerShell remoting, your machine sends credentials to the target machine. So for that, now we can enter an IP or a machine name here, or a wildcard which instructs our machine to trust every remote machine. So for this example, let's trust everyone. This needs to be run from an elevated shell. Now, if we see the value of the trusted hosts for our machine, it is for everyone. So this way we can configure the attacker's machine to use PowerShell remoting. Now to invoke commands, we can use the invoke commandlet. This is a very useful commandlet, and in the next video we will discuss this in much detail. So do take care to read help of it. If you are using PowerShell version 3, for sake of better view, you can use the show window parameter with the get help commandlet, which opens the help in a new window. Now the invoke commandlet provides for many parameters, again, which we will see in the next video. But right now, let's just run this simple command on a remote computer on my lab domain. As you can see, the computer name of the remote machine is this. Invoke command opens up many new avenues. Unlike previously discussed commandlets, there is no restriction of whether it could accept credentials or computer names. This command we will be discussing in detail. This command could be used to execute any command, commandlet, script, etc. on multiple computers. We saw that get process does not have the credential parameter there, so let's try executing get process on the remote machine. So these are the processes on the remote machine. Again, we need administrative access, that is a user in the local administrators group on the target machine, and we need to change some things on our machine if we are not a part of a trusted domain. That is all we have to use to execute commands on a remote machine. That is it for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, we continue our discussion of PowerShell remoting and move on to one-to-one remoting. We will see about the PS session, which is an interactive session in PowerShell. PS session runs in a new process on a target machine. It is stateful and provides a PowerShell prompt or session on a remote machine. Let's run version 2 of PowerShell. Now let's see what all is available for PowerShell sessions. There are many commands and help files. Make sure that you read the help files. Now let's use the new PS session commandlet to create a session on our target domain PC with the credentials known to us. As you can see that a session has been created to this machine with state and configuration, etc. Now we can get a list of available PS sessions using the get PS session command. A difference in the way PowerShell version 2 handles get PS session and how PowerShell version 3 handles PS session is interesting. While in PowerShell version 2, we are able to list only the sessions created in the current PowerShell session, whereas in PowerShell version 3, if we use get PS session computer name domain PC, in case of PowerShell version 3, this will list all the sessions to the domain PC computer. First of all, to check, if we have not discussed it earlier, to check your PowerShell version, use the PS version table variable. As you can see, the PS version for this session is 2.0. Now we created this PS session. To use it, we need to use the enter PS session commandlet which provides for connecting using name, ID, etc. So let's use the ID parameter and connect to this PowerShell session. As you can see, there is a change in the PowerShell prompt, and this denotes that we are sitting on a remote machine now. Let's check a couple of things to ensure that we are indeed on a remote machine. Now we can execute any commandlet or native command within this PowerShell prompt, and it could be executed on the remote machine. We can play with this, run all the commandlets which we have seen earlier, can try all the code, and it would be executed on the remote machine. Notice this process. This process gets started when we use PowerShell remoting. So let's leave this thing for now. We can either use exit PS session or simple exit. Both have the same effect. So that's a simple PS session. Now let's move on to the exercise. First of all, try connecting a PS session to a VM. You may need to use this commandlet on your lab machine if it is not a Windows Server 2012 machine. You will have to enable PowerShell remoting on your VM. And again, if it is not part of a lab domain, then you have to use the update the trusted hosts list as seen in the previous video. Now, a bit of a theoretical sort of exercise. After you are done trying a PS session to your VM, compare the enter PS session to PS exec. Think over pros and cons. I've listed a couple of these. Just think that which one is easier to use, provides better commands, and what are the detection rates. Another thing which I may like to add is there is actually no need to use a new PS session with the enter PS session command. You can always use the enter PS session command directly, which provides you with an interactive session to the remote machine. Now, when we created a PS session here, it is not a good idea to leave PS sessions on remote machines. We can use the remove PS session commandlet to remove the PS sessions. I think this is stuck, so just use the remove PS session command for the PS sessions you are not using and try this exercise. That is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, we continue with our discussion on PowerShell remoting, and let's discuss one-to-many remoting. We earlier saw little usage of the invoke command commandlet. Let's get back to it and use it for various purposes. Let's quickly run a command using the script block parameter. In the script block parameter, we pass the command or commands we want to execute on a remote machine. We can pass sub expressions, etc. too. Let's run it on local machine on my domain. As you can see that all three commands were executed on the remote machine. So this makes invoke command quite easy to use. Now, one drawback with enter PS session or PS session was the inability to execute PowerShell scripts easily. But with invoke command, we have a parameter called file path, which accepts path to a PowerShell script and then converts that PowerShell script in a script block, which is invisible to the user, and executes it on the remote machine. Let's execute a simple script, so a simple hello world script on the remote machine. As you can see that the script was executed on remote machine. So this way we can execute scripts. Let's try running a more complex script which is meaningful to let's run let's run a script from this tool called Nishang, which is written by me. Let's run get information. Need to make a function called here itself. Why so, we will discuss later. Let's make the function call here. And now if we execute this script, we can see that we can see that information about the remote machine has been accessed. There are some errors, but those are because of the absence of some of the files or registry keys the script was looking for. So this way we can execute even large scripts on remote machines. Now, how do we execute modules on remote machines? Let's try passing the power printer which we saw earlier to the file path parameter. You can see that PowerShell threw an error and says value of the file path parameter must be a Windows PowerShell script file. That is, we cannot execute modules this way. So a simple way could be this: we can import the module locally, and then we can use invoke command this way to execute commands. Let's run get information function. This time we would be running the get information function. Or let's run some other functions so that we are sure that it is not the older one. Notice that we may not receive an output because WLAN is not configured on the VM. Though we got an error, but you can see that we were able to execute a function. You can execute any of the functions available with PowerPrinter here, or for that matter with any module. The only thing to keep in mind is it is really hard to pass non-positional parameters to these functions. So in such cases, it is better to execute individual scripts as we did with the get information script. Again, keep in mind the special format of the script block. Now, why are we labeling our remoting discussion as one-to-one and one-to-many? Because the PS sessions we saw earlier, those could be used only with a single machine at a time, whereas we can use the invoke command with multiple machines. We can pass here, let's pass here domain PC and the domain controller of my domain. Let's use the domain administrator credentials. Now you can see that the functions or the commands were executed on both of the machines. Now we can also pass a get content and list of servers here, which will do the same thing as our previous command. We remember that we also, in couple of videos back, we also achieved a similar thing with the help of a for each loop. The difference here is invoke commands does execution on all the machines in the computer name parameter parallelly. So it is much faster than using a for each loop. So there are significant performance gains if you are running it on large number of machines. So I think that is enough for this video. Let's do a quick exercise. Write a PowerShell script which searches for the presence of strings like password, username and credentials, etc. in the C drive or the C directory, and then run this script on remote machines to get access to any sensitive data. I think this is all for this video. Hope you're enjoying your time at Pentester Academy. If you're enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please do recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, we continue our discussion on PowerShell remoting, and let's have a look at some of the advanced features in PowerShell remoting. First, we saw that we can use enter PS session to connect to a remote machine and run commands, but that was one-to-one remoting. And we saw invoke command, which could be used to execute commands and scripts on multiple machines. But invoke command was not stateful. That is, we cannot run commands which save their state on the local machine. For example, if we run invoke command on a remote machine, and now we want to use the results of this command here. Let's just print procs. And now if we want to use the results, we saw nothing because these two commands ran independently without any state. This could be solved with the help of the new PS session commandlet. We can create a PS session Let's store it in a variable called sys. And now let's execute this command again. And this again. Note that we are not specifying a computer name now. As you can see that we were able to use the results from this command in this command, and that is because of this session which we created here. So this method allows us to run stateful commands or commandlets or scripts using the invoke commandlet. Now let's have a look at implicit remoting. What we are doing up to now is the explicit remoting. That is, we explicitly call a remoting commandlet and use it to execute stuff on remote machines. PowerShell allows us to create proxy functions for implicit remoting. For example, we have this session to a remote machine here. Now let's create a simple function on the remote machine which shows some basic info. Now, using explicit remoting, we can call this function this way. But we can also use implicit remoting, and for that we need the import ps session commandlet, which allows us to create proxy functions from a ps session. So let's import get sysinfo from the session sys which we have been using. As you can see that now there is a exported command and we can use it like a local function, and its life remains for the current PowerShell session. We will not go into details of how this works. If you want, there are plenty of TechNet articles which could be read. Now, another interesting thing to see here is, we can use export ps session to export this command to a module. We can use, let's call it domain module, and let's export the command get sysinfo, and the session would be sys. As you can see that we got a warning because get.sysinfo is already present on our machine because of this thing. Let's overwrite it. Now an interesting thing is we got a module exported in the TS module path. Here 3 files have been created, a script module, a XML and a PSD1 file. Sorry. Now as an exercise, and if you are really in a mood to read complex PowerShell code, go through this. This would be really educating, but you do need patience and PowerShell skills to completely understand this. That's a pretty complex piece of code. So we saw that we can not only create proxy functions, we can also export them into a module for later use. As an exercise, again, you can read these exported files if you want. So that is all for this video. Hope you enjoyed this. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please do recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. We continue our discussion on remoting, and in this video we will have a look at one of the advanced nuisance in PowerShell remoting, that is the double hop problem. So consider this scenario that we are sitting here on our machine and we have access to this machine called target 1. Now to access resources on this target 2 machine, we need to hop from this machine to this machine. Even if we have access to this with valid credentials of this target 2 machine, we will not be able to access target 1 to target 2 directly. Let's see it in an example. Let's enter an interactive session with a machine on my local domain with the domain administrator credentials. As you can see, now we are on the remote machine with domain administrative rights. Now, for example, if we want to access the remote shares on DC, which we should be able to do because we are domain administrators, we won't be, because we do not have permissions, etc. We get errors. Why so? Because here target 1 becomes the domain PC and target 2 is Bharat DC, that is our domain controller. So to allow target 1 to delegate, no, not target 1, to allow attacker, that is our machine, to delegate the credentials further, we need to run these two commands on these respective machines. That is, we must run enable wsman cred ssp etc. on our machine, which allows us to forward credential, allows it to delegate credentials to the target one, and we must run this command on the target one, which allows it to forward the credentials to the target 2 server. So let's run wsman cred ssp with the server role on our target 1 machine. It is done, and let's see what are the currently it is configured to allow delegating credentials to everything. Now let's get out of this remote PowerShell session and let's see cred ssp settings on the attacker machine. As you can see that it can forward to many machines. So now let's connect to our domain machine with the same domain administrator credentials. And let's provide the authentication method as cred ssp. Now, if we connect with the cred ssp, and now if we try to access remote resources, those would be accessible. So this is a very interesting thing. This allows us to interact with machines which are not directly accessible to our machine. It is a classic case of that DMZ which we encounter many times during penetration tests. Another thing I would like to quickly discuss is the ADSI type accelerator. Although we would be looking at much better methods to interact with a domain controller using PowerShell, but if you want to read about type accelerators, ADSI is a good one to start with. As you can see here, we asked for the members of the domain admins group, and we got the result. As you can see, the type accelerator uses a peculiar syntax, and that is why I have already created these so that there are no typos. This one checks for the user administrator and searches for asks or queries the domain controller of what groups it is a member of. It is a member of group policy creator, owners, domain admins, enterprise admins, local administrators, etc. So try this out. Double hop could be a pain even to set up. Just keep in mind that this works and you may encounter this during a penetration test. Going back to the diagram, if we are accessing any machine from our remote access point, then we need to enable the CRED SSP security provider. Hope you enjoyed this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at jobs in PowerShell. Jobs in PowerShell are a way to execute commands and scripts, etc. in background. Jobs are based much on the PowerShell remoting infrastructure. So let's first have a look at local jobs and then remote jobs. As always, because we are starting something new, let's go to the help system and what it has to offer for job. So there are many commandlets. Let's use get command. Again, some commandlets. The interesting ones being start job, etc. So let's use start job to execute a simple native command as job. As you can see that the job has been executed. Now we can use the get job parameter, which supports ID, name, etc. to get the object of that job. And if we run get job without any parameter, it returns all the jobs. To receive the output, we can use the receive job commandlet, and here is the output of this job. Now since the job is complete, we can use the remove job commandlet to remove this job. Now if we run get job, nothing is returned. Start job also accepts file path as a parameter. Let's just simply run our hello world script as a job, and now if we receive its output, it's hello. So this was a very quick way or quick look at local jobs. You can always explore jobs much more. They are interesting and very useful. Of course, you can also start multiple jobs, for example using a for each loop on a collection of objects. We will see this in detail when we discuss aggress testing using PowerShell. There we will use these jobs, and we will have a job listening on every port on a listener machine, and from our target another PowerShell script connects back to our listener machine and thus reporting the outbound ports allowed from the target. That we will see later on. Now let's move on to remote jobs. One way of running commands or scripts remotely is to use commandlets which support the asjob parameter. Let's not look into the WMI ones right now. Invoke command, which we have been using thoroughly, supports asjob. So let's now focus on the remote jobs. Let's try running PS, which is an alias to get process, on domain PC. Now this was a dry run. Now let's use the start job here. As you can see that in the script block of invoke command, we're passing is start job commandlet. Now a very interesting thing here is we see that the job has been executed on localhost. Let's list the job, but this job and this job are different. Why so? Because this job has been executed on domain PC. Here localhost means domain PC because the job has been executed there. But how do we receive the output from that job? If we run get job now, there is nothing to see because we came across this problem earlier because the commands run by invoke command are stateless. And recall, how did we solve that? We use the new PS session parameter commandlet to create a session and execute things under this session. Let's, like earlier, let's catch this into a ses variable, and now let's just use the earlier one. Now we are passing a session parameter to the same command which we used earlier. The job has been executed. Now let's run get job. Yes, there is a job which has been completed. Let's pass receive job and we can see the output. So this is an example where a job was executed on a remote machine and the result was preserved there. Now to save all this thing, we can use the asjob parameter which we saw a couple of minutes back. As you can see that we are reusing our old invoke command commandlet and just pass the asjob parameter. Okay, so there is no need to run the job here. Now, if we run the get job, you can see that the job Location is domain PC, but it is available locally. Same goes for this earlier job which we executed. Now if we see the output of this job, it is exactly what we expected. So I think that is enough for remote jobs. As an exercise, run jobs in a persistent PS session. PS session is persistent anyway. So in a PS session, play with it. Everything which we saw for local jobs applies for a job or PS session. You can run jobs in a PS session like you are doing it locally, and the lifetime of the jobs would be the lifetime of the PS would be equal to the lifetime of the PS session. As soon as you exit the PS session, the jobs would be interrupted. So that is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi all, welcome to Powershell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. From this video, let's start a series of videos on interacting with .NET using PowerShell. In some upcoming videos, we will see how .NET classes and assemblies could be used to extend the reach and power of PowerShell. We will not only use the built-in assemblies, we will also write some interesting code to solve some problems. In this video, let's have a look at exploring .NET classes with PowerShell. We will see how to explore assemblies, listing public types, listing classes we want or assemblies we want, and using them. I have copied the commands here so that you could use them later on. So let's use app domain This lists the currently loaded assemblies in PowerShell session. Now, since we are trying to stick with PowerShell version 2 as much as we can, let's use for each object if it was to be run on PowerShell version 3, we could have simply used .getTypes here instead of running this on each object. So it's a really long list, but we are interested mostly in the classes where isPublic is true. So let's specify that. Okay, so we have a long list of classes and assemblies with isPublic true. That is, they could be used. So this is the way to explore .NET classes in PowerShell. But there is nothing really useful yet. Let's save this output in a variable called classes. Now to look for classes, let's take an example. We frequently used the get process command. Let's use a a .NET class to list processes on this machine. So again, where object to the rescue. Let's search for class whose name equals process. Note that we should use match or contains here if we do not know the exact name. Sorry. As you see that a class object has been returned, let's store it in a variable called proc class. Now recall that we have been using a commandlet quite frequently, the get member. Get member is used to list methods and properties of an object. So let's list all the members, which is a really long list. Let's list only functions or methods. Again, a long list. Get member does not return the static members by default. For that, we need to pass the static as well as intrinsic members. Both are not returned. Let's specifically ask for static methods. As you can see that there are some really interesting methods: get current process, get process by ID, get processes. That means our proc class object could be used to call static methods. Notice the way we have used the static member, and this is the output. Another interesting way is you can use the type name and we can also get it by this method. You will see this in many PowerShell scripts. We can now use the methods. For example, we can use get processes, etc. Also, here we can use some things we saw earlier like this to get much more details. So this was a quick example of using the .NET classes or assemblies. So that is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for Penetration Testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at the add type commandlet. Add type is the commandlet to go for whenever you want to extend PowerShell functionality with the help of .NET. Make sure to read and reread the complete help of the add type commandlet. Add type provides for 4 ways to include .NET classes and code in PowerShell code or session. Let's use the one which allows to load assemblies by the assembly name. Let's first see if this class which allows for sending keys is loaded in our current PowerShell session. It is not, and PowerShell suggests to check if the assembly is loaded. Now let's use add type to load the assembly with the assembly name parameter. Now if we run this, we can see that class has been loaded. Now we can either store it in the object in a variable or pass it to get member. Let's stick to the static methods for now. As you can see that there are some interesting methods. Let's use send weight. As seen earlier, PowerShell provides this special operator for calling the static methods. Now let's first pass this to the format list commandlet to see the definition of send weight. As you can see, we can pass a string to it. So let's call send weight with this string. So as you can see that the keys have been typed onto the console. So we extended the functionality of PowerShell. Another usage could be, for example, to list devices in PowerShell without using WMI. We can use the system.service controller class. Okay, it's system.service.process.service controller. As you can see that the assembly has not been loaded. Let's again use add type with the assembly name parameter, and let's load the assembly. Now if we use it, and let's list the static methods with everything. So any interesting thing in this? Okay, this method called get devices looks interesting. So let's use this. You can see that there are multiple methods of calling get devices, either without any parameter or with a string with machine name. Let's call it on our local machine, and this is a list of devices on the local machine. So this way add type could be used to extend the functionality of PowerShell. Now, as an exercise, explore the .NET assemblies and find the one which deals with DNS. We saw this in the previous video. And after exploring that class, do a DNS lookup using a static method, which we saw in this video. That is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at how to use the add type commandlet to use .NET source in PowerShell. Remember that we discussed that there are 4 methods to use .NET classes in PowerShell, and this is the second one. The previous one we discussed was using the assembly name parameter. Also, we will see how to instantiate a class in PowerShell using the new object commandlet. So in our Windows, in our PowerShell ISE, let's write some C# code. Let's call it .NET code, and let's close it inside a here string. Now let's define a class and call it syscommands, and let's once again extend the functionality of PowerShell. PowerShell lacks a native lookup utility. So let's create a function, a static function, and let's call it lookup, and it accepts the domain name string. And now we do nothing extraordinary, but we just start a process for nslookup.exe and pass our parameter to it. Now let's use add type with type definition for .NET code, and then we can use syscommands lookup. Let's look up google.com. Let's save it. Let's call it new sys. Better, let's call it invoke syscommands. Now if we call the invoke syscommands, forgot to close the class. Okay, nslookup.exe was executed, but it didn't stay there. It resolved google.com. Now, sorry, this was again a static function. Let's create a function called netcmd, and which accepts a string called cmd, and this one simply calls the net command, the net native command. Now to use this, let's create an object of the sys commands class and use that's it, and let's use it to call the netcmd method. Let's list the users. Let's run the net user command there. Let's comment this out for this run. Okay, we need to rerun it, so let's go to the directory and let's run it again. So it got executed, but it was very quick. To see the result, let's create a cmd string. Let's pass as you can see that a net user was executed on our machine. Going through the code again, we can write or copy a .NET code like this. All the public methods could be used. Then we added this class to the PowerShell session using the type definition parameter. Then we can use the static functions using this special character which we have been using since couple of videos, using the double colon operator. And also we can instantiate this class. We can create instances using the new object commandlet. We would come back to the new object commandlet when we work with COM objects. Anything which needs, whenever we need, or anything which needs to get objects, we can use the new object commandlet to create objects for it. We stored the object in this obj variable, and then this obj variable contained all the methods available with this class. We ran the netcmd function. So it is quite easy. Remember that it may not be so easy to port huge .NET functions, .NET code in PowerShell, but still, if you understand the nuances of the .NET code we're trying to port to PowerShell, it is possible. So that is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, we continue our discussion of using .NET types and classes in PowerShell using the add type command line. Recall that we have discussed a number of methods to use .NET types, and in this video let's see how to use precompiled libraries or DLLs of .NET Framework in PowerShell. We will see how to compile our code in DLL, and we'll then see how to use those. So let's recall this code which we used in the previous video. Let's copy it to new script and let's comment out this usage. Now, if you have gone through the help of add type, you have seen the output type parameter, which allows for selecting the output type. Let's select the library and let's specify the output assembly. Let's call it syscommands.dll. Let's move to PowerShell version 2. And now if let's save this first with the name of invoke syscommands DLL. Now if we execute invoke syscommands DLL, we will see a DLL has been created in the destination folder. Now before we use it, let's have a look at another interesting thing. Sorry, you might have noticed this option of console application. Let's try it out. Let's call it syscommands.exe. Let's save the script and execute it. The script asks for a main method rightfully, so let's provide it a quick main method, and for this demonstration let's use this code and let's run the net user command. Now let's try to run the script again. It executed successfully, and now if we list syscommand.exe, it is there. Let's run it, and as you can see, net user was executed on the machine. So this makes it quite useful when using some C# or any other .NET code in PowerShell. So that is it for the compilation part. Now because the sys commands type has already been loaded in this session. Let's close this. Let's close this too. And let's use the add type path sys commands.dll, and let's use the pass through parameter which passes on the objects of the loaded DLL. Now $obj contains the type of syscommands.dll, so using it we should be able to use our methods. This should be syscommands. You can see that we executed it. Obj could be used to enumerate the object. Now, one very interesting thing to see here is if we look for another method in our DLL which is called netcmd, get member won't be able to list it, but it could list lookup. Why so? Because our class is a constructor-less class. So to avoid this, we can use the get methods with the tried and tested where object and we can see that netcmd has been found. So you can use this get methods method whenever you load a DLL to get, or any other assembly to get a list of methods. So we saw how to compile DLLs and console applications from a .NET code in PowerShell, and then we saw using DLLs. Another example which we can see is this. This is an example code from the WinSCP tool, and this could be used to add the WinSCP functionality to our PowerShell code. That is, again we are using .NET to extend the functionality of PowerShell. Since on my test machine only username and password authentication is enabled, we need to hard code it or ask it from the user. So the simple thing is we are loading this type, which is WinSCP.net.dll, which also requires the WinSCP application to be in the same path or in the environment path. And then we are using the functions available with it to transfer files from our local machine to the temp directory of the Unix machine. So let's see it in action. It is saved in a script called new.NET from path. Let's run it. as you can see that the it uploaded 3 files. Because there is no other exercise in this video, if we want, use session options pipe get member or session options dot get methods or get members to explore the class and write your own code. Also, if you want, we can check if the files have been transferred successfully. So this way, by properly using pre-compiled libraries, we can extend the reach of PowerShell much beyond the built-in commands. So that is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's wrap up our discussion on using .NET types in PowerShell. Today, we will see how to make Windows API calls in PowerShell with the help of add type commandlet. To make Windows API calls, we will stick to the following steps without going into the low-level details yet again. We need to get the signature or the usage of the API we need to invoke. pinvoke.net is a fabulous resource for that. Once we have the signature, we need to enclose it inside a here string and make the methods public so that our code can use it. And then we can use the modified signature in the add type commandlet. The ability to use Windows API takes PowerShell to a very high level of implementation or usage in a penetration test. We will see that so many attack scripts written in PowerShell will use this method. And for example, in this video, we will use this excellent blog post. So let's get started. We can search for symbolic link on pinvoke.net. Here we got the signature with the details of flags, etc. Let's copy the signature. Let's call the here string API code. We need not use this return type, so let's remove it. So here is the first step. We copied the signature from pinvoke.net, enclosed it inside a here string. Now let's make the function or the functions public so that our code could use it. Now we can use the add type commandlet with the member definition parameter. Use the API code. We need to provide a name. Let's call it symlink, and a namespace too, because the code will be compiled on the fly. Let's call it create sim link. Let's use the pass through parameter which passes on the object of to this symlink variable. Now we can use the symlink variable to call the create symbolic link method. Let's create a symlink to the C users directory. Let's create it here. Let's call it link, and because the link target is a directory, we will pass 1 to it. Let's save it by the name of, let's call it new symlink. Now if we run this script, okay, we got an error. Okay, because we are passing an integer here, but the method expects a symbolic link flag. So let's change it to an integer, and then also here the source and target have been interchanged by mistake. So this is the path to the symlink, and for this directory it would be created. So now let's execute it. It returned true. That means we should have a link or symlink called link there. Let's try to execute. Yes, it would need administrative privileges or an elevated shell. So let's now you can see that we have a symlink called link here, and if we open it, it is a symlink to the C users directory. So this is a very basic example to understand the member definition parameter of add type. Make sure to read this blog post as well as whatever you can find about this. You will see that we will use this in various tools and scripts which we will discuss later on. For example, here is a keylogger from Nishant, a toolkit written by me. Here you can see that we are using this signature to use the get async key state method to log keys. Leave other things for now. Note that we are using it this way. Also, another script which is part of Nishang and written by Nicholas uses a really long signature, and then it is added to our PowerShell script. Other than this, tools like Powershell and other tools for PowerShell offensive security usage implement the member definition parameter widely. So that is all for this video. As an exercise, try to run or try to create this script without having a look at the source code. Do it just by following these steps. Hope you enjoyed this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at WMI, that is Windows Management Instrumentation, and use it with PowerShell. WMI is Microsoft's implementation of WBEM, which is Web-Based Enterprise Management. WMI is used to access management information across platforms in an enterprise. Since WMI has been long used by administrators for managing different machines or computers in an enterprise environment, it is of interest to us as well. We will cover WMI very briefly and will not go to any depth because it is a very vast topic and we need not go into details which we may not require at all. So let's start. Let's start with commandlets in PowerShell which support WMI. As always, since we are starting something new, let's use get help. As you can see, these are the commandlets which we'll be using for WMI, and make sure to read these. Now, WMI contains namespaces which are nothing but collection of classes to hold objects of different kinds. So let's explore all the namespaces available on this machine. As you can see that the list contains much detail, so let's use select object to get only the names. To list all the namespaces, include the nested ones, see the code get WMI namespaces here on this link. We need not have a look at it right now, therefore I have not included that code here. If you want, you can just go to that link and try that out. So this way we can list the namespaces available on a machine. Now let's move on to exploring classes. We will be using get WMI object more often. You will also see this much more in various scripts because get WMI object is used to retrieve information, and retrieving information is the basis of why WMI is used. So to list classes, so these all classes are available in WMI. To list specific ones, we can always use where object. For example, let's see the ones containing the string process in their name. So this one looks interesting. We can spend hours exploring the WMI classes. We can look for computer, we can look for all those which start with Win32. Lot of things here to see. So this way you can explore WMI classes, spend some time on it. There are some really useful things over here. So for now, that is it for the exploring classes thing. Before we move on to exploring methods, let's quickly use a class so that we can comfortably explore methods. Let's use Win32 process. As you can see, there is lot of details about everything. So but you can see that there is a property called name. So let's select name. So this is the way we use WMI classes. We will see this in detail in the next video as well. Now, explore methods. If we use the list parameter with the class name, it lists everything about that class. We can simply use select object with the expand property parameter, and we can use any of these properties here. Since we are interested in methods right now, let's expand the methods. So these are the methods available for the Win32 process class. So that is it for this video. Again, make sure you spend some time exploring some useful WMI classes. Have a look at some of the classes, some of the scripts in the Microsoft PowerShell repository center, and you will see that WMI is widely used by system administrators. So that is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, we continue the discussion on using WMI with PowerShell, and let's see how to use commandlets related to WMI in PowerShell. We will use get WMI object. We used it a bit in the previous video. In this video, let's run it on both on local and remote computers. Also, since get WMI object returns many properties about a class in WMI, let's use three three methods to filter the properties. The first one would be filter, where object, and the query parameter. We will also see how to use the remove WMI object, remove WMI commandlet. So let's use get WMI object. Let's once again use the Win32 process class. As you can see that it lists all the processes with many properties. To execute it on a remote machine, we'll use the computer name parameter as we did while discussing the PowerShell remoting, and the credential parameter if our PowerShell session does not have access to the remote machine. As you can see that processes on the remote machine have been listed. A plus side of using WMI with PowerShell is the computer name parameter in the WMI related commandlets in PowerShell. They do not need PowerShell remoting to be configured on a remote machine. So this would be really useful if you encounter an environment where PowerShell remoting is not enabled. Now, to filter out results, let's see the first option, which is filter. We can use it to filter out results based on the column names, the property names. We used name property here. Likewise, we could use any property from all these. Similarly, we have been using the where object commandlet from a very long time. It's very handy and very useful to filter results out. Let's use it once more. To list details about the PowerShell.exe process. Now let's have a look at the third option, which is the query parameter. The query parameter accepts the WQL queries which have the format similar to the SQL queries. So we are telling the command to select every property from the Win32 process where name of the process equals PowerShell.exe. And as you can see, it got properly executed. So all of these filters could be used for various effects. For example, we can use these to get executable path of each and every process or the owner, or if we are using it on multiple computers, then we can list the computer names where a particular process is running, etc. Now let's use our where object query to list the notepad process. Or rather, let's use the filter one because it returns a WMI object. Now we can pipe this output to the remove WMI object commandlet to stop this process. The remove WMI object commandlet, as the name suggests, removes the WMI object passed on to it. So this is the notepad running here, and if we run this, you can see that the notepad has been disappeared. So this way we can use remove WMI object. So that is all for the demonstrations. As an exercise, list the path of executables for each process on your machine. So that would be our exercise. So that is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, we will discuss using the WMI commandlets in PowerShell, and let's see how to use invoke WMI method commandlet. As the name suggests, this commandlet could be used to invoke or run WMI methods in PowerShell. We will see how to run different native executables both on local and remote machines, and we will also run PowerShell commands and scripts on remote machines as well as local machines. So let's start. Recall that a couple of videos back we saw a method to explore methods of a class. Let's once more go back there. Let's use select object here. Let's list all the methods of the Win32 process class. So the thing of interest for us here is the create method. So let's now use invoke WMI method on the Win32 process class, the method name being create and the argument list being let's run notepad.exe. As you can see, a notepad has been created. We can pass name of any executable here. We can run any command we want. So this way we can run executables on the local machine. Again, to run stuff on the remote machine, we need to use the computer name and credential parameter. Note that we are unable to see any return, and it is the return value and process ID which makes us believe that the command has been executed on a remote machine. We will get back to this later on while discussing post-exploitation methods on how to receive outputs when using the invoke WMI method. Now, having seen this, let's try some PowerShell commands, the local machine. We can pass various parameters to it in the argument list parameter. Now we have been able to create processes on a remote machine. Let's check if it is successful. Let's pass the computer name and the credential parameter. Though we can see that a process ID has been created, still we may like to see if the command has been actually executed and the process has been created. So for that, let's query the remote machine. First, let's apply a filter, and since we ran PowerShell.exe, let's apply this filter and run this on the remote machine. Note that I'm deliberately using the credential parameter again and again. We can always pass a variable having the values of credentials stored in it using the get credential commandlet. As you can see that there is indeed a PowerShell.exe running on the remote machine with the same process name as process ID as reported to us, that is 2408. So the process actually got created and the command was executed. Now let's see if the process is still there. Yes, it is, because we used the no exit option. Now how do we kill this process on the remote machine? We can either use the terminate method here instead of the create method. Here we can use the terminate method, or a simpler option would be, which we saw in the previous video. We can use the remove WMI object. Let's pass this commandlet to the remove WMI object commandlet. Now if we run this commandlet, there is no such process running. So this way we can have much fun with WMI on remote machines. That is all in this video. Hope you enjoyed it. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at using COM objects with PowerShell. COM objects are a way or are interfaces to various Windows applications. Let's use the below command to explore the available COM objects in PowerShell. First of all, let's list all of the COM objects. As you can see, there are so many COM objects available. We can, as always, we can use the where object commandlet to filter out a particular COM object. Let's first of all try the W script. Now recall that while using .NET classes in PowerShell, we used a commandlet called new object. New object accepts a parameter called COM object, which could be used to create objects of the various Windows applications. Now again recall, we use the get member commandlet to export classes. Now as you can see, the W script COM object provides following methods and properties. Let's try a couple of properties. We can see the current directory, special folders, etc. Or we can use various methods. For example, let's use the pop-up method. Let's run the send keys. Etc. Couple of interesting things are, we can use the exec method to execute commands. Now, how COM objects are useful to us. We will use the W script shell COM object in client-side attacks, where we use the create shortcut method to drop weaponized or infected shortcuts on a client. Also, if you have seen the open source toolkit Nishang written by me, under the category client, we use this create shortcut method, as well as we use the COM objects of MS Office applications like Word and Excel to embed our PowerShell payloads inside their macros. Because COM objects are targeted towards system administrators, they come handy for us as well. Let's have a look at another interesting COM object, that is for the Windows shell. Let's instantiate this. And now if we explore the methods and properties, you can see that there are so many methods, many of which look very interesting. So this is the way we can use COM objects with PowerShell. As an exercise, use COM object for Internet Explorer to navigate to a website without visibility. That is, though the process gets created, it should not be visible to a target. Again, this is very useful if we want to forcefully browse a target machine to a website which contains, let's say, an exploit for Internet Explorer or something like that. Also explore shell.application.com object, which we saw right now, and try some of the available methods. So that is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's discuss using Windows registry with PowerShell. For few more upcoming videos, we will discuss Windows registry. So let's play with Windows registry and see how to read the registry keys and values, etc. So first of all, PowerShell provides a PS provider for the Windows registry. And that enables us to use the Windows registry as a file system, or as the registry hives have been loaded as drives. For example, you can see here that HKLM and HKCU are available as drives. So we will get back to this in a minute. Right now, let's see how to use get item, get child item, and get item property to read the registry values from PowerShell. So let's, as always, you can read the help about these commandlets to get a complete understanding. Let's have a look at a couple of interesting registry keys. As you can see, tab completion is supported for registry keys. Let's go to Microsoft, Windows NT, current version. So these are the details about this registry key. As you can see, using the get item, we listed all this. Now we can use the get item property to list only the properties of a particular key. Again, we can pass it to the format list commandlet to get more details. Okay, so no more details for this. Now we can use the get child item, which has aliases like dir and ls. We can list all the sub keys or child keys of this key. As you can see, there are so many keys. We can also use the recurse option here to list sub keys even of sub keys. So the list would go on in this case. So this is a very easy and simple way to read registry using PowerShell. Now recall that we used the get PS provider to see that HKLM and HKCU are available as drives. Now to access other drives, there are many options. The easiest one is to cd, that is set location, with set location as the alias cd. You can set location to the registry provider, and now if we use ls here, we can see all the drives, and we can always go to any of these. For example, let's go to this drive and let's list everything here. So the first way was to set location or cd to the registry drive. Another way could be using the new ps drive commandlet. You can read about PS drives using the PowerShell help. We are not going to cover these in detail. So we can use new PS drive. Let's call it registry drive. Let's assign the PS provider registry to it with the root as let's again go to this one. So our PS drive has been created. We can easily cd or change location to the registry drive and list the drives, list the values like we are browsing a file system or a disk drive. So this way we can access other hives other than the HKLM and HKCU. Another thing to note here is we can always list our available PS drives using the get PS drive. You can see that we have couple of drives created here which could be used. So that is all for this video. As an exercise, get a list of typed URLs from Windows registry and list all installed software on a computer using the Windows registry. Hope you enjoyed it. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, we continue the discussion on playing with Windows registry using PowerShell, and let's see how we can edit the registry with the help of PowerShell. We will discuss the listed 6 commandlets which help in editing the registry. Please keep in mind that these commandlets could be used to work with any PS provider. These are not specific or particularly only for Windows registry. We have seen the PS provider commandlet earlier, so just let's have a quick look at it. So these all are the providers available with us, and we can use the commandlets on any of these. Now let's begin with the creating new registry keys. So on this system you can see that there is no key called PFPT here. Let's create it with the help of the new item commandlet. Let's pass the path to it. Let's call it PFPT. That's it. And now if we refresh it, you can see that there is a new key called PFPT. Now we can always create sub keys this way. And we can also create the properties for each key. Let's create a property with the name reg2, type string and value 2. As you can see that the property has been created, and we can see it here. Now let's quickly rename it. We can rename even the top one. Also, as you can see that, and as we have seen earlier too, PowerShell supports tab completion even for registry. So if I type only P here and press tab, it auto completes the key. And let the new name be PFPT new. And now if we refresh it, it's PFPT new. We can also rename the item property So let's rename the item property which we created just now, the name of reg2, and the property value, the new name would be reg3. You can see that it has been renamed. Similarly, we can set item and set item property. Let's set item property for the reg3 in the value being 55. And if we refresh it, it has been changed. So this was a quick demonstration of how these commandlets could be used. But how does this help us in a penetration test? Why would we want to edit registry of a target? There are many reasons behind it. Of course, if it is not in the rule of engagements or you don't want to do it, you can save yourself from editing the registry. But Windows registry is a very good place for manipulating a system as per your needs. There are always chances of messing things up, or maybe because Windows registry is monitored extensively by many antivirus. So sometimes there are chances that you may trigger an antivirus alert. So test it, whatever you are trying in the Windows registry. Let's have a look at a quick example wherein this is a very well-known hack where we attach the debugger to the sticky keys executable, which is set.etc.exe, so that it is executed whenever the shift key is pressed for 5 times. So let's use the new item commandlet and create a new registry key. Okay, to edit HKLM we need administrative privileges. So let's create the registry key add. Again, let's keep using the tab completion so that there are no typos. Windows NT, current version, and image file execution options. And here let's create set.etc.exe. Now let's use the new item property with the name of debugger, property type string, and value to be cmd.exe. So now we have created this registry key. Now if I press shift 5 times, we have a cmd.exe with the privileges of current user. And on a locked machine, the privileges are of the system. So I've locked this machine. Now if I press shift 5 times, a cmd.exe pops up and I have the system privileges. So how does this helps in a penetration test? First of all, if you're doing an internal penetration test and you may have physical access to a machine, this would be very useful. Also, we can always set a PowerShell command or a one-liner download as the value of the registry key here, so that there is no need of physical access to the machine for doing anything. And how do we trigger it remotely? That we will see in a later video. For now, just play with this. We can always use this, or you can also use utilman.exe in place of setetc.exe. That executable points to the utility manager. So this way we can use these commandlets for our evil deeds. Now, as an exercise, write a script which disables macro security by editing the registry if the macro security is enabled, and if the security is not enabled, then enable it. Since we have been writing scripts for a while now, make sure that you write a proper function. You use the commandlet binding so that the advanced parameters are available, and then try it out, comment it properly, and write comment based help for this script. So that is all for this video. Hope you enjoyed it. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi all, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at how to interact with Windows registry on a remote computer. The commandlets which we saw earlier do not accept the computer name parameter, so those could not be used for this purpose. So there are three ways to access registry on a remote computer. The first one is using PowerShell remoting. Another one is using the stdregprov class from WMI. The third one is using the .NET. So let's start with PowerShell remoting. We can either use the interactive PS session or the invoke command to access registry on a remote machine. So first let's use the PS session. From an interactive session, we can use the commandlets which we discussed in earlier videos as usual, as we are sitting on the remote machine. For example, let's use the get item commandlet to you can see that we have the tab completion facility even in the PS session. So let's list the Windows NT current version. As you can see that this is the details about, these are the details about the remote machine. We can also use the invoke command to list the details there. Let's just list this. Okay. So you can always use these commandlets there as this. You can use the rename item, new item, set item, remove item along with their property counterparts easily using the PowerShell remoting. In fact, amongst the three, PowerShell remoting is the easiest way of using the remote registry. Now for the WMI thing, let's create a variable called remote reg, which receives the object returned by the remote machine. Once we have the object from the remote machine, we can perform various operations on the variable itself, and it would be executed on the remote machine. As you can see that we have the object, and there are many interesting methods there. Let's just quickly have a look at one of these. Let's use the get string value. So let's now each hive in WMI has a unique identifier. Let's use this one. This one is for HKLM. You can find these on the internet or use this excellent implementation by Carlos Perez. So let's read P because we are in HKLM. So software Microsoft Windows NT current version, and let's list the product name. As you can see that we have successfully executed this command on remote machine. We can always use any of these methods, but because it is not very user friendly, you can use the various implementations. Now let's move on to the third method, which is the .NET method. The flip side of the .NET method is we cannot pass alternate credentials to it. And I wrote it here for specifically for this reason. You saw that in the PowerShell remoting and WMI commandlets, we were able to use the credential parameter to pass alternate credentials, but this is not possible in the .NET method. Of course, we can always use this when we will see later on that we can pass the hashes or steal tokens from different users. But right now, it is not possible directly. We can always use this from within a PowerShell remoting session, but for that we have the commandlets already. So let's just list the methods available with us here. Use this excellent implementation if you want to play with registry key and .NET in PowerShell. Let's just list the methods. As you can see, there are some very interesting methods here. Of course, we are not going to see any of the demo here because we cannot pass any alternate credentials and we are not jumping into stealing the access right now. Now, as an exercise, recall the macro security script from the previous exercise and try it on a remote machine. So that is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at the penetration testing methodology we are going to use for further videos in the course. Also, let's see how a test lab should be set up, what should be its constituents, so that you can do hands-on along with the videos. We will also have a quick look at some of the tools and frameworks in PowerShell which we are going to use. So let's have a quick look at the high-level pen testing methodology we are going to use. Again, obviously penetration testing is much more detailed than this, but we are going to use this diagram to understand the phases in which our PowerShell scripts and tools we write and use would be applied to. So we will start with recon and scanning. We will see penetration testing methodology as a cyclic process and not a linear one. That is, we repeat every step after we are able to do a major privilege escalation or we get access to a machine in the target network, so that it is, for example, the recon and scanning would not be done once. It would be done each and every time we escalate our privileges or get access to a machine, etc. So we will start with recon and scanning. Currently, all the PowerShell security toolkits lack scripts in this area or this phase of a penetration test. Almost all of them focus only on port scanners. Still, we will see whatever is available. We will write some scripts and try the tools. Next phase would be vulnerability scanning and analysis. Again, we would be more interested in automating existing tools with the help of PowerShell in place of writing, let's say, a simple vulnerability scanner in PowerShell. We will not be doing that. We will be using PowerShell to analyze or script the reports generated by, let's say, NASAS, or we will try to automate NASAS with PowerShell. In fact, there are already scripts written for that, and we will have a look at it. The next phase would be exploitation. It is from this phase where we really start extensively using PowerShell. We will see different kinds of attacks. Let's say client-side attacks, brute forcing attacks, using PowerShell with Metasploit for different purposes, etc. And much more things actually would be covered in this case. Then in the post-exploitation phase, we will see a lot of things: how to laterally propagate in a system, how to in a network, how to escalate privileges, how to dump system secrets, how to get system info, how to enumerate a domain, how to escalate privileges on a local machine and or locally, or escalate privileges to domain users or administrator, etc., and a lot more backdoors. So I think post exploitation would be covered in much detail. Then the post exploitation phase, initially when we go here, we will jump back to this repeat thing. That is, we will again do some recon and information gather. If required, again some vulnerability scanning, then exploitation of further machines after lateral propagation, then again post exploitation. So this way it would be a cyclic process. I'm saying this again and again. This is a really high level overview. Now the lab setup. You can set up your own lab with the evaluation versions available from Microsoft. You should use at least one domain controller and couple of domain computers. It is up to you. If you want, you can make both of these domain computers uh, a server OS or a desktop OS. It would help if you keep a Windows 7 in the lab, because still that is the most widely used desktop machine in the corporate networks. Or if you want, you can also use Amazon's T1 Micro Windows instances, and those are free, I think, currently up to 1 year after you sign up. So you can always use those machines for your lab setup. We will keep adding or removing things to this lab. This is just a simple guideline if you want to set up your lab with the course. Tools written in PowerShell and used for attacks using PowerShell or offensive PowerShell. So these 4 tools we would be using. We will use Nishang, which is a toolkit written by me. It contains scripts and payloads for every phase of a penetration test. Not really beautiful scripts, but usable most of the times. We will also use Powersploit, which has been written by Matt, currently maintained by Chris Campbell, and it has a lot of good scripts contributed by Joe. We will also use power tools, which I believe is completely written by Will right now. And we'll also use Carlos's Posh Sack mod. Even if we don't use it everywhere, scripts from it will keep popping up here and there. So obviously, we will not limit ourselves to these tools, and there would be much more PowerShell scripts from various PowerShell hackers. But these are the tools which we would use the most. All of these are actively maintained and really useful depending on what you want to achieve with the help of PowerShell. So that is all for this video. Hope you enjoyed this. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at tools and techniques in PowerShell for recon and scanning phase of a penetration test. Before we start this video, keep in mind that we are not trying to reinvent the wheel or unnecessarily port things to PowerShell. Our goal is to be able to use PowerShell wherever it enhances the results of our penetration tests or make it easier for us. We would like to use port scanning or recon using PowerShell when we are pivoting from a Windows machine, or we are stuck on a Windows machine, or even in some cases if you are not allowed to take your own machine for an internal penetration test and you have to operate from a Windows machine and you are not even allowed to install tools, etc. So depending on the situation, there are scenarios where you have to do these things which are better and easily done using existing tools, but still you have to stick to Windows. So having said that, let's have a look at host discovery with the help of PowerShell. The toolkits which we saw in previous video, let's use some of them. For example, Nishang contains a function called port scan, which could be used to discover or ping scan hosts in a network range. Let's just run it on 2-3 machines and let's resolve their host name. As you can see that only one machine is up and its host name is this, which is our local machine. PowerSploit also contains couple of interesting scripts. For example, invoke port scan could be used for ping scan, that is host discovery. So as you can see that google.com is up, which is good. We can also use Powershell mod or its discovery module. Before that, one thing just came to my mind. You can always list the commands available with the get command module name, which we have seen earlier as well. So let's just import the discovery module from, or let's just do it for the complete module. Let's import Powershell mod. It contains a very useful function for our current scenario, which is invoke ARPScan. Let's pass ECIDR to 8 and it should be able to ARPScan the local network and show the results, that is the machines which are up on the local network. So there are these 3 machines which are available on the local network. So this is a very simple way to do host discovery using PowerShell. Now let's move on to the port scan part. The port scanner in Nishank could be used to scan ports. It scans for some of the default ports, or you can list those, provide those as a parameter to the ports parameter. So let's scan for the default ports. Let's run it only on a single machine because we know that only it is up. So these are the ports open on the local machine. We can always use the select object to expand this property if all the ports are not visible. Now we can use invoke port scan from Powershell. Let's scan google.com. That is it for the default ports for which invoke port scan runs it. Invoke port scan is faster than this because it is multi-threaded and its syntax looks a bit like nmap. So it may be easier to use as well. Now, for example, we can always store the results of these tools in a variable and can then use select object with the expand property parameter. So these are the ports filtered by google.com. So that is all about the port scanners in PowerShell. Of course, all of these accept much more options, and there are features like you can pass host names, you can pipe host names to the function, etc. But let's not go into that much detail. Another interesting method in Powershell mod is invoke enum SRV records, which, as the name suggests, could be used to enumerate SRV records of a domain. I executed it already because it takes much time to complete. So these are the SRV records for google.com. And this is the command we used. Now let's have a very quick look at the source code of the port scanners. Everything else is just some PowerShell foo for parsing the options. Note these .NET classes, this and this. So these are the heart of this port scanner, which these classes are used to do the actual stuff. Again, in case of invoke port scan, there is a lot of code for parsing and multi-threading. But again, see what are the classes being used. These are the .NET classes, and that is why .NET is very useful, and therefore we spent much time discussing it, because it allows us to expand the functionality of PowerShell to a great extent. So that is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, we continue our discussion on recon and scanning techniques using PowerShell. Let's have a look at a couple of scripts here. We will use Posh Showdown, which is a module by Carlos Perez. Posh Showdown is an implementation of Showdown API in PowerShell. If you do not know about Showdown, Showdown is it has been termed as Google for hackers. That is, it is a search engine. It keeps scanning internet for various services, etc. And one can search that the database of collected hosts, services, and vulnerabilities, etc. by visiting showdownhq.com. To use this module, you must have at least a free registered account with Showdown HQ, and if you plan to use it on a large scale, you must pay for a subscription. The second thing we will have a look at is get HTTP status from Powersploit, which could be used to check existence of files and directories on a web server. So let's have a look at Posh Showdown. Let's import the module and list its commands. As you can see that there are a lot of commands available. You need to pass the API key parameter to each and every command, or to keep your key private. If you are doing a public demonstration or something like I am doing, then you can use the set showdown API key, provide your API key and provide the master password, and then to set it to the variable showdown API key, you can use read showdown API key tasks for the master password, which in my case is something really lame, just a 4-character password, so please do not repeat such things. Now let's start with a simple enumeration of what we can do. So I think this is a free subscription for this API key. We can do some basic stuff like DNS resolve, etc. Now you can always explore Posh Showdown later on. Also, it creates two help files, these two. So make sure you read these help files if you plan to use the search functions available. So let's use uh, measure showdown host. Let's use this, and let's use the query. Let's say PHP my, or better, let's say default password, and let's limit it to city Mumbai. So in Mumbai there are 243 results which contain the string default password. Or let's search for RDP administrator, and let's see if there is something for this in Mumbai. No. And if we search only for RDP, there are 4 such results. We are using measure showdown host to get an idea of what all is available. To get a proper list of what is available with showdown, use the get showdown service, which lists the services available with showdown. Now let's use search showdown host, and then again there are a lot of interesting functions. Let's use the query RDP, again city Mumbai. Okay, so I need to use another API key. Okay, in any case, we can use search showdown host this way, or search showdown exploit with the query parameter as well. So this is the basic usage of the Posh Showdown module. Use it if you want to automate uh, Showdown, automate querying of Showdown for example, let's say for your network, because if you have a look at the, let's search for PHP myadmin, and if you have a look at the different options available, you can use it for network, geolocation, country, city. So if you want to automate it for your network or something for which you are authorized to do security testing, then this thing would be very useful. Now second thing is get HTTP status. For that, let's load the script itself instead of running the importing the whole module. Let's load get HTTP status. We can always have a look at its help. So get HTTP status needs a target, a dictionary file, and the port on which to connect to. So let's provide it a virtual machine running on this host. Let's provide the path to the dictionaries, which in this case is this. Or better, let's use the one which comes with get HTTP status. And let's provide the port 80. So now if you run this, there is a quick list going by our screen. To be able to make something out of it, we need to filter the results. So as you can see that there is a PHP MyAdmin console running on this machine. If you look at the source code of PHP of this get HTTP status, we'll see that once again the heart and soul of this code is a .NET class. So as we saw earlier in previous video with port scan and invoke port scan, etc., .NET really helps in extending functionality of PowerShell. So we used it for querying about different directories or files on a web server. We could also, so the get HTTP status does not provide an option to run it against multiple hosts. So it could be done in couple of ways, but that would come as an exercise. So there are two exercises for this video. The first one is to write a script which could save home or default page for a list of web servers. So the use case scenario for this is, let's say you are doing a penetration test and there after the port scan you get a list of 200 web servers. Now you can of course use existing tools like Nmap to, let's say, get a screenshot of all the web pages, or you can write a PowerShell script which could save the default page or the landing page of all the web servers, which you could open and have a look at. Also try get HTTP status on multiple machines. Loops could be your friend, jobs could be your friend. Keep in mind the performance bonus or pros and cons of both of the methods. So that is all for this video. Hope you enjoyed this. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a quick discussion on vulnerability scanning and analysis using PowerShell. We will only have a look at automating Nmap and Nessus in parsing and analyzing their results. PowerShell right now lack any tool or script which could be used to replace these kind of tools. So let's have a look at Nmap and parsing its results. And for automating Nessus and parsing its reports, we will use yet another module by Carlos Perez. We are not going to have a look at the Nessus thing in detail. Let's just do it for Nmap. And you will see in the later slides that Carlos has returned a very well explained blog post about this. So let's first do it for Nmap. Why would we like or we would want to automate Nmap? My first encounter with Nmap was when during one of my penetration tests, a client asked for separate reports or separate Nmap outputs for each of his subnet. So that was the very first time when I wanted to have a control over Nmap from outside the Nmap tool itself. So let's stick to this scenario and try to automate Nmap. So the scenario with us is we have IP ranges let's select two IP ranges and for each of the range we would like to start Nmap. Nmap is in the system path on this machine, so we need not provide the whole path. Otherwise, we can use the complete path here. Let's use no name resolution, no ping, only top ports. For this demo, let's just go with 20 top ports. Dollar range. XML output to. Okay, so let's use output path to CPFPT. Now we need a separate file name for each of the files, so let's just quickly split the range. And so this is a really ugly code. We can always write it in a much better way. So this should work. Now let's save it as invoke auto, maybe start auto and map. Now if we run this script, so scanned one of the subnets. This was the second one and it is done. Now we can use, we have done the automation part. Obviously this was just a really simple or simplified example, we can use this PowerShell automation of Nmap using PowerShell for any number of scenarios. For example, if client wants you to scan only a number of IPs within a range, let's say 20 IPs within a range, or you want it to schedule without creating without having to create a scheduled task, though which it is not recommended, etc. I mean, it would be limited only by the requirements and the imagination. Otherwise, there are limitless opportunities. Now let's use parse and map, script written by the guys from Sans, which could be used to parse XML results of Nmap. So we must have, so these are the files we have. I forgot the XML here. Anyways, I think this should work. And let's see. So we can catch it into a PowerShell variable so that we can work more on it. But as you can see, there are a lot of machines and the results have been passed quite properly. We can pass different options to this script. This way we can again very simply automate Nmap and parse the results generated by it using this script. Also, if you don't want to use this script and want to do it manually for some reason, it could be done this way. Let's call a variable nmap and use this. Now if recall the command that we use whenever dealing with something new, get member. As you can see, there are some really interesting property members here. So let's see what this host contains. So a list of hosts perhaps. Let's run get member over it. And then we have address, property, status property, etc. which could be used on these hosts. So again, as you can see that there are so many XML nodes to be passed, and we can use the XML generated using Nmap this way. So that is all as far as Nmap is concerned. To automate Nessus and parse its reports, use Posh NVS by Carlos. So this is a very really good series of posts about this. Also, if you want to see a real world implementation of PowerShell automation, Nmap automation with PowerShell, see ScanDiff. Also, these are the blog posts which could be useful if you are looking for parsing Nmap results with PowerShell. So this was a very quick look at vulnerability scanning and analysis using PowerShell. We did not dig deeper so that we can focus on more fun and useful material regarding PowerShell in later phases of a penetration test. Hope you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy. If you are enjoying your time with us, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at brute forcing credentials with the help of PowerShell. We will use brute force script from Nishang, which could be used to brute force following force services: Active Directory, FTP, SQL Server, and SharePoint Web Services. We will see how to brute force Active Directory and SQL Server. To use the Active Directory brute forcing functionality, the attacking machine must be part of the domain to be brute forced. Therefore, we have to make some assumptions. For example, here I need access to a machine in the target domain, which I assume that I do have. Therefore, I have already created a session to the domain PC machine in our lab. Secondly, I've already downloaded the brute force script on this machine so that some time is saved. So let's load brute force. Now we have to provide the identity. This is our lab domain. Let's brute force the administrator. Let's try password, and the service to be brute forced is Active Directory. As you can see that it has not been successful. Now we can always pipe a list of usernames or password to this function. For example, let's use this service Active Directory. So in this case, we would be using this word list to brute force the administrator user. Unfortunately, no success. We can also pass a list of usernames if we want. For example, here we can read a list of usernames and provide the password parameter here. So in that case, for example, if we want to, we were able to enumerate all users of a domain, which in fact we will see later on. Then in that case, we can use this to look for all the users whose password is password1. So this comes in really handy, and this is one of the examples of scripts which are useful in
repeated phases of a penetration test. So right now we are into the exploitation phase. We already saw scanning and vulnerability analysis. Sorry. So to this script could be used in this phase as well as in a later phase where we do have access to a domain or a machine inside a domain. So this is how we brute force the Active Directory. Unfortunately, we did not have any success this time. Okay, I think it just broke the remote PowerShell run space. So let's start a new one. Now let's use this brute force script to brute force SQL Server. So let's provide identity or compute. So this parameter identity as aliases like IP or computer name. So we can use any of it. So either use computer name here or identity here. Let's provide the name of the machine where we want to brute force. The username, let's brute force SA. Password, let's try SA password and service, which is SQL. So there was no success. Let's try a couple of more passwords. So as you can see that it is fine, but not really very fast. And obviously not a replacement of tools like Hydra or really good tools like that. So there was no success, I believe. So just for demonstration, let's add our password. I know the password because it is our lab. So let's just add the password to the, oh, in fact, it is there with an extra. Let's move it upwards. Let's put it here. And now if we run this, okay, a success true message just passed by. That is why it is always advised to store this in a variable and then use the select object to capture success true. So this way we can brute force a SQL server using PowerShell. So again, there is always a room for improvement. We could use multi-threading with this script to make it even more faster. And about FTP and SharePoint Web Service, you can try it on your own. So let's not repeat the same thing again and again. So that is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's continue with the discussion of brute forcing credentials with the help of PowerShell. In the previous video, we used the script brute force to brute force credentials of an Active Directory and a SQL server. That script required our attacking machine to be a part of the domain of the target domain, and the brute force was being done on the domain controller itself. Brute force already being a really noisy attack is even more noisy and almost sure to be caught if it is run against a domain controller. Let's use get winrm password and get wmi password, which are really simple scripts to brute force credentials. First, for Windows PowerShell remoting, or even if it is not enabled, or for the winrm service, and here using this for the WMI. In both the cases, we can run this script against any server, even if it is not part of the same domain as the attacker's machine, and could be used to brute force local users as well. The flip side being the brute force script, which we saw in the previous video, could be used to get credentials of non-administrative users as well. It is not the same case here. Before we see the demonstration, let's have a look at the source code of the brute forcers. So this is bruteforce.ps1 for the Active Directory service. Note that it is this simple line which forms the heart of the brute forcing Active Directory. So in total, this is the logic. As you can see that if you are able to successfully execute this, the success flag is set to true, otherwise it is set to false. So quite simple logic behind it. Similarly, if you look at this source code of get winrm password, which has been thankfully taken from this blog, we are just using the test wsman commandlet to test various credentials. So here it is, because it is a really small code, we can go through all of it. It reads each entry in the word list, creates PS credentials out of it, and passes those credentials to the test WSMan commandlet. And depending on the kind of the text of error or no error, we conclude that we were able to successfully get the credentials. Get WMI password is absolutely the same. It just uses get WMI object in place of test WSMan. So really easy and reasonably fine, usable. Again, not comparable to the real good tools. So let's use these. Let's first use get when rm password. Let's this time brute force domain PC or whatever we want. Username. Again, we can brute force local as well as domain usernames. And the word list. We can always use longer ones. I have deliberately included the password for lab machines here so that we can see how success looks like. As you can see, it found the password. To see what was going on, let's use the verbose parameter. As you can see, it tried a long list of passwords, and as soon as one was found, it was removed. Let's remove this password. And now if we run the script, so it keeps trying. And as soon as a password is found, it stops, as we saw earlier. Now let's try get WMI password as well. And we can use the exact same syntax there. So what you want to use depends on the scenario. Post server 2012 PowerShell remoting is enabled by default, but I think WMI is not. So it depends on the kind of server and environment you are testing, and use any of these. Okay, so because we have removed the password from this list, it just keeps trying. So let it run. And we have already seen the source code. So I believe that is it for the brute forcing part using PowerShell. Hope you enjoyed it and found it useful. If you're enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. From this video onwards, we step into the exploitation phase of our penetration testing methodology. In couple of previous videos, we used brute forcing scripts to brute force credentials to Active Directory SQL Server, etc. Though they also form the part of exploitation phase, but I consider them an overlap of scanning and exploitation part. So consider from this video that you would be doing exploitation. Recall that we were able to brute force credentials of a SQL server running on the domain PC in our lab. So let's exploit that thing and use this script from Nishank to execute PowerShell commands and scripts, SQL queries, and plain old Windows commands using the MS SQL server. So let's first load this script. Execute command MS SQL could be used either with the parameter Windows authentication, which could be used when privileges with the current PowerShell session are enough to log into the remote database. For that, our machine must be the part of the same domain as our target, and the user should be allowed to log into the database. This is generally a case with local administrator on a machine. So this parameter is really handy when we have access to a machine in a domain, in the target domain, and we do not have username and password for SA, or it is not enabled and we do not want to enable it. But in this case, we do have credentials for the SA username and we are also not part of the same domain. So let's use the password we brute forced, and now if we run it, it connects to the remote machine, enables XP command shell because it is disabled in the latest versions of MS SQL, and it asks for the option. Which shell do we want? Let's go for PowerShell shell. Let's select P. So it started a PowerShell on the target. Now let's see if we are really on a remote machine. Let's see the name of it. Okay, we are indeed on the target machine with the privileges of network service and version of PowerShell being version 3. So that means we could run PowerShell commandlets. For example, let's list processes running on the machine. So these are the processes running on the remote machine, etc. So it depends on what we want to do. We can run commandlets on the remote machine. But how do we execute our PowerShell scripts on the remote machine? Because that would be the real enhancement to our existing capabilities of being able to execute commands on MS SQL Server, because that is not something really new. We have been able to use XP command shell from very long during penetration tests. So let's add on something. Let's try to execute PowerShell scripts here, and for that we turn to the web client class and use this one-liner, which we will use really frequently, to download a PowerShell script as a string and execute it. Note that we would need to escape the single quotes, because Otherwise, we may get a SQL error. So this command downloads a get information script and executes it. And since that script loads get information function in the memory, let's execute it as well. So now if we run this, okay, so I think I did a typo in the class name. Okay, it's not new, it's net.webclient. Sorry, it was a typo. So now the script gets downloaded and executed. Let's see on our local web server. Okay, it gets downloaded and it gets executed as well. So these are some details about the remote machine. So it is quite easy to execute PowerShell commands and scripts there. So we leave it here. More of it we can cover in the post-exploitation part. Right now we are on the exploitation. So since we are able to execute commands and scripts, that is it. You can also execute SQL queries. For example, let's see the version in use. So it's SQL Server 2012. We can use other scripts, other commandlets, other SQL queries as well. For example, if we got access using the Windows authentication parameter, we can use the alter login queries to enable the SA user. We can also modify registry with the help of the PowerShell shell to enable mixed authentication. So that again, it is limitless. The opportunities are limited only by our imagination. So we can do whatever we want. And since we are currently with asset privileges, so it is really lethal. If you have a quick look at the source code of it, we will see that it is .NET to the rescue again. So feel free to read the source code. There's not something really out of this world. And the credits goes to Nicholas Gaudet. In fact, the brute force script we used in the previous videos was also written by him. So the credit goes to him. And this is all we will see in this video. If you're enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video and few coming up videos, we will discuss client-side attacks with PowerShell. So let's get started. Why would we like to use PowerShell for client-side attacks? Client-side attacks are useful when you do not want to target the internet-facing servers of your target network. Client-side attacks not only generally allows you to have easy access inside the network, it also allows us as security testers to check the insider threat for an environment or a network. Many times it is not possible to properly profile a client environment before such attacks
PowerShell, being a native thing on modern Windows machines, is less suspicious and it is really powerful. So it makes sense to use PowerShell for client-side attacks. In this video, let's have a look at how do we generate malicious or weaponized attachments. We will see these two scripts from Nishang, Outward and Out Excel. Both have exact same syntax and accept same parameters. So let's see demonstration of only one of these. And let's go for Out Excel. As the name suggests, Out Excel generates an Excel file. Let's load it. And let's run a payload. As you can see, a file has been generated. Let's go there. So this is the file that was generated. If we run this, there was no splash or a window flashes, nothing happened here. But if we see, the process has been executed. So keep in mind that it is visible in the command line column. You can always use encoded commands if you do not want anyone to see that. So this is an easy way of running PowerShell command. If we have a look at the macro, it is this. Nothing has been concealed, and you can see that our payload has landed here, and we are using WMI to create a process. It's quite simple. So this is good for a quick demonstration, but let's kill other PowerShell processes. Okay. But to use this in practical scenarios, we should be able to run complex scripts. So for that, we need to have a look at the source code. The default payload without Excel is this. You can see that it accepts a payload URL which is downloaded as a string and executed in memory, and arguments could also be passed to it. So let's use it that way. Let's use out Excel payload URL, and let's first try with a really simple thing. Let's just use this script which speaks on a target. Let's pass arguments to it. Speak, you have been hacked. So a new file has been generated, and if we run this,
You have been hacked.
you can see the voice of narrator and the script has been downloaded and executed. So this was a really silly example. We can do much interesting stuff. For example, we can use PowerShell payload or shellcode from Metasploit and use it here. So let's do that. This is a payload generated using Metasploit, which we will see later on how do we generate it. And let's just run it this way. We have a listener running here on a lab machine on Kali Linux. And now if we execute this, the script gets downloaded from here.
and there should be a reverse HTTPS interpreter here. Here it is. Neat. So we now have a interpreter reverse HTTPS which is running completely in memory from a PowerShell process. So there are much less chances of detection or it being blocked right now. So this is the way we get a interpreter using this client-side attack with the help of PowerShell. But it is not all which OutXL is capable of. For example, it accepts a parameter called Excel file dir. If we pass a path to a directory containing a number of Excel files, it has the capability to copy the name, last modified date of those files and generate similar looking infected files. So I have a directory set up here which contains these two Excel files. Please note the date modified. It is 1652 and 1653. It's 17.4 right now. If I run this command, and if we see here, we can see that the last modified time has been copied by these. So here is another interesting yet small trick used by OutXL. If the registry setting of hiding extensions for known file types is enabled, it appends XLSX to the copied file. So in this case, this is the original one and this is the infected one. Yet the type says it all, but a user in a hurry may not notice this. Date modified is also same. So he may open our XLSX earlier, quicker. Now, couple of things to note here. You will see that we are not getting any macro warning when we are running these payloads. It is because if you have a look at the source code, we have to turn off macro security to be able to programmatically access VBA in Excel files. So you can always use the remain safe parameter which re-enables macro security when the payload is generated. So if you see the source code at the end of it, we re-enable it. So if we execute it on a target machine, somehow after getting access to it, for example, we get access to a target machine and want to leave an infected Excel file somewhere on it, we need not use this. And if we are using it on our machine and emailing these as attachments, then it is highly recommended. Couple of other options are we can provide our own output file name, then this salary details would not be used. Also with Excel file dir, we can use the recurse parameter which looks recursively inside the directories. And another interesting one is remove XLSX. Using this, OutXL would remove the original ones, which is generally not recommended. So this is how we use Outward and OutXL for client-side attacks. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you're enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, we continue the discussion of client-side attacks using PowerShell, and yet again we will continue with the discussion on malicious or weaponized attachments. In this video, let's see out CHM and out shortcut. How do these scripts work and what are their peculiarities? So let's start with out CHM. As the name suggests, out CHM could be used to generate infected HTML help files. It has similar, not same, but similar syntax as out Word and out Excel, which we saw in the previous video. So we can provide payload URL as in that case. The difference being, in case of out Excel, we had this default payload, while in case of out CHM, if we look at the source, it is the default payload. That is, in case of out Excel, we were sitting on a PowerShell. We were not sitting on a PowerShell.exe prompt. Here in out CHM, we sit on a PowerShell prompt. So while providing custom payloads in outward, we used to provide custom payloads like this, PowerShell.exe, C something. But in this case, we will say -c get process, etc. That is, there is no need to mention PowerShell.exe here. So that is one of the differences while providing the payload. But if you are using payload URL, there is no such difference. Another thing to keep in mind is, let's just use get process here, is you need HTML help workshop on your own machine, that is the attacker's machine, and need to provide the path to it so that a CHM file could be compiled. So that is a requirement. But since we have seen these examples in the previous video, let's do something new. Till now, when we need to execute a script, we have to use the one-liner download and execute to achieve it. But we can always use encoded scripts. To generate a properly compressed encoded script, you can use invoke encode in the utility directory of Nishant. So let's pass a PowerShell shell code, which is CMD reverse PowerShell from Metasploit, which is saved in the current directory right now, and specify that we want an output command. Now if we open the encoded command.txt, we have this encoded shell code. This encoded shell code could be used with the payload here. Let's specify here. As you can see, a file called doc.chm has been created. And let's see if our listener is running. Let's run our listener. So our listener is a simple Windows shell reverse TCP, and we send it to a victim. If the victim opens it, you can see that there is a quick splash of screen in front of user, and we have a plain Windows shell here, etc. We can run any command. So this comes really handy when we do not want our document to interact with the internet, because it is not always really stealthy if a CHM file is seen interacting over the network. So this is the way we can use it. Now let's see the next interesting script called out shortcut. Out shortcut has exactly same syntax as out CHM. You can provide a payload. Again, if you see the source code, note that we are again sitting on a PowerShell prompt. So no need to provide PowerShell.exe here while using the custom payload. Let's again use the payload URL here. And let's provide the URL of our reverse HTTPS interpreter. It is listening on our Kali machine. So if we run this now, the script is downloaded and we have a interpreter session on the machine. We can always tweak the icon and hotkey assigned to this shortcut. So here is the catch. If you are able to execute out shortcut directly on a target, whenever the target presses this hotkey, the shortcut will get executed. That is true for most of the times. Sometimes these shortcuts just don't work. Actually, I don't know why, but most of the times they do work. So if you're able to execute out shortcut on a target, this hotkey or whatever you provide here could execute your shortcut again and again. But one thing to notice here is if someone opens the properties of this shortcut, our target would be really visible. So we can use even encoded commands if we want. So that is all. One thing is, note what we are using here. It's a COM object. Again, we used something provided by non-PowerShell thing, used it in PowerShell to extend its functionality. So that is all for this video. Hope you enjoyed it. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy.
In this video, let's continue the discussion on client-side attacks with PowerShell, and let's see the scripts which could be used for phishing or drive-by download attacks. Let's start with out HTA from Nishang. Out HTA generates a HTML application and a VB script. Both of those could be hosted on a web server, and the link of the HTA could be sent to the target, and if the target chooses to open it, we would have our PowerShell payload or script executed on the target. So let's use the same payload which we have been using earlier, that is a Meterpreter reverse HTTPS in PowerShell, and let's see if our listener is running. Okay, so it is a 32-bit listener. So let's run this. And before we run this, let me show you the source of out HTA. As you can see, out HTA is nothing but a really simple HTML application. So the HTA dropped by out HTA is this. It is a simple HTML application, and you can see that it looks for a VB script in the same directory of the web server where it is hosted. So let's run this. So HTA and VBS are returned to these directories. So let's see. Now, so the link to be sent to a victim is this. Now, the flip side of using HTA. The user gets a prompt which looks very much similar to something which he or she will see if a Windows executable, that is a exe, is being executed. Not only this warning is also there, but there are always users which would say allow, and as soon as it is allowed, it would be downloaded and executed, and we will have a Meterpreter session. Note that the user will see this window. It opens minimized, and it uses a simple trick to look a bit legit. Its title is Windows Defender Web Install, and it opens a live page from Microsoft's website. So this is the page it opens. So use it, but the user will get a really highlighted warning. So the chances of getting execution may not be as high as in the case of malicious attachments we discussed earlier. So let's close this. Let's exit from this as well. The next one we are going to see is out Java. So out Java again generates two files. One is a jar and another one is a simple HTML file which uses the applet class to load the jar. So let's see, we can always use the same syntax, but keep in mind to be able to run across platforms, that is 32 or 64-bit Windows. Out Java checks for the process architecture on the fly and always uses the 32-bit PowerShell. So we need to provide the 32-bit payload here, which I have already generated and copied on my local web server. So this and path to JDK needs to be provided so that the jar could be compiled. So let's run this. Notice that we are using a self-signed certificate. We just started a 32-bit Metapreter listener. And yes, we are using self-signed certificate. That means after the latest version of Java, this thing will not work unless you use the no self-signed parameter, which would generate an unsigned jar. And if you have a valid code signing certificate, you must use it to sign the generated jar so that it could be executed on a target. For this demonstration, I have added this URL of my local web server in the security exception list because I do not want right now to use my code signing certificate. So let's just generate this. Let's remove no self sign. And here is our signed Java PS and our applet.html. Let's copy, yes. Now if we open this, now as you can see that still there is a very horrible, dangerous looking warning. But let's run this. We would be looking at what is this in a couple of minutes. As you can see, the script is downloaded and executed. So cool. We do have a Metapreter session from both of those scripts. Now, like out HTA or out Java also uses a cheap trick to appear legit. It opens a live page from the Windows website, and that page belongs to installing Java in Internet Explorer. So it appears quite more legit than say a blank page or something else. And the live page being loaded is this. So couple of normal things, and another thing is here again we are sitting on a PowerShell prompt. So while providing custom payloads, we do not need include PowerShell.exe there. So that is all. One more thing before I end this. I just want to go through that because it took me a lot of time to figure that out. And this has been thankfully taken from the social engineering toolkit by David Kennedy. It is this. So if you are developing a malicious Java applet attack, you must use a manifest like this, which provides more permissions to the applet. So I spent quite a time searching for something like this. So I just want you to have a look at it. So that is all for this video. Hope you enjoyed it. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone. Welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. This video is last in the series of the discussion over client-side attacks. So let's see performing some complex attacks with the help of PowerShell scripts. We will see how to use modules. Till now we have been using only PowerShell scripts. We will see how to use script modules. We will also see how to use a client-side attack from within another client-side attack, that is dropping files of different types using a client-side attack. And we'll also see how to run PowerShell scripts with elevation using these client-side attacks. So let's get started. Let's use outward and there is nothing really special in using modules. We just need to provide the URL to the module, the arguments. So the argument here would be a function name. So let's run a really simple one. Let's run get information. And that is it. Note that since get information just shows information on the console, we may not be able to see the output. We can always use functions from PowerPeter like HTTP backdoor, DNS backdoor, etc., which are interactive in nature. But since we have not discussed those or usage of those till now, we are not using them. So if we open salary-details.doc now, we will see that PowerPeter.psm1 has been downloaded and executed. So this is a simple example of how to use modules with these client-side attacks. We can always pass, for example, if we were to use HTTP backdoor, we can always enclose its options like this: check URL, its value, payload URL, etc. But let's not get into that right now. So it is this simple to use script modules with client-side attacks. The next one to see is using another client-side attack from a client-side attack. For example, or let's use out CHM and from that within out CHM we would like to drop a shortcut on the victim. So let's remove all the
So this is an existing shortcut. Let's remove all the files generated by these payloads. So now there is no shortcut file here, and instead of downloading, let's encode the out shortcut and pass it on to the out CHM. I already have one modified out shortcut. The only difference being I removed the help so that it becomes smaller, and the function call has been made from the script itself. So that is the only difference. As you can see, what we want is our shortcut should download and execute our Meterpreter. We have a Meterpreter listener on the Kali machine. So let's run another instance. And let's use invoke encode from Nishant to encode this modified out shortcut, and let's use the out command to get encoded script, which could be used with Powershell.exe encoded command option. So this is what we will use. So let's copy it here. So as you can see, our CHM file has been generated, and now when we run it, there should be a shortcut in this directory. So yes, this CHM was open, and as you can see, this has been generated just now. So we were able to drop a shortcut using a CHM file. Now recall that we wanted it to download and execute a Meterpreter. So if we or a victim or a user opens it, it is downloaded and executed, and we have completely in-memory reverse HTTPS Meterpreter session. So it is quite neat and useful, isn't it? So let me close this. Now, the last thing we would like to see is running PowerShell scripts with elevation. Because in all of the attacks, even if the local user had admin rights on the machine, we did not use any elevation. But what if we want to run a script with elevated privileges? So let's use out Excel for it. In fact, I have tested it out and copied it already, because there is a lot of manipulation needed to be done with the single quotes and double quotes. For example, we provide this as a payload. We use PowerShell.exe to call start process, and then start process in turns calls PowerShell.exe, and to that PowerShell.exe we pass arguments which are like no exit is just used for demonstration. You can always remove this. So to that PowerShell.exe we pass no exit, and the command, what would be the command? The command would be our one-liner download and execute. Now note how we are dealing with the different codes. If you recall the source code of outXL, this payload passed to the payload parameter itself
gets embedded in a double quote. So this double quote is fine, but we need to escape these single quotes. And we need to escape these single quotes twice so that they are escaped in VBA as well. So in VBA, to escape a single quote, you use a single quote 2 times. Now let's run this. Now if we open our salary details, please keep in mind that we have not done anything magical. So we will have a UAC prompt. So in case of a non-local admin user, a prompt would be with an option to enter username and password. But since we ran this as a local admin, there was just a simple UAC prompt. Let's say yes to it. And we have password hashes for all the local users. And as you can see, the script has been downloaded from this web server. Now let's see the VBA to understand why we needed to use the so why we needed to escape these codes again and again. For example, we needed to escape this so that it doesn't interrupt with a single one here, and we need to escape these so that it does not interrupt with this one. So this is the way we use it. In fact, so that is it for the example, I believe. You can always use this. One last thing is you can read about it more on my blog or on Matt's blog. In fact, the VBA code has been stolen from Matt's work. So that is all for this video and the client-side attacks portion of our exploitation phase. Hope you enjoyed this. If you're enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's discuss one of the most popular ways of exploiting our way to a machine, that is using the PHP MyAdmin console. Remember that we are still in the exploitation phase of our penetration test. Before we start, we need to make a couple of assumptions. The first one is we do have access to a PHP MyAdmin console. There are a lot of them which you will find during penetration tests, many lying around with the default username and passwords. So that was the first assumption. The second one is we know the writable directories on a web server, which may be a big deal or not a big deal depending upon the version of PHP MyAdmin, version of MySQL in use, and the kind of deployment you face. So let's get started. Here we have access to PHP MyAdmin on a server in my lab. So let's first look at if it is running on Windows. Yes, it is a Windows 64-bit machine, and this is the version of MySQL. Now we can use, I have
copied all the commands in the slides so that you could easily use them. Let's use this command to create a PHP shell in one of the writable directories. So it has been returned to config shell.php. So if I copy this, as you can see, we have a shell there, php e is equals to who am I. So we are running as a really low privileged user, which makes this web shell access not very interesting. Now, without PowerShell, we would be stuck at this point generally. Now we have two options. First, we can change this web shell access to a Meterpreter session so that we can try a couple of things out from that place. Or we can try to escalate our privileges to that of MySQL. Right now, this privilege is for the PHP process. So let's have a look at the first option. Let's try to move to a Meterpreter. Again, this is the URL which you need to use. I have copied it here. Now note couple of things. Since we are supposed to test things in our lab before we do it on a client's network, we noticed in our lab that the PHP process was running as a 32-bit machine. So we launch an instance of 32-bit PowerShell and pass to it as a command our frequently used one-liner PowerShell download and execute. And what is the script we are using? It is the invoke shellcode from Powershell. Invoke shellcode is one of the most useful way of executing Metasploit shellcode on a Windows machine. It gets executed completely in memory and it never touches disk. For example, though I would not be able to demonstrate it in this video, but if you use the PowerShell payload generated by Metasploit, which are these, you will not get a Meterpreter session because the PowerShell payload generated by Metasploit needs to compile some .NET present in it, and that touches disk, and our low privilege user has no privileges of writing to disk, even not the temp directory. So if you want to have a look at that thing, try it. Let's use this here. We download invoke shellcode, call its function and pass to it this Meterpreter reverse HTTPS, that is the 32-bit one. We provide the options for the listener and use the force parameter so that there is no prompt shown to the user because we are doing it in non-interactively. So let's use this. We have our Meterpreter listener listening here. Let's run this. It was downloaded and executed. So now we have a Meterpreter session on the target machine, which was acquired using the PowerShell in-memory code execution. And now if we run get UID, you can see that we still have very low privileges. Now it is up to you to try different methods to escalate privileges from here, or to try something else. That something else we will see in the next video. The technique has been referenced from this very useful blog post from the guys at Sense. So that is all for this video. Hope you enjoyed moving to a Meterpreter session. If you're enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's continue our discussion which we started in the previous video. Let's try to escalate our privileges to the one with MySQL using a PHP MyAdmin web console. So we will use a very useful technique called user-defined functions. The idea is to create user-defined functions on the MySQL server and then use those functions to execute commands on our behalf. Let's use this UDF DLL from the awesome SQL Map project. So let's see our plugin dir, which is this. Now again, it depends on the version of MySQL. The latest versions do not allow low privilege users to write to the plugin directory. But we have to assume that we have that privilege with us. So let's use that. Let's convert that DLL to a byte, and then we will use this function from MySQL to write the DLL to the web server. So let's load the convert DLL. Now the function is loaded. We can pass DLL path to it, which is this lib mysql udf. I believe it resides in the current directory. Yes. And the output path, let's write it to dll.txt. Now if we open this dll.txt, we get a byte encoded array, which could be passed to this command, which writes it to the plugin directory of our MySQL server. So let's copy this, paste it here. Let's just correct the codes. Now we need to copy this. So we copied the whole array. And as soon as it is able to get over this much amount of text, we will press go to execute our query. Meanwhile, let's see what we will do later on. We will create a function called syseval, which loads our DLL whenever it is executed. So let it take its time. And then we will call this syseval function to execute commands as system. Quite simple to use. Let's see if I can choose a new tab so that not much time is wasted here. Let's just close this. So we quickly need to copy this and this. And let's execute it. No thanks. So now our DLL is being written on the target machine, and hopefully the process completes soon. So thankfully it has been written, and now if we quickly create this function syseval, it gets executed, and this is the command we run to see our privileges. As you can see, we have successfully elevated ourselves to the system privileges. Now we are free to do anything we want using the PowerShell scripts we are going to see in the post-exploitation phase. So as you can see, PowerShell comes handy at many unexpected places during a penetration test. So I believe that is all for this video. The reference again is this awesome blog post by the guys at Sense Pen Testing. And another thing I would like to mention here is you can see my blog post on Jenkins, which is a continuous integration tool, to see another technique which could be improved with the help of PowerShell. I could not make a video of this because of the time constraints, but the blog post is really detailed. It would help you with the technique. I hope you enjoyed escalating your privileges to system. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for Pen Testers at Pentester Academy. In this video and couple of upcoming videos, we will discuss using Metasploit and PowerShell together. Metasploit has some modules which utilize PowerShell while interacting with Windows machines. And the payload generators in the Metasploit framework are also capable of creating PowerShell payloads. So let's get started. Let's first see how we can generate PowerShell payloads using the Metasploit framework. And after that, we will see how to use couple of Metasploit modules which use PowerShell. First, let's use MSF Venom. So this is a basic structure of the MSF Venom command if you want to generate a PowerShell payload from it. So MSF Venom is the command name. We want it to generate a payload which is specified by -p. This is the payload. This is the payload option we want. And the format we want is PSH. So let's generate it. Recall that we have been using PS payload and PS payload 64 in all of our lab demonstrations up to now. Now if we see the contents of PS payload 64, we will see that it is nothing but a PowerShell script. Let's quickly go through it. Let's just copy it in ISE. Meanwhile, ISE opens. Let's see what this script is. You can see that there is a here string which contains some Windows API definitions. And recall that how do we use these definitions using the member definition parameter. This is the shellcode generated by Metasploit, and this simple line of code runs this shellcode in PowerShell. So nothing really out of this world here, quite simple and neat piece of code. MSF Venom provides two more formats to generate, rather three more methods to generate shellcode with the help of PowerShell. Shellcode in PowerShell. For example, if you use PowerShell here, only this shellcode would be generated, which is fine if you want to use it in your own script. Another method is to use PSHnet, which you can have a look at on your own. The option I am really interested in it is this. Recall that in the one of the previous videos, while discussing phpMyAdmin, I said that it was not possible to execute PowerShell payload generated by Metasploit because it needed to write to temporary directory to compile the C# code in it. Interestingly, while doing a bit research for this video, I came across this PSH-reflection method of generating a PowerShell script using Metasploit. As the name suggests, this script loads our shellcode completely in memory, and there is no need to touch the disk, and therefore, as you can guess, we could use this script as well in that attack. I'm not going into details of this script, but couple of things to note here is, note that we have seen this earlier, where when we were exploring the .NET assemblies available in the current PowerShell session, this is exactly which we used. If you want, you can go through the source code. I'm more interested in its usage. As I said, I stumbled across this PSH-reflection method while I was doing a bit of research for this video, and right now this PS payload here is PS payload is generated using the PSH-reflection method. And now if I execute this on the target machine, we have a Meterpreter session. So if you want to use PowerShell script or payload generated from the Metasploit framework, PSH-reflection is your best bet. In fact, let me modify this and say PSH-reflection here. So this is one of the ways to generate a PowerShell payload from Metasploit. We have already seen CMD Windows reverse PowerShell in one of the previous videos, and it is nothing but this. As you can see, this is a simple PowerShell script which uses a couple of .NET classes to connect back to a target machine, and what you get is, if I can find it in there, it attaches a cmd.exe, I believe. Here it is. So you'll get a command prompt from a PowerShell script. Useful in many scenarios, but not really cool to get a cmd.exe, something as old as cmd.exe from a PowerShell script. Still really useful in cases where we have really small space for our shell code, for example, our client-side attacks. You can always use it with the MSF Venom as well. Now let's see a couple of interesting modules. There is no need to execute these. Rather, let's just use these and see their info. So one really useful module is PS exec PSH. all things apart, the best thing about this module is this: it uses the encoded command flag of PowerShell, which means our payload stays in memory by the PowerShell process itself. So, as the information says, it is less prone to signature based detection in such cases. I really do not want you to just demonstrate this. It is pretty easy to use. The second one I like is this one, which could be used to upgrade a native command prompt to a meterpreter. So this one is quite useful when you have to use a native shell in an exploit for any reason, lack of space or anything. So this one comes really handy in such cases. So this is the way we use it. You need to provide session of the, let's see if I have a session running. Okay, so there is a shell windows running here. And actually the option has been set to this session already. So now if I run this, we have been able to move to a meterpreter session from a native Windows shell. So that is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at executing PowerShell scripts and modules using meterpreter session. So far, in the previous video, the focus was on generating PowerShell payloads using Metasploit and getting a meterpreter session. But in this video, we would try to utilize that session to execute PowerShell scripts and modules. So there are two ways of achieving this. The first one is to manually do the stuff, which I personally prefer. And the second one is to use the existing modules in Metasploit to do stuff. To manually do it, there are two ways. For the first one, there are three ways. The first one is to upload a script and then execute it from a native shell. The second one is to use the PowerShell one-liner download and execute, which we have been using quite frequently. And the third one is to use the encoded command parameter of PowerShell. So let's start with the first method. We have a meterpreter on the machine, on the target, from this PowerShell script. This is nothing but a PS payload 64. Now let's see where we are right now. Let me run this again. So we are currently sitting on this directory. Let's upload I have copied this get information.ps from Nishang onto the line expression. Let's copy it here. Now we must fall back to the native shell. From a native shell that is a equivalent that looks like a command prompt, we can use the usual Powershell.exe and other options to execute scripts. So we have uploaded this get information here. So yes, the file is there. Now let's use PowerShell .exe with execution policy bypass. Recall that this script needs to be run with dot sourcing. I repeat, scripts in in Nishang, Powersploit or Power Tools or PoshStack mod, all of them must be run with dot sourcing. So keep this in mind while you use the scripts. So we passed two commands to the PowerShell.exe. As you can see, we have some information which was which was displayed by the get information script. So this is one way, that is to upload the script. Now let's use the second method, and let's use it to run a module. I'm using the complete path because sometimes the system path is not visible to the shell, and you may get an error that PowerShell is not a valid Windows application. So let's use the complete path. Okay. Let me just copy this. Now we pass a command to it, that is invoke expression new object net.web client and download string. Download string should be, let's use PowerPrinter because we want to try executing a module, and let's see if our target is a VM, or better, let's run something better. Let's run get wlan keys. So let's run this. As you can see, the script has been downloaded and executed. So that is the second way of doing it. And note that we used a Note that we used a PowerShell module, but we executed from a new PowerShell process. It would not be in memory right now, and we need to download and execute it again. Now the third option is to use encoded scripts. So let's quickly use invoke encode from Nishan, and let's use the get WLAN keys again so that we can see if there is any difference or not, and use the out command flag. Let's open it. With -e for encoded command and the encoded command. Okay, because it loads a function in memory, we must include the function call in the script itself. So let's very quickly make the function call in the script itself. And now we must copy it again. So the script now contains the function call itself, so there should be no problem in getting it executed. As you can see, the script was executed. So we saw 3 ways of doing it. Alternatively, we can use these 2 modules. One is a post module, which could be used to execute PowerShell scripts, and another one is a script. So this way we can execute PowerShell scripts manually. Let's not try doing it with the modules, because the modules are really easy and could be used by you can try those yourselves. So this way we were able to execute PowerShell scripts from a Meterpreter session. Hope you enjoyed that. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at porting exploits to PowerShell, or writing exploits in PowerShell. So why would we like to do this? There are so many reasons, but couple of reasons which are really compelling, at least for me, is imagine a scenario during a penetration test or a red teaming exercise where we are stuck on a Windows machine or we are pivoting through a Windows machine, having the capability to port at least the simple exploits to PowerShell could come really handy in such a case. Though we can always forward ports or create network relays, but it never hurts to have an additional tool in the tool chest of a penetration test or a red teamer. Also, the second and even the more compelling reason is it is fun. It is fun to port exploits in PowerShell. It not only increases the understanding of the exploits, but also of the language in which we write it. And in this case, it would be PowerShell. When do we do it? Whenever, though we can use it always, but whenever we have a command execution, especially a command execution on a Windows machine. In such a case, we must try to use PowerShell for writing exploits. How do we do it? This is nothing really special. PowerShell is just a scripting language like Python or Ruby or Perl. And when we can write exploits in these scripting languages, we can write them in PowerShell as well. Though PowerShell may lack somewhere or may gain somewhere if compared directly to these languages, but generally it is possible to write exploits in PowerShell. Let's have a look at two of the examples, the infamous shell shock vulnerability and a 0-day from full disclosure. So the shell shock one we will see in the next video. In this video, let's have a look at a 0-day which was disclosed on full disclosure. It is a really easy and simple vulnerability. It is in the PHP MoAdmin. It is a PHP frontend just like PHP MyAdmin, but for MongoDB. So the vulnerability is this, that if we send a post request to the moadmin.php file and the parameters are something like this, the commands specified in the parameter are executed. That is it. So this is the exploit. Very simple, even close to being lame, but the simpler the exploit, the better it is for us as attackers. So since we need to send a post request, I have copied this post HTTP function from one of these scripts in Nishang. Originally I copied it from, I think, powershell.com or some PowerShell website. We are using COM object of this application. We can always use net.webrequest.net class as well. But let's just use this right now. So as per this FT post, we need to send these parameters to this URL. I have MoAdmin set up on one of my virtual machines in the lab. So let's just copy the URL. We are making a call to the function here. So this is the URL we want to use. And let's use these as parameters. And let's save this as invoke moadmin exploit. And now if I run this, I get easy command execution. This is the output of ID and this is of ls. So this way we can easily execute commands on this machine. Note that this is really simple and we can do fun stuff with this. For example, though it depends on your taste, but many people like to stay in an interactive shell so that it looks cool. So we can enclose it inside a while loop, and read the command from the host. And here we can simply pass the command variable. So now if we try it, while we are at it, let's write it in a better way. Leave it. Otherwise, we can just try a function and accept CMD as a parameter, but let's just leave it for now. Ask us to enter command. Let's enter ID, gets executed. Let's exit it, and while we are at it, okay, so we can always create a prompt here. For example, let's just call it mo admin exploit and things like that. So these are just fancy things. Etc. So this way we can write very simple exploits with the help of PowerShell. Also, to practice this or to do more stuff, we can always write exploits whenever someone discloses a bug or an exploit on full disclosure. Especially watch out for command injection bugs in content management systems, web management consoles, etc., or even SQL injection ones, because those are easier, comparatively easier to write, and could be really handy in a target environment. For example, at least in my penetration test and red teaming exercises, most of the times the foothold system or the lateral propagation is done with the help of an poorly configured or outdated or a vulnerable web management console of any kind. So keep an eye on those, and if you want to practice, keep trying them. So that is all for this video. Hope you enjoyed attacking a Linux machine from a Windows machine. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, we will continue our discussion on porting exploits to PowerShell, and let's have a look at the infamous shell shock vulnerability. You can always create your own CGI application which does not sanitize user input, or you can find a vulnerable ISO here on the Vuln Hub. Just mount this ISO in a VM and you will get a vulnerable application. So I have set up this ISO on one of my lab machines. So this is how it looks like. And I'm assuming that you do know the details of the shell shock vulnerability. Otherwise, read the reference. Right now, we can assume just this, that if we make a web request to a vulnerable application, it does not sanitize various headers of the web request, and it is possible to execute commands by exploiting this vulnerability. So on this web page, let's just quickly have a look at its source and see if we find any CGI bin. Here it is. So we have CGI bin status. So let's just use this. Note that again we need a post request. So let's just modify our previous exploit, and the URL we want to use this time is this. CGI bin status, and we need to create malicious or forged headers like user agent to be able to exploit something on the target machine. And I have copied this a malformed request here, so it looks like this. Let's execute a command on the target. Let's ping our attacker's machine using it. So it looks good. Note that there is no need to have parameters here, so instead of doing anything else, let's just pass 1, or we can remove the parameters altogether. Let's call it invoke shell shock exploit. Let's run ID. As you can see, it has successfully pinged the target machine. And now to include our command, let's add it here. Note that though I have not looked at it in detail, while testing this exploit on the VM provided by Pentester Lab, if I was trying to exploit to run any command without this ping, it resulted in an internal server error. So I have not looked at it in detail. So you may want to keep this ping here so that we can execute commands without any error. Now if we run this, let's run who am I. As you can see, now we are able to execute more commands. So this way we can exploit the shell shock vulnerability with the help of PowerShell. We can always change request header here if in case this is patched or something. I'm not going into details deliberately because for those you just need to change a couple of things here. For example, the first patch was bypassed the modification of this part of the exploit. So I'm not going into details. This was much discussed vulnerability. We are just using it as a practice target. So this was a simple command execution edit. Now we can do much more fun stuff. Let's get a reverse shell. Let's load PowerCat and make it listen on port 444 And here, since we are already sitting on bin bash, we can simply say nc 192.168.254.1, that is the attacker's machine, on this port with this command. So now we have a reverse shell from the target machine. Now it is up to us, since we are still a low privilege user, it is up to us to do various stuff on this. When we are onto it, an interesting thing I noticed while playing with this VM was we can simply escalate our privileges using this. In fact, this has been mentioned in a write-up of this VM as well. So if we run sudo s and now if we run id, we are running as root. So you may not get this simple privilege escalation, but shell shock was so widespread that you may be lucky enough to find this in your testing exercise or your penetration test. So this is the way we wrote an exploit for the shell shock vulnerability. Obviously, we can go for much more complex or detailed or awesome vulnerabilities, but we have to start somewhere. As said already, practice for various vulnerabilities wherever you find one which could be ported to PowerShell, and slowly you can start writing complex exploits in PowerShell. For example, you can read this interesting exploit of this privilege escalation vulnerability in Windows by Casey Smith, which uses multiple PowerShell scripts, and it is multiple PowerShell functions in a script, and it is very informative. So that is all for this video. Hope you enjoyed exploiting shell shock. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at using PowerShell in Metasploit exploits. Whenever we want to use PowerShell in exploits, we ask ourselves a couple of questions. For example, how and when, or when and how. So we have answered the when in previous videos. That is, whenever we have the ability of executing commands, especially on Windows machines, and when to use PowerShell, that we have been covering for the entire length of this course, because it is tightly integrated with Windows. It allows access to various objects. It is trusted by countermeasures. It is already present on the most modern Windows machines, etc. And how do we use it? For that, we will go to this wiki page on the Metasploit GitHub repository. I am not copying the useful part from that wiki on the slide for a reason, because I want you to read that if you're really interested in using PowerShell in Metasploit exploits. Let's directly jump to usage. The requirement is obviously the PowerShell should already be present on the target, and we should be able to execute commands. So we must require PowerShell. We must include the PowerShell mixin, and to use or execute payloads, we must use cmd psh payload method. Because writing Metasploit modules could not obviously be covered in a single video, and we should not try to go into that depths in a hurry. Let's try to understand and rewrite couple of existing modules which use PowerShell. I have already selected two. The first one is PowerShell CMD upgrade. So if we have a look at it, we require PowerShell, use the mixin. This all is info and default options, so we can minimize this. And as you can see, only this thing makes the heart of this module. In fact, if we remove error handling or checks from this code, for example, this part checks if PowerShell is present on the target. So if we remove this and this error handling thing, our exploit reduces to just 2 lines. That is, we generate the PowerShell payload and then execute it on the target. We execute it on the target in an existing session of native shell. So this is how we can execute PowerShell payload on a target running native shell. Now if we go back to the payload, let me copy this in PowerShell ISE so that it looks a bit familiar. So okay. Comspec is an environment variable which points to cmd.exe. So what we are doing here, we are starting a PowerShell process with the command option, and this executes as a one-liner. A new object of this .NET class is created. Various properties are set. That is, from this PowerShell process, we want to execute a PowerShell process which executes an encoded command, which in various cases is a meterpreter shellcode encoded with basic meterpreter shellcode in PowerShell, and we set a couple of other options, and then using the start static method of this class, we start another PowerShell process from this PowerShell process. So not anything which we have not been doing so far. We have been using PowerShell for much more complex things. It is the complexity of the Metasploit framework which makes this thing look scary to some, but it is a very simple PowerShell code. Now let's have a look at another option and let's actually modify it and use it. This is the exec PSH module, which uses the PSExec functionality with PowerShell. As previously seen, we require PowerShell. We include mixins for PSExec as well as PowerShell, and this is just the information about the module. I forgot the previous module was written by Campbell and this one by Royce Davis. So let's just minimize the information. Because we are going to strip it of functionality, we can, if we want, we can remove a couple of things from this place, but let's leave it. Now if we see the exploit method, we see this familiar PowerShell command. Let's remove the dry run part. Let's remove the persist part as well. And let's remove error handling as well, so that we can strip it down to a bare bone exploit. So this is it. Now these few lines make our exploit. That is, we store the command, the PowerShell payload in this variable command, and then using the psexec mixin, we log into a remote machine with the username and password and execute our PowerShell payload on the target. So let's use this. So we have created an exploit in Windows SMB with the name of PowerShell underscore psexec. So let's run the Metasploit console. And let's load our exploit. Exploit Windows SMB PowerShell underscore psexec. Now if we list its options, there are so many things, but because we have stripped it of much functionality, let's stick to the basic functionality. So let's set SMB user, SMB pass. This is obviously not my password, and the R host. Now if we run this, as you can see that we successfully got a Meterpreter session on the target. So again, nothing very complex. We just need to know the internals of Metasploit and a bit of Ruby. That is enough. PowerShell. So PowerShell we have learned in this course enough to be able to use it in Metasploit. So that was a quick walkthrough through a couple of payloads and how we can use PowerShell in Metasploit exploits. Hope you enjoyed it. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for Penetration Testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, we move into the post-exploitation phase of the penetration testing methodology we are using. Recall that while discussing the methodology, we had a look at it as a cyclic process. That is, we would repeat all the processes after a post-exploitation occurs. That is, whenever we get access to a machine inside a domain or whenever we have escalated our privileges, we will repeat the enumeration, information gathering, scanning, exploitation, vulnerability analysis, everything. We will try to do it again so that we can have better results. After discussing so many methods of exploiting, of exploitations or you getting access to client machines, we can safely assume that we would be able or we are able to have access to a
domain machine with local administrative rights in our test domain. So let's start with domain enumeration. We will use Power View from Power Tools set of scripts and tools. Power View is very useful in mapping domain trusts and gathering information about a domain and its components. It is written by Will and is part of the 4 tools or toolkits which we say we will use frequently in this course. So let's start. Let's assume that, as I said, we can assume that we have been able to get access to the to this domain PC which we have been targeting frequently, and now we can push all our tools on this machine. So let's use get command to see what all is available with Power View. So there are a large number of functions available, and let's have a look at only those which according to me are more useful in a penetration test. So let's begin with getting details about the domain controllers. As you can see, these are the details of the domain controller for current domain. It is a Windows Server 2012 R2 machine. This is the domain name. This is the IP address of our domain controller, and a couple of more details. So not very, it's not really tough to use it. You just import the module and start your enumeration. Let's list the machines in this domain. So this is a really small lab domain, so there are just 2 machines. This one is our domain controller, and this one is the current machine on which we are sitting. So we have enumerated the domain controller, the domain computers. Now let's have a look at all the users in this domain. So this is the detail of all these users. Note that we are currently running as domain user, which is just a normal user, and it is not part of any domain admin group. And here, if you want to have a look only at common names of the users, you can list that property as well. So there are just these users in this domain. You can always pass username to it to see details of only a single user. So these are the details of the user with which we are currently running. Now let's see that how could we enumerate the groups in a domain. So we can get all the groups in a domain using just the getnet groups command. So these are the groups on this domain, and if we run just getnet group and not groups, it would list the members of the domain admins group. So the user administrator is a part of the domain admins group. We can always play more with these commands. These could be used for really interesting data mining. Now let's list all the file servers on a domain. File servers could be really useful targets, and with so many users logging into at a time, that if we are able to get access to a file server, it is almost sure most of the times there would be a domain admin or a user with higher privileges logged into it. So let's list file servers on this domain, which are none, unfortunately. So let's move on. Let's get actively logged on users on a machine. Note that unlike the other ones here, not unlike, even in the other ones, privilege would have made a big difference, but here, without the privilege to enumerate or to contact that machine with privileges, we may not get desired results. For example, let's first get logged on users on our local machine, which is fine. But if we want to list logged on users on the domain administrator, on the domain controller, it is not possible because we lack those privileges. So that is all for this video. If you're enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's continue the discussion on enumerating domains with the help of PowerShell. We are using PowerView from PowerTools for this enumeration. So let's begin with invoke NetView, which could be used to run various enumeration methodologies in a domain. So invoke NetView listed the number of hosts and machines, domain controller, and details about those machines in a host. Again, it depends on your privileges, and invoke NetView is capable of listing much more details. As always, if you look at its help, you can see that there are multiple parameters which could be used with it. For example, you can run it on particular hosts, run it with a delay, etc. So please feel free to explore this. We can also use PowerView to list machines in a domain where a domain admin is logged in. So as with the other methods or functions exported by PowerView, this one is again very useful. So as you can see that the current user does not have access to any such machine where a domain admin is logged in.
But for example, let's run a process on this machine, or for on any other machine where domain user can query. If we run a process as a domain admin, or a domain admin has a session on the machine, then as you can see that it quickly shows that a domain admin is logged into that machine. Note that even if the process is closed now, because the credentials of the domain admin are still on this machine, it keeps showing that a domain admin is logged in here. So this is quite useful. Or we can run invoke user hunter for a particular user. The next one we will see is to use invoke share finder, which could be used to, as the name suggests, to find shares in a domain. It comes with various useful options. For example, we can exclude standard shares, then it shows only the non-standard ones. Again, explore the function. There are so many parameters, exclude print, exclude IPC, etc., which you can use. You can also run it on particular host and more. The next one we would like to have a look at is invoke file finder. Invoke file finder looks for sensitive files in the locations where the current user has access. It looks for keywords like passwords, credentials, etc. If we run this on this machine, you can see that it looks for things like credentials, password, etc. So it could come really handy in finding files containing passwords or credentials or usernames, etc. Now another very useful command is invoke find local admin access. It looks for all those machines in the domain where the current user has local admin access. So imagine that we can run invoke find local admin access to find all those machines and where the current user has a local admin access, and then use those machines with the invoke user hunter to find if a domain admin is logged in there. That is, first we find that on these 5 machines we have local admin access, and then we see if on any of those 5 machines there is a domain admin logged in, and if there is one such machine, then we can easily grab credentials or tokens of a domain admin from that machine. So let's run invoke local admin access. Okay, it looks like a typo. It's invoke find local admin access. So it is looking for it. It is taking time. So let's see the next one. Meanwhile, it executes. Invoke find vulnerable systems. It looks for all the machines in a domain which are vulnerable to the infamous MS08067. And this has been one of the most reliably exploitable services in the recent past, and it just checks for the presence of couple of things which we can always see after looking at its source code. But if you find anything vulnerable to this in a domain, and this is 2015, so I don't think there is any need to exploit it. Just confirm that if it is vulnerable, and it would be enough for you to find this thing still in a network. Having said that, up to a couple of years back, I regularly see this thing present in even of the best of my clients. So it depends on your luck or a client's mismanagement. So unfortunately, there are no machines in the domain except the local one where we have local admin access. So let's move on. We can use invoke host enum to run all enumeration on a particular computer. That takes a lot of time in running. Like if we run it on, let's say on the domain controller, so we will not let it execute completely. We will just see what it is capable of doing. So these are the details about the domain controller for our current domain. These are its active sessions. These are the shares on it. And if we leave it running, it lists, or let's leave it running and open a new PowerShell prompt where we will run the next function. Invoke enumerate local admins. Again, a very useful function which allows us to find all local admins on all machines in a domain. Let's see if there is anything new here. As you can see, this is the list of groups on our domain controller. And here it is still trying to enumerate local admins. Let's stop this. As you can see, here we are trying to do the exact thing which invoke host enum has done for us. It is listing local administrators for the domain controller. So these are the local administrators, the administrator user, and the members of this group. And how do we enumerate members of a group? We can use functions which we discussed in the previous video. So let's just stop this. Okay, so it was stuck possibly. So on the domain controller, these are the local administrators, and on our local machine, these are the local administrators. So that is all about domain enumeration and PowerView. Again, PowerView is considerably large and contains many more useful functions. Feel free to explore it. It would come handy during a penetration test. Hope you enjoyed this. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a quick look at few information gathering scripts
available in PowerShell. We will use these 3 scripts, rather 4, because address testing needs 2 scripts. So we will see these scripts which are useful for gathering information from a single computer or user. You have already seen get information. We used it in many demonstrations earlier. So if you see its source, get information does nothing but queries some registry values, run even the net command and reads get hosts file. You can always add much more things to this script if you want more out of it. Let's see get information again quickly. As you can see, it returns a lot of information. Which you can always go through later on. For example, drivers of network drivers, user accounts, user groups, password policy, installed applications, etc. There are similar scripts in Powersploit and PowerView and PostSec mode as well. So explore them, see if which one of those suits your need and use it. The second one I would like you to see is keylogger. So keylogger is the only script in Nishang which does not load a function. And it needs a check URL and a magic string. These two are required to stop the keylogger remotely if you want. So the keylogger periodically checks the content of this URL, and if it matches this magic string, it stops. First of all, let's run this keylogger without any exfiltration. So a background job has been started. Now whatever we type on this desktop, on whatever window, let's write this is very secret, and let's see, do we have anything here? So the keylogger logs keys into a key.log file in the user temp directory. Let's save it to encoded.txt. Now we can use another script from Nishang called parse keys to parse the keys encoded by our keylogger. Raw keys are encoded keys and logged keys, let's call it logged.txt in the current directory.
And now if we see log.txt, it says this is very secret, and it logged backspace as well. So if you want parse keys not to parse things like this, you need to remove the ASCII keys from its parser, which is quite easy. In a future version of parse keys, this would be available as an option. Or you can, since now you can write PowerShell scripts, you can enhance it yourself and submit it as a pull request to Nishank's GitHub repository. So this was a basic usage of the keylogger. Since we are running it again, let's stop the previous jobs. There is another keylogger in PowerSploit as well, which basically uses the same class as Nishank's keylogger. Keyloggers in PowerShell are not really good till now if you compare it to the other scripts available across toolkits. So anyway, let's see whatever is available. Let's try to accelerate keys to a web server which has the URL. It is on my local lab. So now there would be here only one job was started by this script. Now there would be two jobs. One would log keys and another one will post the logged keys in an encoded format to this URL. Now if I run this, there are two jobs. Let me write it again. Another secret, which is new. And this is our catcher web server. As you can see, if you see the contents of catch.php, it is nothing but, and it is dangerous, so write something better for yourself. It just writes the every post request to the test.txt. If I cat it, so reading test.txt provides us this. Let's just copy this. Now we must use invoke decode from the utility directory to decode this encoded string. And since we are not providing a path name, let's use the parameter is string. Now if I open get decoded.txt, you can see that this is a list of logged keys. Now we can use the parse key method and now if we see cat logged.txt, so this was the old one because it was not removed yet. The keylogger in Nishank removes the older keys only after it has been read, I think 60 times. It is removed after it has been read 30 times. And so this was the previous one, this was another one, and as you can see, lot of things have been logged here. This is the latest one. Note that there is a delay of 40 milliseconds before every key is logged. So if you type really fast, it may be unable to log couple of keys in that case. So this is the way we can use a keylogger in PowerShell. There are some peculiarities with this keylogger. It runs in the current user desktop, so it could not be executed, for example, with a PowerShell remoting session. Even if you execute it, it would be unable to log keys. So this is the status quo unless we find out a better way to execute it or a better way to log keys. Now the last thing in this video I would like you to have a look at is egress testing, that is looking for outbound open ports on a victim machine. So let's run it on the local machine for an easy demo. Let's run fire listener here. Assume this as one of our servers running somewhere on the internet, and port range, let's pass 440 to 450 and with verbosity on. Now on another, so this tag we can assume our victim, or we could always run it on one of our machines in the lab. If we now run fire buster on this victim with the target IP, in this case it would be the same, and port range, as you can see that here the listener shows that these ports are open on the victim machine. These could be really so because there is an independent job running for each port. Porting it to multi-threading is on my to-do list. So this is what is available right now. So that is all for this video. Hope you enjoyed gathering some information for the local machine. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video and couple of upcoming videos, let's discuss privilege escalation with the help of PowerShell. In our lab machine domain PC, which we have been using as a target, we have been assuming that because of the exploit methodologies we discussed, we have a local administrative access on that machine. Let's throw away that assumption and try to escalate privileges from a normal user to a local administrator. We will use PowerUp, a part of Power Tools, which is collection of various PowerShell tools. It is again written by Will, and it is the best thing around for privilege escalation with the help of PowerShell. So let's first target services. Let's see if there are any services with unquoted path for their binaries, and that path, if the path contains a space in it. So here we are on the target with non-administrative privileges. Now let's run get service, it is get service unquoted. There is no such service. Let's try this next thing, that is, if we have any service where we have permissions to write to its binary or executable. So there are two such service. FileZilla server, which I have modified to be vulnerable. It is not vulnerable by default, and another service called test service. We will come back in a minute on how to exploit this. And we let's look at get service permissions. That is, if we have permissions to modify a service, not only the executable but the service. So there is no such service. Now we can exploit the vulnerabilities or opportunities in these services using one of these. If we had any service where we have the permissions to modify it, we could use invoke service user add. Let's try it anyways, though it would not be usable right now because we have no such service where we can modify the service. But let's use test service to try. Username exploit add password pass safe 123, which is not safe, but we do not have any access to that service. This one, write user add service binary, could be used to generate a binary which will create a user with the given username and password. This is useful, for example, if we get any service which has unquoted path misconfiguration or something like that. This is which would be useful in our scenario because we have misconfigured service permissions for two services. Prior to that, let's see the details about both of the vulnerable services. So it has been started and it is running as a local system. And what about test service? It has not been started and it is stopped. So it would be a better option if we can do stuff with the FileZilla server. So let's use write service exe. Service name is FileZilla server. Username is exploit added. Password would be pass new 123. So the binary for service is created, which is good. Let's see if there is any user called exploit ID. No, there is none. Now we have couple of options. Either we can try to stop the FileZilla server and start it so that our executable gets executed, but we do not have permissions on the service. We have only permissions on its executable. So one option is to log off and log on, because FileZilla server is configured to run on the user logon. Let's see if we can find it here As you can see, the start mode is auto. That means we should be lucky enough if we log off and log on. And let's see if we have a user called exploit edit. No, there's no such user, but we got a operation successful message. So let's just log off again and log in. It is possible that it was not triggered. So yes, let's run it again. Looks like the service is not being restarted. So either a user with administrative privileges should log on so that we have the service restarted, or we can reboot the machine. So let's try rebooting it and see if our service gets executed and the modified binary gets executed as well. Meanwhile, the machine reboots. Let's move on to the exercise. So the exercise is to write a simple PowerShell script or code to list all those services which have unquoted path and there is a space in the path. That is, do it by yourself. We need to do what get service unquoted is doing for us. That is, search for services vulnerable to the unquoted path misconfiguration. Do not look at the source of get service unquoted path. Try to do it yourself. WMI, etc. would be helpful. Meanwhile, our machine reboots and let's log in. So now we are definite that the FileZilla server service would be restarted, and if our exploit for that privilege escalation works, we should have a user edit on this machine. Let's run net user, and great, we have the exploit edit user added to the machine. So we saw that how we can exploit the various misconfiguration in services on a Windows machine to escalate our privileges. Hope you enjoyed it. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's continue the discussion on privilege escalation with the help of PowerShell. We were discussing the PowerUp tool. In the previous video, we saw how misconfigured or poorly configured services could be used for privilege escalation. We also saw that even if we have poorly configured services, it depends on the triggering of the service or its startup type, whether our exploitation would be successful or not. Now let's see another interesting thing to look for privilege escalation, that is Windows registry. We can use get reg auto logon to list auto logon credentials from the Windows registry. So let's import power up here and check for auto logon credentials. Okay, it's get reg auto logon. I'm sorry, it's get reg auto logon, and there is a user configured to automatically log on this machine. Now an interesting thing is this function could be easily written by you. We just need to read a couple of registry keys, and if you found this on any during any penetration test, do not be surprised if password is something like this because leaving credentials in plain text in Windows registry is really not advisable. Anyways, let's move on to the next method. This function allows for checking if the computer allows always elevated access to the MSI packages. So the name is a bit typical. It's reg always installed elevated. As always, you can see its examples. We will just run it without any parameter, even if more than one are supported. So no. Always elevated install is not enabled. If it was enabled, we could use write user at MSI to run an MSI which would run with elevated privileges. Because of this setting, that MSI shows a form to add username and password, and that user would be added. Now we saw services and registry. Now let's see if DLL hijacking is of any use for privilege escalation. Let's run invoke find DLL hijack. So it is listing most of the operating system services or processes. So let's see if we have something to exclude those. We can exclude Windows or exclude program files as well as processes owned by the current user. So here it lists all of these for PowerShell, and if we exclude owned as well, we have no such opportunities on this machine. We can also look for services which may have DLL hijacking vulnerability or misconfiguration. Nothing but, as per this tool, Windows PowerShell. So no fun here till now. Another interesting or the most useful command of the PowerUp tool is invoke all checks, which, as the name suggests, run all the checks which we have seen till now in this video as well as the previous videos. So as you can see that we were able to enumerate that there are a couple of vulnerable services, a false positive about hijackable DL on Windows PowerShell, auto log on default credentials, there was no web config found, etc. So this way we can use PowerUp. Note that because PowerUp has a really large source code, we are unable to look at it, but at least for the easier path, for example get reg auto logon, you should be able to enumerate it by yourself. I'm not writing it, but as an exercise, mimic the functionality of get reg auto logon using your own PowerShell code. The registry keys are present in HKLM, Microsoft, Windows NT, current version, auto logon. So that is the key path, and there would be two registry values there, default username and default password. So read those with the help of PowerShell, and that is the exercise for this video, but I'm not writing it. It is up to you. If you want to do it, it should be fun. So that is all for this video. Hope you enjoyed grabbing credentials in plain from registry. If you're enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, we see another method of privilege escalation with the help of PowerShell, and that is manipulating user tokens on a machine. For this, we will use invoke token manipulation from Powersploit. This script has been written by Joe and is really useful if you want incognito like functionality in PowerShell. So because in the previous videos we saw how we can escalate our privileges to a local admin, we are now back with the domain user and assuming that we have the local admin access. To use invoke token manipulation, we must run it from an elevated shell. So let's use invoke token manipulation. We can always see help about it. Let's use the enumerate option to list all the available tokens on this machine. So we have for network service, for domain user, for a domain administrator as well, and for the local system authority. Now, how can we use these tokens? There are multiple ways to use tokens of these. The best one I like is we can just use invoke token manipulation process. Let's create cmd.exe with the anti-authority system. Now let's see. So the new command prompt reports that we are system, but let's see if there are LSS secrets which are stored in the HKLM security registry hive. Even with administrative privileges, we are unable to access it, but with from system privileges, it should be possible. HKLM security. As you can see that we have successfully elevated our privileges from administrator, local administrator to local system. So this was just one of the tokens. Recall that we also had the domain administrator token on this machine. So it says that we are a domain administrator now. To verify, let's run a command from this prompt first. Let's call win32 operating system on computer, which is our domain controller. It says access is denied, but if we run it from this command prompt, we are able to successfully execute it. So this way we can escalate our privileges from a local administrator to domain administrator. And this is where PowerShell really helps. Recall that we were able to use different options from PowerView to enumerate on which machines we have local admin access, on which machines a domain admin has been logged in. So we just need to use these commands together. We can easily spot the machine and get on it. So though our whole videos lecture or course is based on a complete penetration test, but here is a very quick scenario since we are on this token manipulation thing. To get a foothold on any system, we can use client-side attacks. With the help of PowerShell, we can send Word or Excel files which execute PowerShell scripts on a client machine. Later on, we will see that there are some really good backdoors which we can use to maintain our access on those machines. From there, we can run enumeration scripts to enumerate and map the complete target network. And though everything would be useful, we can always spot a machine where a local admin to which we may have access and a domain admin are logged in. We pivot to that machine, steal the token of the domain administrator, and then use PowerShell again to leverage that access for better lateral movement, for backdooring machines, for doing much better post-exploitation. So this is how PowerShell helps in a penetration test. Now, if we look at the token manipulation examples, you will see that it is not only the username, but also the process ID, which could be used to steal its token. For example, Let's list the process else which is running, and we can use invoke token manipulation with this impersonate user option or parameter to impersonate the privileges of else process, which is system privileges. Now, for example, if we run this, we are able to access this. That is, we are again elevated to the system privilege. So that is all about privilege escalation and PowerShell. Hope you enjoyed all this. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. Let's have a look at dumping system secrets with the help of PowerShell. We have seen that we can escalate our privileges, and now we will see that in this video and couple of upcoming videos, we will see that how we can use those escalated privileges to dump system secrets in plain or in reusable format. So let's start with invoke mimikatz from Powershell. As the name suggests, invoke mimikatz could be used to execute mimikatz completely in memory, and any command which you can execute with mimikatz could be executed with the help of invoke mimikatz as well. Let's use it to dump credentials and certificates on the target machine. Let's target the local machine because we now have administrative access to our lab machines. So it would be the same thing. So invoke mimikatz is here. Let's load it. You can always see its help for more usage. Let's dump credentials on the local machine. As you can see that we have been able to dump credentials in plain on this machine. Obviously this is not my password, but as you can see that this runs the almost the latest version of mimikatz and is much less prone to detection than the mimikatz executable. We can use it to dump certs as well if there are any on the local machine. So there are so many certificates here. Let me just clear this. I don't want you to see my certificates. Invoke mimikatz also support dumping credentials of remote machines. It uses PowerShell remoting to achieve this. So it depends upon you if you want to use the invoke commandlet or use the built-in calls to invoke command from the invoke mimikatz code. We will come back to invoke mimikatz in some later videos to see what else is possible using this. Right now we limit ourselves to dumping user passwords. We can also dump LSS secrets using the get LSS secret script from Nishang. Note that if we run it from here, it asks us to be run in 32-bit mode, which we can always do, and it also needs system level privileges to be able to dump LSS secrets. So for that, let's first use enable duplicate token from Nishang or invoke Mimikatz, but which one you like is. So enable duplicate token duplicates token of the LSS process and elevates our privilege to system from administrator. So let's run this. So our privileges have been hopefully elevated. Now if we run get LSS secret, you can see that there is a service running with an older password of the current user. So it depends on the kind of your target. LSS secrets may contain some really very useful information like passwords for the current user in plain, or for some other user. If you are lucky enough, you may have services running with accounts of some high privilege users. So this is the way we dump LSS secrets. We can also use get pass hashes. By the way, get LSS secret has been written by Niklas Gaude, and invoke Mimikatz is by Joe Bilek. I hope I pronounced his last name correctly. So we can use get pass hashes, which has been written originally by David Kennedy. Let's go together get pass hashes, and now if we run get pass hashes, we get hashes of the local users. It's quite easy to use. This is the way we dump password hashes of the local users. Now there are a couple of more interesting scripts. For example, get WLAN keys from Nishang. So if I run it, as you can see that we have key content of various profiles saved on my local machine, which is quite useful. This is a really interesting attack or script. Okay, here it is the outdated one, so let me just now if we run this invoke credential fish, this script shows a command prompt to the user and it refuses to go away. Either you have to kill the process or you have to enter username and password, but make sure that those username and passwords are valid. For example, let me enter here some username which is not valid, some user with some password. Now invoke credentials fish. The script tries to validate it both locally, and if the machine is connected to a domain, it tries to verify or validate the credentials on the domain. Since we entered wrong credentials here, it is back, and if I enter the correct one now, it is able to grab them. We can exfiltrate these credentials or do whatever with these. That is up to the application of this script. Note that this comes really handy when we are doing client-side attacks. So a small but nice script. Let's not see the source codes. One thing I would like to mention here is get WLAN keys is nothing but a wrapper around the netsh command or the native executable, and therefore is not something pure PowerShell, which we are actually not concerned about, but I just wanted to mention it. So that is all for this video. I hope you liked dumping so many system secrets. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's continue to discuss dumping system secrets with the help of PowerShell. ntds.dit system and SAM hives are very useful to gather very important system secrets from a machine. We can use either invoke ninja copy from PowerSploit or copy VSS from Nishang to copy these pieces of information. Invoke ninja copy is stealthier than copy VSS as it does not start or does not need the volume shadow service which copy VSS needs. So it depends on your choice or whatever is at your hand to use. Let's try both of these. Let's use copy VSS from Nishan. So it asks for the path where we want to save it. So let's save it to cpfpt, and that is it. Now if I run this, note that we are running it from an elevated shell. So it says one file copied because it was unable to find ntds.dit. So let's see. So we indeed have a SAM hive here, and we can use so many tools or methods to extract things out of it. Let's just use Kane and import it from a SAM database. without the boot key. So even without the boot key, we should be able to list the hashes, which is true. So this way we can use copy VSS to copy the SAM height. We can also use Powershell, invoke Ninja copy for the same thing, but with more stealth. So these are its usage. Have a look at it. One additional thing with invoke Ninja copy is it is able to dump SAM, Hives or NTDS files from remote machines. So it is up to you again if you want the built-in PowerShell remoting functionality or you want to use these scripts over a PowerShell remoting session. So that doesn't make a huge difference. Now if we dump ntds.dit or system hive from a domain controller, there is a detailed blog post by Mubix on this by Rob. I'm sorry, I just used his Twitter handle by Rob Fuller. Just have a look at it. There are much details on how to extract password hashes out of these files. We can also dump web credentials. I repeat, only the web credentials from Windows Vault in plain text, and that is for Windows 8 onwards, because for example in Windows 7 it is not possible to retrieve the passwords from the vault. I think they are not stored in the Windows Vault. So for this we need to move to a post Windows 7 machine. So this is a Windows server. Note that you may or may not get web credentials on a server machine. More chances are on a desktop machine. In any case, let's just try these things out. Get web credentials, need PowerShell version 3, and it is going to be a part of Nishang. It's a work in progress. So if we run this, you can see that we have a Gmail account with this username and this password. Same goes for if you run get vault credential, it provides you with the details like this. So this way it is easy to expand your presence or get access to further machines or accounts once you get onto a machine. The last thing in dumping system secrets is get GPP password. I will not go into details of this thing. It was just that the users which were created with the help of group policy, passwords of those users could be decrypted because they were encrypted using a known key, and the encrypted passwords could be pulled from system.xml and various similar files from a domain controller without elevated privileges. This KB has fixed it to some extent, but passwords for users which were added through group policy prior to this patch could still be retrieved. So that is all about dumping system secrets with the help of PowerShell. I hope this would be useful. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to
PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at using and writing backdoors in PowerShell. In our various phases of penetration test, we saw how to get a foothold system, escalate privileges, enumerating domain, etc. Now we need to maintain our access onto some foothold machine in an environment or a target network. So let's have a look at a couple of backdoors from Nishant. The first one is DNS TXT pawnage. This backdoor uses DNS TXT records as a communication channel to receive commands, scripts, and instructions from a DNS server whose text records we can control. This backdoor needs a bit of setup. For example, in this demonstration, I control the text records of alteredsecurity.com, and I'm using various subdomains of that domain to pass instructions to this backdoor. So let's assume that we execute it on a target. Then what happens? So it starts like this. This payload first of all queries this domain which is specified with the parameter start domain. This is repeatedly queried for its text records. Let's use Google's DNS server. So as you can see, the contents of the text record for this subdomain is start script. Now, other than this start domain, other parameters passed are command string, command domain, PS string, and the others. Since contents of start.alteredsecurity.com are equal to start script, the backdoor matches it with both command string and the PS string. If it matches with the command string, instructions in form of a PowerShell command are sought from command.alteredsecurity.com, and if it matches PS string, then a script is looked for from this domain. Since in our case the contents of start domain matches the PS string, there should be a script execution. Now there is a catch with the script execution as well, because a normal DNS TXT record contains not more than 256 characters. We need to split our script in multiple subdomains, and it is this subdomains parameter which specifies that. So now the scenario is that our backdoor looks for contents of this, it matches this, therefore it will query 1.script.alteredsecurity.com, 2.script. and 3.script.alteredsecurity.com. That is, it will query these subdomains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and so on depending on this parameter. So the setup, I use zone edit for this setup. So the setup needs to be done prior to using it. Another thing is, for example, if we query the contents of 1.script.alteredsecurity.com, it contains a part
of our encoded script. And that encoded script is nothing but get WLAN keys, which we saw earlier. Since it loads a function in the memory, we pass an argument as well. To convert a query in, to convert a script or command in proper length, properly encoded and with proper length which fits in a text record, you can use out DNS txt from the utility directory of Nishank. We will not set it up because it takes a bit of time. DNS txt pawnage is also capable of exfiltrating results to Gmail, Pastebin, or to a web server which logs post requests, or to a DNS server which logs queries. First of all, let's run it this way and see if it executes get WLAN keys. Let's just run this. So it is querying this. The next, okay, so get WLAN keys has been executed. Note that I killed the payload manually by pressing Ctrl C. Otherwise, we can stop it by changing the contents of start domain to stop. Also, a word of caution: if you use auth ns, some IDS on a target network may find it suspicious. So if you do not want to frequently change instructions, you may not use auth ns. So this is a basic use of the DNS TXT pawnage backdoor. We can use exfil options with this. Let's quickly see if let's use a web server. With URL set to HTTP 168.254. So this is a test machine on. So this is what we used for the keylogger as well. So let's just remove test.txt. Now if we run this, note that it is waiting for more instructions, but let's just scale it by pressing Ctrl C, and let's see if we have anything here. Not yet. I think I killed it a bit early. Or okay, the web server was not running. So now we should be able to post encoded results to a web server which we control. Note that though it is HTTP here, we can always post it with the HTTPS request. As you can see, we do have an encoded result here, which we can quickly decode using the invoke decode utility. So this was executing commands and scripts with the help of DNS-TXT records. The next one to see is HTTP backdoor, which could be used to use HTTP or HTTPS URLs for command and script execution. So let's have a quick demo. Note that like DNS-TXT pawnage, it is also capable of various exfiltration methods. So let's use smaller ones so that we can have a look at it quickly, because I want to demonstrate DNS exfiltration, and if there is really long output then it takes time. So let me just use this URL as payload.txt with no arguments. And this should be fine. And let's use exfil option DNS with authns as 192.168.254.144, which is my local DNS machine. Now if I run this, it goes to this URL and checks if its contents equal start 123. Okay. So hopefully it has executed the script. Let's just kill it and see the tail of the query log. And if we have something fresh here, so as you can see right now, this is very not really polished code. You need to do many things manually. Still, let's quickly use invoke decode with this as a string. As you can see, the output of the whoami command, which was here at payload.txt, has been successfully decoded. So this way we can use various protocols for receiving instructions and exfiltrating the output. Hope you enjoyed this. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's continue the discussion on backdoors. Let's focus on source code of the backdoors rather than the demonstration in this video. So we will have a look at these three backdoors. The first one is the Gupt backdoor. Gupt means secret in my language. Gupt backdoor uses the names of SSIDs as communication channel to execute commands and scripts on a target. Add screen save backdoor uses image execution options for a Windows screensaver to execute PowerShell commands and scripts, and invoke ADS backdoor, which is written by Matt Nelson, it uses alternate data streams to hide our scripts, and those could be executed using various triggers like Windows run registry key. So instead of having a look at the demonstrations, let's quickly have a look at the source code of these backdoors. Note that in case of add screen save backdoor, we are using PowerPretter to launch another backdoor from it. So let's see. First of all, let's very quickly go through the source code of DNS, TXT pawnage, and HTTP backdoor, which I was unable to discuss in the previous video. I would like you to have a look at this thing. As you can see that we are using NS lookup again and again to retrieve instructions, and we are then just removing garbage from the response and reading the command or script. So this is when we read a command, and this is how we are retrieving a script. I want you to have a look at it just because this is nothing complex or needs any expert level of PowerShell programming. In fact, these were one of my earliest PowerShell scripts, and that is the reason that they are still not verb noun naming convention compatible and contains some really ugly code. Same goes for HTTP backdoor, which uses the web client.download string, which we have been using so many times to check for commands and instructions. Note that we are using a separate exfiltration code block here in the end in DNS TXT pawnage as well, and then the persistence option, which we have not discussed yet, contains separate code of itself. We will discuss persistence in a later video. Now let's move on to these three backdoors. Gupt backdoor is a small piece of code which uses a smart but small trick. You can see that it lists the available networks with the use of this netsh native command. And if the name of the network contains something like, for example, here the magic string is open. So if the network name is, let's say, open C who am I, then because after the magic string the backdoor encounters a C, it will execute the rest of the SSID name as a command. That is, if the SSID name is open C who am I, it will execute who am I on the target. And if after the magic string the character is U, it takes the rest of the URL as a part of the Google URL shortener. That is, it appends the rest of the SSID to this URL, downloads the payload and executes it. This one is necessary to execute scripts because I think SSID names could be only 32 characters long. Now add screen save backdoor checks, it uses the Windows screensaver, sets its debugger in the image file execution options registry key, so that every time a screensaver timeout occurs or a user locks his machine, that is whenever a screensaver is triggered, our payload is triggered as well. It uses couple of small tricks, like if screensaver is enabled, then its value is used. Otherwise, a screensaver from the default ones in Windows is used. Its timeout is checked. If it is not set, it is set. And here you can see that it sets our payload as debugger to the screensaver. Note that our payload in this case is reg value, which is the user provided payload plus the screensaver. That is, to appear legit, it executes the payload and then immediately launches the screensaver. So this is how it works. Now let's quickly move on to invoke ADS backdoor, which is a code by Matt Nelson. So the thing I would like you to have a look at in this is this thing. Note that how we are using command prompt to create alternate data streams on a target. So there are two alternate data streams created. One is our payload. Second one is a VB script wrapper around it, so that there is no otherwise there would be a window in front of the user which appears for a second. If we wrap it inside a VB code, that would not happen. So the second ADS makes our payload a bit stealthy, and then the call to VB script is written in the Windows run registry key, and using wscript.exe, the VB script, which is a wrapper, the VB script inside the ADS, which is a wrapper around our PowerShell payload, is executed. So this is how these payloads work, these backdoors work. Now let's quickly see one of these in action. Let's see gupt backdoor. So now we run gupt with the magic string open and with verbose parameter. So now it is checking wireless networks for instructions. Now on my mobile, I will launch a portable Wi-Fi hotspot with the name OpenC Who Am I? So let me turn it on. So the hotspot is active now. Note that I have not provided any keys to the backdoor because it never connects to the hotspot. It just needs its name. Let's see if, okay, so it found a network, found a command, and is executing it. Let's stop it. Now we can always use the Google URL shortener thing to execute scripts as well. That you can do as an exercise of this video. Hope you enjoyed it. If you're enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone. Welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at replaying credentials and focus on passing the hashes, which I like to call poshing the hashes. So, poshing the hashes means using Windows user password hashes for getting access to more resources or computers in a Windows environment. So we are basically replaying credentials, and there are three ways of getting credentials to replace them. The first one is to use username and passwords, and we saw a couple of methods of getting that. For example, using invoke mimikatz or using the invoke credentials phishing, etc. We can find username and passwords on file servers. In some penetration tests for my clients, I have seen there are Excel sheets accessible to only some members of a team or to all members of only a single team, which contain username and passwords in plain, which are to be used by the whole team, generally the common accounts. Even if you are unable to find any such gold mine of username and passwords, file servers are usually very good for dumping passwords or hashes, as so many users connect to it. Credential reuse is another useful thing for us as an attacker. Many times, if you are able to dump passwords on a single machine, you may find a couple of passwords which work on other machines as well, even for different users. Another method is to use tokens, which we saw earlier with the help of invoke token manipulation. So this is very useful as well. And the thing which I want to focus on in this video is password hashes. It has been one of the most popular method of replaying credentials, at least until recently. So we discussed this after the famous anti-pass the hash patch. It looks like we are still able to pass around hashes of the administrator account, that is the account with SID 500, the built-in administrator, even if it is renamed. Though it is disabled by default, I have seen so many corporate clients and networks which still use it. So that depends on the kind of the target you are facing. So we saw that we can dump password hashes with the help of get pass hashes in Nishang. Also invoke mimikatz or mimikatz in general, or WCE. They dump password hashes from Windows 8.1 and Server 2012 R2 machines and the later machines. So ability to pass the hashes is still present, and it depends on the kind of the network you are testing. You may like to have a look at Pass the Hash blog for much more details and research on the topic. So let's quickly use invoke mimikatz to run a PowerShell process with privileges of a local administrator on remote machine. Our target yet again would be the domain PC machine, which we have been targeting for long. We can safely assume after getting access to domain PC again and again that we have access to its hashes, or if you are not in a mood of assuming this, use one of the methods we discussed earlier and run get pass hashes on that lab machine. So as you saw, I copied the NTLM password of NTLM part of its hash and fed it to invoke mimikatz. Note that we are using the command parameter of invoke mimikatz, and note these escape codes as well. Looks like I copied some part of it, not the complete part. So let's just copy it again. Okay, I think I used the complete part. So this PowerShell process must be running with the privileges of the remote administrator. Note that if you run whoami, you would still see the name of the local user. Let's try PowerShell remoting. Let's first try WMI, get WMI object class. Let's just run Win32 operating system and computer name domain PC. Operating system. As you can see that we were able to run it. And if I use it here, it says access is denied. So this is how we pass the hashes. Now let's try PowerShell remoting as well, so that we are sure that we can perform all the functionality of PowerShell by passing the hashes. Computer name domain PC, but we get an error. It is so because we must use the FQDN of the target computer because it is part of a domain. As you can see that now we have successfully executed the command there. So this is a very simple way of using reusing credentials and poshing the hashes. Now it is up to you what you want to do from this prompt. We have discussed enough of post exploitation, so let's just leave it. You may like to read this blog, which is an excellent analysis of NT pass the hash patch and couple of other patches. Hope you enjoyed poshing the hashes. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's revisit remoting with PowerShell. Recall that we discussed it earlier. Now, having seen a lot of new things, let's get back to it. And in fact, let's see one more way to interact with remote machines. This is WSMAN, that is Web Services Management. It is an industry standard for management of different hardware devices across platforms and vendors. WSMAN is the basis of PowerShell remoting. In fact, WinRM is Microsoft's implementation of WSMAN. We will not go into details of the protocol. We are more interested in using it for command and script execution on a target. So let's use invoke WSMAN action for command execution on a remote machine. Note that all the commandlets related to WSMAN work would be similar to us for credentials replay. For example, this is the window which we started from this invoke mimikatz command in a previous video. So let's just paste our command here. So we want, if you notice the syntax, you will see that it is much similar to the WMI. We are in this namespace, we are using this class and the action of this class and this method of this class of the Win32 process class. The method is create, and then we are passing some arguments to that method. So let's use it. Note that like WMI, we do not see any output but the process ID. That means the process was created and the return value 0, that there was no error in syntax. Fair enough, but without getting any output from our command, it is not really helpful unless we are adding a user or installing a backdoor or something like that. So let's run a script on the target, and note that here we are not using the credential parameter because this PowerShell process is already running with the privileges of the local administrator on the domain PC machine. Let's use this. Note that our payload which we are downloading and executing in this case is the reverse PowerShell shellcode from Metasploit, and we want it to connect to a PowerCat listening on our local machine. So no need of running the Metasploit console. So if we run this, it has been executed and a process has been created on the remote machine. As you can see, it was downloaded and executed with a connection from the remote machine. So if we run who am I, we will see that we are the local administrator on the remote machine. So this way we can use WSMAN commandlets to execute commands and PowerShell scripts on a remote machine. Now let's do a quick discussion on why we had a look at WSMan, how it is compared to PowerShell remoting and WMI. So first of all, WSMan. WSMan is firewall friendly, could run on HTTP and HTTPS ports. Uh, its syntax is complex, as you can see there, not as easy as PowerShell remoting. And also, it returns inert objects. That is, its objects could not be changed after those are returned. PowerShell remoting is again firewall friendly, easy to use, but it returns inert objects. WMI is not PowerShell, not firewall friendly, not NAT netting friendly. Complex is not really easy to understand, but it returns editable objects. Another thing with WSMan is that it is a direct implementation of an industry standard. So it is possible to use, for example, invoke WSMan action to interact with non-Windows devices in a network. So that is all for this video. Hope you enjoyed running commands and scripts yet again. If you're enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's discuss web shells. Web shells are very useful when we have the ability to upload a file on a web server which serves active pages. This could be done with the help of any misconfiguration or poor filtering. For example, any website or web server which allows image uploads, and if it is poorly filtered or poorly coded, we can upload our ASPX or any other shell depending on the web server. It could also be exploited with SQL injection, or if we get access to the OS of a web server, we can put it there as a sort of a backdoor. So we will discuss in detail Antak from Nishank, which is a web shell written in ASP.NET, that is ASPX. We will see this one in detail. We would also, we will not discuss this. This is just an honorary mention. It is this backdoor or this web shell is PowerShell Web Access from Microsoft. To Microsoft's credit, it needs administrative username and password. That is, you can always access that machine from some other way. And it also allows for authorization. That is, it not only you must have administrative username and password, you must also be explicitly authorized to use PowerShell Web Access. It is a PowerShell console in web browser. If you browse to it, you enter your username and password, and you will get a full-featured PowerShell console. In fact, it was from PowerShell Web Access that I got the idea of Antak. So you may read my blog post, which is listed in the next slide, for PowerShell Web Access. For Antak, let's see it in action. We can run PowerShell commands or native commands and PowerShell scripts from it. We could also upload and download files from it. So this is Antak on a test machine in my lab. You can use clear to clear its console and help to list the help about each functionality. Each command in PowerShell in Antak is executed in a separate PowerShell process. So for stateful commands or scripts, you must take care. So let's just run get host on this target. So this is actually some old machine in my lab. So it is running PowerShell version 2. And let's see our privileges. So we are running with a really low user privilege. We can also list processes, etc. So this is a simple way we can execute commands on the remote machine. This all is listed in the help. So even if it is not visible right now, you can have a look at it later on. Now to execute script, there are 3 ways of doing it. The first one is to paste the script here and press encode and execute button. The second one is to use our so frequently used PowerShell one-liner. And the third one is to upload a script to the target and executing it. In fact, as the help suggests, you can, if your script is really small, we can use it in a semicolon separated one-liner as well. So these are the ways you can execute a script on the target server. So let's try to execute a script there. Because we are running with low privileges, let's run get information and let's make the function call here. Let's see, because this is a big script, let's see if we are able to execute it. Otherwise we would remove the help from there. Okay, so lot of errors because it is unable to read some registry keys, but we at least have few commands, shares, environment variables, etc. So we were at least able to execute a script on the target machine. Okay, looks like we crashed it. Okay, anyways, so we can also use our one-liner download and execute. In fact, let's try to get to move to another shell. Let's once again run the reverse PowerShell shellcode from Metasploit. So let's paste it here. and run encode and execute. Because we are running with the low privilege user, we may or may not get, okay, we got a shell with low privileges. So this way we can also escalate this or change this to a Meterpreter session or try privilege escalation, etc. So that is up to us. Now let me just reload this. So these are just two ways to execute scripts. Let's try uploading something to the target machine. For that, so uploading and downloading file is a bit tricky. We must provide the path to, uh, to where we have write access. For example, C Windows stamp, and let's upload some huge script there. Let's upload the PowerPrinter module, and then so we provided the complete path on the server, browsed the file on our local machine, and let's press this. So it says that the file has been uploaded to this place, but with double slash. So this slash was actually not required. Let's see. So good, the file has been uploaded. So now we can execute it with simple PowerShell command. And because it is a module, we can import it, and in the same command we can execute functions from it. So for example, let's try this. Let's say import module this and check VM. So let's try this. So as you can see that, so ignore this warning. As you can see that PowerPrinter detected that this is a VMware machine. We call the check VM function of PowerPrinter. So this way we can upload files as well. Note that we could also use PowerPrinter with previous one-liner, etc. as well. Now let's try to download a file. In fact, let's try to download our PowerPrinter back. So to download a file, we must provide the complete path to it and then press download. So it takes some time, but it gets downloaded, and if you open it, you can see that we were able to download it. So that is all about Antak. Hope it comes handy in some of your penetration tests or red teaming activity. You can read my blog posts about both of these things here. And that is all for this video. If you're enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for Penetration Testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at persistence options available with PowerShell. So existing PowerShell scripts and modules in Nishang and Powersploit provide following three ways of persisting on a user machine. The first one is using WMI permanent event consumers. Another one is using Windows run registry keys. The third one is using scheduled tasks. Since Windows run registry key and scheduled tasks are really well known, let's stick to WMI permanent event consumers. Not going into much details of permanent event consumers, just keep in mind following points. The first one is, as the name suggests, permanent event consumers are designed to be permanent even across reboots. Second, we can use these events to trigger various things, let's say a command or a VB script and things like that. For example, we can use an event when a user logs in. That event could trigger a command or VB script or something like that. So that is the basic idea behind using persistence with the help of WMI permanent event consumers. You can read the reference blog in the next slide to get more details about it. The WMI method is used in backdoors and add persistence in Nishang, and the persistence module in Powershell. So let's use a backdoor on Nishang. Keep in mind, to use permanent event consumers, we must run the script from an elevated shell. So this is an elevated shell. Let's use the DNS backdoor. And if we use it with the persist option, it asks us for the required options. Right now, let's just write anything into this. So as you can see that it says that object or property already exists. I believe I have forgot to remove the testing one. So you can use the remove persistence script from Nishang. To remove it. Okay, so it has removed the events. Now we should be able to persist on this machine. So now if we run it with still providing the non-serious values, as you can see, there has been no error and the script now or the backdoor now persists on this machine. Let's see. So a drawback with persistence in this way is these files must not be removed manually from the target machine. As soon as the machine reboots or a user logs off and logs on again, this VB script is called, which executes the backdoor machine. All of the backdoors in PowerShell in Nishang use a similar methodology. The only difference is when you use this with PowerPrinter, PowerPrinter copies itself in the PS module path of the user, and that way it is not dependent on these scripts in the temp directory. Still, the persist VB script file would be required even for PowerPrinter. So, till now there is no way to be persistent completely in memory, or at least without touching disk in PowerShell. So this is just one of the ways of doing it. If you see the source code of persist section of this backdoor, you will see that this is the heart of WMI permanent event consumer in this case, and the event we are using is Win32 logon session. So feel free to go through its source code. Another thing to note here is if the backdoor detects that it is not running while running it, for example, we ran it from an elevated shell. Because it was ran from an elevated shell, it uses WMI permanent event consumers. Otherwise, the Windows run registry key could have been used. So this way, we persist across reboots on a machine. PowerShell also, Nishang also has an add persistence script, but instead of that, let's see let's just import the persistence module from Powershell. Now if you see examples of add persistence in Powershell, there are a couple of interesting things. You need to create two persistence options, as in Nishang, we saw that for elevated privileges we have separate persistence options, for user privileges we have separate persistence options. So add persistence needs options from new elevated elevated persistence options and user persistence options. You can provide that. For example, let's copy the example so that we need not type much. We can provide at logon, at startup. So in this case, the script gets executed at startup, and here at logon. An interesting thing in the difference of persistence between the two tools is this. The persistence module in Powershell does not write to the temp directory of the user. Instead, it writes to the profile path of all users in case of administrative privileges, or current user in the case of user privileges. Note that it is not executing a VB script on trigger. That means the event should be something different and the trigger should be something different as well. So as you can see that the code uses a command line event consumer, an instance of this class. So this is the way the persistence module in Powershell works. So we have elevated options and user options here. Now we can use the add persistence method to add persistence to an existing script. This module also generates our persistence removal script. So try it out. This persistence option is really nice, the WMI event permanent event consumers, and it is not really well known. So these are a couple of blog posts I would like you to read to completely understand the persistence options. So that is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to Powershell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's discuss using PowerShell with other security tools. We have already seen using PowerShell and Metasploit together. We also saw a couple of modules for automating Nmap and Nessus. Another tool which I would like to discuss is really useful for exploiting SQL injection attacks, that is SQL map. But before that, when should we use PowerShell with other security tools? So the things which we have already seen, like automating a tool or analyzing its report, etc., are understood. Another thing which directs us towards using PowerShell with other tools is command execution on a Windows computer. So whenever we are able to execute a command on a Windows computer, using PowerShell not only enhances the effectiveness of the attack, but also results in great outputs. For example, if we use PowerShell with SQL map, so there is SQL injection on one of my lab machines, which is on this simple page, and I have this default. I have already tested it out, and this is the command of SQL map we are going to use. So it is pre-prepared to save time. So we run this. So the operating system which is our target is a Windows 7 machine and a server SQL Server 2008. Once we are let's optimize the delay because it is a local machine, so it would be faster in that case. Once we drop on to an OS shell, which is this right now, we can always run PowerShell commandlets, commands, and other scripts as well. We can simply type PowerShell.exe -c and the command or file path and a path to a script if we are able to upload it. But I'm not going to run that right now because to retrieve the output of that command, SQL map may take really long time. So instead of that, we will fall back to our old and trusted PowerShell one-liner. To use the complete path of PowerShell, we can always run the PS module path parameter variable which will give us the path of the PowerShell exe. So this is the path to PowerShell, and let's write our one-liner. And the script we are going to download and execute is once again the simple reverse PowerShell payload from Metasploit. And here let's run PowerCat on port 333. Let's run this, and we do not want the command output, we just want a nice shell. So the command gets executed on the remote machine. Meanwhile, it gets executed. Let's see. Okay, it got executed, and we are sitting on a shell on the remote machine. Let's see our privileges. So we are running with the privileges of the SQL server, that is network service privileges. Now it is up to us to use various methods which we have seen so far to move around laterally or escalate our privileges or whatever we want to do. So this is one of the very simple ways of using PowerShell with SQL map. I prefer to use manual methods like these for command or script execution, though SQL map provides some automated options as well, because if we encounter an error, we generally know exactly what is the problem. We can also use encoded commands, etc. on this OS shell prompt. So this is the way we use it. We can also use PowerShell with other security tools, but that we will not cover. We have covered Nmap, Nessus, and now SQL map. Also the Metasploit framework. And if you want to have a look at using PowerShell with another popular tool called Cobalt Strike, then see this blog post by me or this blog post by Rafael, who is the creator of Cobalt Strike. So hope you enjoyed using PowerShell with SQL map to enhance your SQL injection experience. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look from the defender's side and see how we can control PowerShell and how it can aid us in defending a network. So first of all, let's see how we can control PowerShell. For tracking and logging it, we can enable process tracking on PowerShell, and that way we can see on what machines PowerShell has been used, and with the help of little WMI, we should be able to see what were the commands passed to it. Enabling module logging will also help us. In that case, all the objects in the list in the configured modules would be logged and could be retrieved later on to see what was done with those modules. So this is for logging the usage of PowerShell. Now to control its execution, we can use access control lists, that is ACLs, software restriction policies, SRPs, and application control policies, that is app locker. All of these have their pros and cons, or their good sides and bad sides. SRP and app locker are supported by GPO. Both refers to SRP and app locker here. And yes, the mileage may vary according to the implementation and the network you're trying to protect. Version 3 onwards, there is an interesting option called PS lockdown policy, which could be used to restrict what objects could be used in a PowerShell environment. So it could be, and it is also supported by GPO. It could be pushed by GPO. So it could really go a long way in defending a network from PowerShell attacks. All of these have been taken from this very useful blog post by Carlos Perez. So if you are really into defense, then have a look at this blog post. It's long, but really worth reading it. Another interesting thing to controlling PowerShell is JEA, that is just enough admin. It not only restricts administrative rights, it allows you to create constrained endpoints, which allows even an administrative user or whatever user which connects to that endpoint to execute only a limited set of commands. So this is something really new, and if you want, there is a step-by-step guide on this TechNet post. Go through it. If applied in with the testing and in a measured way, this could be really useful. So previous two slides were dedicated to controlling PowerShell. Note that we are not going to do hands-on in this video because defending with PowerShell in itself is a huge topic, and all these concepts and tools could not be covered with few videos. Now let's see what tools are available for auditing, baselining, and incident management. You can use Powershell, which is a very useful framework for the above stated tasks. You can also use Consa, which is similar to Powershell and is useful in auditing and baselining, etc. Or you can use this script or module called Boyer, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. It could be used to generate reports from an Active Directory, or you can also use the Virus Total API implementation by Carlos Perez from this Posh Virus Total module. You can use it to check integrity of processes, TLLs, URLs, or whatever you want. So these were the tools which could be used for defense with PowerShell. Now, remember that in the first slide, we saw using App Locker for locking down PowerShell. This interesting blog post and a tool called PowerPick, which is a part of Power Tools, could be used to bypass App Locker policies. Also, if you are interested in investigating PowerShell attacks, then read this presentation from DEFCON 22. It goes to painful details on how PowerShell attacks could be detected, how do they leave their traces, and what you can do for detecting the attacks. So that is all for this video. If you are enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for Penetration Testers at Pentester Academy. In this video, let's have a look at using PowerShell with human interface devices. Human interface devices could be very useful for getting a foothold system and are very useful in the exploitation phase of a penetration test. We will use Teensy. This is a Teensy 3 as a human interface device. Why do we want to use PowerShell with human interface devices? Once again, because it is already available in the modern Windows machines. It is tightly integrated with various Windows components. It is trusted. It is easy to use. It is powerful, and we can do much stuff in much less lines of code. And how do we use it? For example, we will see how we can write our PowerShell scripts and use them and use a human interface device to write them on a target and then execute them. We will use Kautilya, which is a toolkit created by me. It could be used to generate Arduino sketches, which could be written directly to a human interface device and used in a penetration test. So let's see it in action. So Kautilya is written in Ruby. Therefore, it looks better on a Windows machine, but let's use it on a Linux machine. But let's use it on Windows anyways. So let's run payload for Windows and try to gather some information. Recall that we saw a script from Nishang, invoke credentials fish, and even at that time I mentioned that it would be better used from an attack vector like a human interface device. Let's see that in action. So this sixth option, get target credentials, is nothing but implementation of invoke credentials fish. So there is this small description of the payload we selected. We can exfiltrate the credentials fished using this payload to pastebin, Gmail, or a web server which logs post request, or a DNS server which logs text queries, TXT queries. But for now, let's not exfiltrate anywhere. So let's use 0. The Kautilya right now has been tested only on Teensy devices, a Teensy++ 2.0, which is this device, and a Teensy 3, which is this device. So let's use Teensy 3. Now the output has been generated in the output directory of Kautilya. So let's go there, and we have an Arduino sketch ready for us. Let's just copy this and paste this in Arduino. Verify that everything is fine, and then upload it to the device. Note that you must select board and board type. from here so that you do not encounter any error. Let's just upload it to our device. We have a TNC3 connected to the machine. And hopefully the device gets rebooted. Okay, it does. Now let's see if it is able to do something. So I'm not typing anything. So it is able to say yes to a UAC prompt. So the command window you are looking at right now, it is running as with administrator privileges and is minimized. And the text is being written in blue on a black screen. So that is it. So this hardly took 15 seconds or so, 15-20 seconds. And you can see that a credential prompt appears in front of a user. And no matter how many times I want to escape it, it won't go away. If I enter wrong credentials, it won't go away. So let me enter correct credentials. And if we would have chosen any exfiltration method, our credentials would be sent to that place. If you see the temp directory of the current user, you will get to know how Cautelia works. Let's not see capslock.vbs right now. Cautelia has a bit complex code. It checks for few things before executing the payload. Right now you can understand that caps lock is required for reliable code execution or command execution. So this cr.vbs, it does nothing but runs this PowerShell file script, which is this. And now if you compare this with the invoke credentials fish from Nishant, you'll see that it is nothing but an ugly version of that script. So this was a quick example of how we can use human interface devices with PowerShell. As you can see, there are so many payloads. Explore Cautelia. If you frequently do physical penetration testing or social engineering campaigns, use it. It would come handy. You can order a TNC device from pjrc.com or any reseller. It costs much less than commercially available toolkits. So use it and enjoy it. You may like to read all the posts labeled Cautelia on my blog, which also contains a 5-part blog series for beginners. Or you can also see this very interesting talk by Iron Geek. So that is all for this video. Hope you enjoyed using a human interface device and the power of PowerShell with it. If you're enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Hi everyone, welcome to PowerShell for penetration testers at Pentester Academy. This video is the course conclusion video. Let's look back and see what we have learned, and let's look forward to see how and where we can use the learning. We started from very basics of the language, looked at the syntax, the commands, the commandlets, the functions, variables, conditional statements, loops, operators, arrays, advanced scripts, advanced functions as the language essentials. Then we moved on to modules, PowerShell remoting, interaction with Windows registry, extending PowerShell with .NET. We used WMI with PowerShell. We used Windows API. We interacted with COM objects and much more. So this was our language essentials part. Then we moved on to penetration testing. We saw that how PowerShell is useful in different phases of penetration testing and how it is useful in enhancing our existing techniques and how it could be used to introduce new techniques to our penetration tests, which make them easier to do, more fun, and very effective for us as well as for the clients. We saw how we can do basic port scanning and recon using PowerShell. We saw how Nmap, Nessus, and other tools could be automated with the help of PowerShell. We saw the exploitation phase. We saw client-side attacks, exploiting SQL servers, using PowerShell with human interface devices, using PowerShell with Metasploit, writing exploits in PowerShell, using PowerShell in Metasploit exploits. Then we moved on to the post-exploitation part, where we saw the real power of PowerShell. We saw that so many existing techniques could be greatly enhanced with the help of PowerShell. We saw we can dump system secrets in plain, we can escalate our privileges, we can map an entire domain, we can get system informations, we can do so much stuff that makes PowerShell an exploitation framework sort of in itself. So that was fun, and we did a lot of hands-on. So I'm just giving a quick refresher of what we have learned. Now looking forward, we obviously learned even more things, but let's leave it for now. We've already seen everything. Looking forward, I would like you to write code and contribute, either maintain your own open source tool or contribute to Nishang or any other tool out there. That would really help you to sharpen your PowerShell skills and understand the existing code in so many tools, which was, for example, some of which was that complex that we were unable to look into the source code. Another thing is blog about PowerShell, talk about it at hacker conferences. PowerShell is a hot topic, and if you do some good stuff in it, you could speak about it at various hacker conferences. So that would help your career as well, and it would also help in generating awareness amongst security folks about PowerShell. So there are so many ways of doing it. And now let's see what else is available and we were unable to cover it. First of all, some of self-promotion. I do live classes for PowerShell for penetration testers as well. You can find details about here. So that covers what has been covered in this course, plus a couple of more things. So it's a 2 days class. If you have taken this course, ask your friends and colleagues to check that course out. If you are going to a conference and see this training, please ask your friends and colleagues if someone is interested in it. So that is it for the self-promotion. And now a list of recommended reading. So these all blogs, the first one is mine. All of these blogs are of PowerShell hackers. We mix PowerShell and penetration testing and red teaming and security frequently, offensive security frequently. So have a look at this. These blogs. These blogs are or websites are really useful for PowerShell programming. I've not listed Stack Overflow for a reason here. That website is default if you are doing any programming language. So go through these. Many questions would be answered by one of these websites or blogs. Few articles or links which were not covered, you could read about them here. Some resources and cheat sheets could be found on these links. If you want to read a couple of books related to PowerShell, go for PowerShell in Action by Bruce Pyatt and Windows PowerShell Cookbook by Lee Holmes. And finally, I would like to thank and credit these guys, Vivek Ramchandran, that is the Security Tube guy, and his team. This course would not have been possible without the Security Tube team. And also the PowerShell hackers in no particular order. I would like to speak their real name: ObscureSec, Chris Campbell, Matt, Carlos Perez, Lee Holmes, scripting guys, Bruce Pyatt, David Kennedy, Matt, Casey Smith, and Will, and all other PowerShell bloggers, tool creators, and book writers. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this course and it would be useful for you. It was fun and hopefully it will be of useful use in your job. If you enjoyed this course and enjoying your time at Pentester Academy, please recommend us to your friends and colleagues in the information security community. Thank you very much. See you later.